Several hundred years ago, the state of Joseon was located on the territory of modern Korea. There were a lot of people living in this state who were engaged in ordinary everyday things such as agriculture, fishing, and so on. However, what made this state unusual was that almost all of its inhabitants trained every day to become stronger and develop their physique. Yusuji was the ruler of this state, and he carefully ensured that the inhabitants of his state became stronger and more resilient every day. Every morning, Suji came to his people to supervise how his people were doing their training. Even during their work, many residents did not forget about their training and performed it as carefully as possible. Also, the people of Joseon State had a special place where they trained as hard as they could every morning. And every morning, Suji came to this place to supervise the training of his people. There were a lot of exercise machines in this place, which were similar to modern exercise machines, thanks to which the people of Joseon could train their bodies much more effectively. Thanks to Suji, most of the men in Joseon had a strong and pumped-up physique. In addition to training, some men also adopted a special diet to make it easier for them to build their muscle mass. However, not all men found it so easy to pump up their bodies, and many found it very difficult to pump up their bodies. While some men pumped up their muscles with ease, others tried their best not to pass out during training. Many Joseon men found it difficult to endure such training, but they still tried their best to become even stronger. Suji was very proud that his people were becoming stronger and more courageous every day. Several centuries have passed since then, and modern Korea was formed in the place where the state used to be. Choi Young-jik was an ordinary Korean who was actively involved in sports and began to study the history of his country at one of the state universities. Young-jik began training since he went to serve in the army, where there were extremely harsh conditions and strict discipline. During his service in the army, Young-jik began to become very interested in bodybuilding, and after the army, he began to study at one of the state universities in the history department. However, even after Young-jik began studying at university, he still did not stop training. Young-jik began going to the gym, watching his diet and leading a healthy lifestyle, and after some time, his physique became even more pumped up and strong. After some time, Young-jik was able to obtain a sports-level certificate, and he decided to celebrate with his friends. That evening, Young-jik and his friends had a good time, and after the celebration, everyone went home in a good mood. Soon, Young-jik returned home, and he decided to have a little snack and watch a couple of videos before bedtime. After watching a couple of videos, Young-jik saw in his recommendations feed a documentary video about the state of Joseon and its ruler Sejong. At one point in the video, they said that Sejong lived a very short life, and Young-jik thought that it was because of this that Sejong did not exercise and did not lead a healthy lifestyle. At one point, Young-jik began to fall asleep and think about what would happen if he ended up in Joseon and became a sports instructor there. Young-jik then began to imagine how he could develop a fighting force in Joseon and thereby rewrite the history of Joseon. Young-jik thought it would be great, after which he quickly fell asleep before even reaching the bed. The next morning, Young-jik woke up to someone asking him about his cough. In addition to the stranger's voice, Young-jik was very soon awakened by the crowing of a rooster. Young-jik didn't understand where the rooster's crowing could be coming from, and he just decided that he drank too much beer last night. While Young-jik was trying to wake up, he wanted to pick up his phone, but he discovered that his phone was not nearby. Also, Young-jik did not understand why he woke up not in his apartment, but in a traditional Korean house. However, what shocked Young-jik the most was why, instead of a pumped-up and strong body, he had a very thin and weak body. Meanwhile, the unfamiliar voice continued to tell Young-jik that it was already morning and that it was time for him to get up. Young-jik could not believe his eyes, and he decided to open the door of the house, hoping to understand what happened to him. Young-jik opened the door of the house and a man stood next to him, who asked Young-jik if his cough had gone away. Young-jik also saw a small courtyard in which there were people in traditional clothes. Young-jik did not understand anything, and he asked the man standing next to him what his name was. At first, the man did not understand Young-jik's question, and he told him that his name was Yu Su-ji, and then Young-jik assumed that his father's name was Lee Do. The man then confirmed that Suji's father was none other than Lee Do Sejong, who was the fourth ruler of Joseon. Suji then believed that since his father was known as Sejong the Great, then Suji was the great Prince Jinyang. Based on all this data, Young-jik realized that he had somehow mysteriously ended up in Joseon, and that he was that very great Prince Jinyang. Jinyang couldn't believe that he was actually in Joseon, and he felt that everything seemed too realistic to him. At one point, one of his subjects called Yang Jinyan, and then Yang remembered that he actually ended up somewhere in the middle of the 15th century when Joseon still existed. Then Jinyang began to get very nervous, because he knew what significant historical figures he would have to see, including the fourth king of Joseon, Sejong. Jinyan began to get more and more nervous, and soon Sejong himself called him to give him a special task, and finding himself in the same room with Sejong, Jinyan was simply shocked by what he saw. At this moment, Jinyang saw a very round Sujong in front of him, who was having a very hard time breathing, and he was nothing like the Sejong that Jinyang had read about in history books in his previous life. Jinyang couldn't hide his surprise, and Sejong simply assumed that Jinyang simply hadn't woken up yet and hadn't had time to come to his senses. At one point, Jinyang decided to bow down to Sejong just in case, but Sejong himself did not understand what Jinyang was doing. Suddenly, unexpectedly for himself, Jinyan noticed how much the structure of his speech and his vocabulary had changed, and he began to speak the same way as all the inhabitants of Joseon times. Then Jinyang began to apologize to Sejong for showing such ignorance, but Sejong himself said that he did not hear any ignorance in his son's words. After this, Sejong told Jinyang that he really appreciated his talents, and so he asked Jinyang to rewrite the Kangmak, which described all the events in Joseon. Sejong said that to carry out this assignment, Jinyan must go to the Chiyonjong Educational Institution, after which Jinyan went to Chipyeongjong. After some time, Jinyang reached Chipyeongjong, where many different scientists usually gather, where they conducted their scientific research. Once in Chipyeongjong, Jinyan thought that if he found himself in this era, then he would have to regularly visit this place in search of various historical data about Joseon. One of the visitors to Chipyeongjong told Jinyang that if he could rewrite the Kangmak, he would receive many praises, and the people of Joseon would honor Jinyang even more. However, Jinyan told the stranger that Yang, the Grand Prince of Anpyeong State, had much better handwriting, and the stranger thought that Jinyan was just being a little modest. After a couple of minutes, Jinyan began to study Kanmak, and he was surprised that he not only understood the local speech well, but also perfectly understood the local written language. After a couple of seconds, Jinyang noticed that the Kangmak had very large characters, and he believed that Sejong had some vision problems. Jinyang also applied his knowledge as a sports instructor from a past life, and he concluded that his father Sejong suffered from second-degree obesity, which led him to serious health problems. In addition, Jinyang noticed that even though it was quite cool this morning, Sejong's face was dripping with a lot of sweat. Jinyang then concluded that the fourth king of Joseon, Sejong, suffered from severe diabetes. From his past life, Jinyang knew that with such indicators, Sejong would soon die and leave behind a successor. Sejong's successor will be Jinyang's older brother Li Hyang, who will receive the title of King Munjong, who will also die soon after the coronation from severe weakening in the body. After King Munjong, Tanjong will sit on the throne. But during his reign, an assassin will break into his royal palace and kill all the representatives of the royal family, including Tanjong himself. Then Jinyang thought that he should never allow Sejong to die so early. Soon, Li Hyang, who was Sejong's eldest son and who was to become the next successor to the royal throne, arrived in Chipyeongjong. Entering Chipyeongjong, I was somewhat surprised that Jinyang was here, since he usually prefers to go to the mountains to hunt. Jinyang believed that Li Hyang came here for some urgent matter, but Li Hyang said that he just wanted to check the current condition of the books that would be sent to Sejong. After that, Li Hyang headed towards the exit and told Jinyang that he didn't want to distract him and that he could continue to do his own thing. However, Jinyang did not understand how Li Hyang did not notice that the books that were supposed to be sent to Sejong had too small characters, and he decided to stop Li Hyang. Jinyang told his elder brother that he would like to read some of these books, but the characters were too small and needed to be rewritten to make them easier to read. Then Li Hyang felt that Jinyang really had something to add to these books, and he asked Jinyang if he knew that Sejong had presbyopia, or senile farsightedness. Jinyang then told his elder brother that he suspected something similar, but he was not completely sure of his guesses. Then Li Hyang thought about the transience of life, since before his father very often boasted of his greatness. Then Jinyang asked Li Hyang when Sejong began to show such symptoms, and Li Hyang said that such deterioration in Sejong's condition began to appear a year ago. Li Hyang also said that this presbyopia was very different from normal presbyopia, and that Sejong had other symptoms in addition to poor vision, but he asked Jinyang to keep this information secret. Soon, Li Hiang decided to leave Jeepyeongjong, and after he left, several scientists entered the room. Soon, Jinyan began to feel a slight pain in the back of his head, and he believed that it was because he had been sitting still for too long. Then Jinyang decided to do a little stretching for his neck to get rid of the pain. First, Jinyan tilted his head back, after which he began to rotate his head to stretch his cervical vertebrae. After this, Jinyang stretched his head forward and his shoulders back, and after all these actions, all the pain in the back and back of the head disappeared. At this moment, Jinyan experienced an incredible sensation of missing pain, while the people who were looking at him did not understand what Jinyan had just done and why he suddenly felt so good. People did not understand why Jinyang made such unusual movements, since if he has neck pain, he can turn to a massage therapist. At first, Jinyan didn't understand why these people were looking at him so strangely, and then he remembered that these people still don't know what stretching is. At that time, people had already begun to practice massage therapy, but at that time it was not very effective, since at that time people did not yet know how human muscles work. Jinyan then told people that he had recently injured his neck while riding a horse. But after these movements, all the pain in his neck completely disappeared, and he immediately felt better. Jinyang also said that this simple exercise is very good for the neck muscles, and he said that he can easily teach them to do this exercise. After that, everyone sat down at the chairs, and Jinyan began to show them the correct sequence of movements. First, people threw their heads back as much as possible, after which they began to rotate their heads in different directions. With the last movement, people had to straighten their backs, stretch their heads forward, and throw their shoulders back. At first, people did not believe that they could so easily get rid of pain in the neck area. But after all the body movements they had done, they immediately felt extremely pleasant sensations. The next day, Li Hiang went to Jeepyeongjong again, but he was somewhat surprised at the pace of what everyone was doing. Li Hiang did not understand how these people could get rid of neck pain in such an easy way, and without the help of a massage therapist. Soon, everyone in Joseon learned about an exercise that could relieve neck pain, and soon this exercise became known as the stretching whale. However, despite such an effective exercise, Jinyang still had another headache. To get rid of this headache, Jinyang went to the local market where all the necessary ingredients were located. One of the local sellers was extremely surprised that Jinyang himself deigned to go to the market with ordinary people, since usually representatives of the royal family try not to contact the residents. Jinyang told the seller that he came here to buy oil such as sesame, but the seller said that he did not have sesame oil, but he did have beef oil. Then Jinyang handed the money to the seller and asked him to provide him with 5 pieces of beef butter, and that its quality be as low as possible. Suddenly, one of the customers wondered why Jinyang needed such ingredients as beef butter and several medicinal roots. From his previous life, Jinyang knew that he was going to die from dermatitis, and he decided to collect the necessary medicines as soon as possible, since in these times, dermatitis was considered a fatal and incurable disease. After some time, Jinyan bought all the ingredients needed for the medicine, after which he returned home. Soon, a woman appeared behind Jinyang and said that she noticed how Jinyang began to increasingly go to the neighboring street. Jinyang then called this woman his wife and told her that after reading some books in Jeepyeongjong, he decided to try to implement some of his experimental ideas. The woman then said that she was somewhat worried that Jinyang now chose to do various despicable jobs instead of his favorite hunt. Jinyang told his wife that he was in Jeepyeongjong, and there he found an old book that stated the creation of an invention for washing the body, and he would like to create it. This very invention that Jinyan wanted to make was ordinary soap, and Jinyan believed that in Joseon he could not do without it. In the 21st century, people can still experience various skin diseases that are caused by wearing dirty clothes, thereby causing various inflammations. Any dirt such as rust or sweat could also lead to further development of skin diseases. One day, Yang Jik wanted to try making soap himself, and he turned to the grandmother of the owner of the gym where he worked and trained. The ingredients used were natural olive oil, water, and the ash of burnt rice straw, and when all these ingredients were mixed and heated, an excellent soap was produced. However, Jinyang's wife did not understand how to wash herself with oil, because if the oil gets on the skin, the body will only become dirtier. Then Jinyang told his wife that thanks to soap, you can not only wash yourself, but also wash away various stains and dirt on clothes, which made the process of washing clothes and washing your body much easier. After that, Jinyang's wife was silent for a while and moved on, and Jinyang for a moment thought that his wife was dissatisfied with something, and he felt that his relationship with his wife was very strained. Jin Yang did not dwell on his wife's behavior and went to the kitchen, where he wanted to prepare soap. Jin Yang experimented with the proportions of the ingredients, and after several attempts, he was able to achieve the desired foaming. Despite the good foaming, Jin Yang was wondering how effective his soap would be. The resulting liquid began to give off a strong, unpleasant odor, and Jin Yang decided that he should try this soap first. Soon, the soap-making liquid hardened, and then Jin Yang cut out several pieces of soap and went to test his soap in practice. After this, Jin Yang decided to take it to test the soap in action, and even with some minor shortcomings, the soap cleaned Jin Yang's body and clothes well. Jin Yang especially liked the pleasant smell of the soap, which was obtained thanks to the sesame oil in the soap. At one point, Jin Yang believed that he would be able to establish mass production of his soap and sell it abroad. However, Jin Yang suddenly began to worry about Sejong's current condition, as even Taizong, Sejong's father, had failed to get his son to do anything with his body. Then Jin Yang believed that even if his own father could not force Sejong to solve the problem of his condition, then he certainly would not be able to persuade Sejong to take care of his health. Then Jin Yang thought that if he somehow tried to persuade Sejong to take up sports, then Sejong would probably think that his son was just doing nonsense. Jin Yang also feared that otherwise Sejong would send him to Muryeongdo or Talamdo, which are now known as Uleungdo and Jeju-do. When Jin Yang finished washing, he figured that he needed to outsmart Sejong with logic to deal with his obesity. Jin Yang also felt that he himself should lose weight and build muscle mass, and perhaps this could also influence Sejong's decision to go in for sports. At first, Jin Yang planned to do 3 basic exercises, so that over time his muscles and body would become stronger, and so that he could lift 400 kilograms of weight. Jin Yang also thought about making bodybuilding a real science and writing a book on bodybuilding. Jin Yang was confident that if people began to study bodybuilding and train hard, he would be able to create one of the most powerful states of the 15th century. Jin Yang also believed that if a person tries to bring to an ideal state the body that his parents gave him, then he shows respect to his parents. After washing, Jin Yang went outside where he wanted to start training, and the first thing he wanted to start with was pull-ups. Many people who looked at Jin Yang began to suspect that there was simply something wrong with Jin Yang, and that he had gone crazy. After doing the pull-ups, Jin Yang noticed that this body had a very interesting natural predisposition. After the pull-ups, Jin Yang began weighted arm extensions and curls, and managed to complete this exercise 29 times. After doing arm extensions and curls, Jin Yang began doing push-ups, and he was able to do as many as 82 push-ups in a row. After doing the push-ups, Jin Yang decided to do the dragon plank, and he did this exercise so many times that at one point he just stopped counting how many times he did the dragon plank. Suddenly, Jin Yang noticed that even with such a large and sagging belly, he performed all the exercises without any difficulty. Then Jin Yang believed that this was all thanks to the genes of Taejo Lee Seong-ye, the founder and first ruler of Joseon. Soon, Jin Yang finished his training, and at that moment, people came to him and brought him his goods. These people brought Jin Yang several iron dumbbells, with which Joseon could perform even more different exercises. After this, the pleased Jin Yang told the people that he would pay back right now for the fact that these people had made him such excellent dumbbells. Jin Yang received his dumbbells and gave the people 80 kilograms of rice as payment for their work, after which the people looked at the happy Jin Yang with suspicion and moved on. On the way, people were discussing how crazy Jin Yang was, since he gave 80 kilograms of rice for these pieces of iron, because even samurai do not have such an urgent need for so much iron. Then the first man began to worry that Jin Yang was planning to gather an army, but the second man said that they had just done their job and they shouldn't worry about anything else. At this moment, Jin Yang had already started training with dumbbells, since exercises with his own weight were not enough for him to effectively pump his body and muscles. Jin Yang's wife's servant, who saw Jin Yang training, told his wife that there was something wrong with Prince Jin Yang. Also, Jin Yang's wife's servant said that they needed to take some action, but Jin Yang's wife said that she didn't want to talk about it. However, Jin Yang's wife's servant continued to talk about how Prince Jin Yang first began to cover himself with oil while washing, and now he gave 80 kilograms of rice for an ordinary pile of iron. Also, Jin Yang's wife's servants remembered the times when Prince Jin Yang used to enjoy hunting with his friends and began to completely ignore his wife. Then Jin Yang's wife's servant asked her mistress what she did in her past life that her husband stopped paying attention to her. Then Jin Yang's wife again asked her servant to stop talking about it, after which the servant immediately apologized and fell silent. At this moment, Jin Yang's wife began to remember with warmth in her heart the times when she and her husband walked around the palace grounds, and how cherry blossoms grew everywhere. During another walk through the palace courtyard, Jinyan gave his wife a cherry blossom branch as a sign of his love and devotion to her. At this moment, Jinyang's wife picked up that same branch to cut it into 2 parts, thinking that every day she was losing her husband more and more. Jinyang's wife cut a cherry blossom branch and told her servants that she would like to go to bed early today and that she would like to be alone with her thoughts. A couple of minutes later, Jinyang's wife went to wash herself, and next to the candles she saw the soap that Jinyang had made. Jinyang's wife took the soap in her hands, looking at it and trying to understand exactly how they should wash. Suddenly, Jinyang's wife decided to try washing herself with soap, and she began to slowly and carefully rub the soap over her body. Jinyang's wife was surprised at how the soap started producing so many bubbles and how effectively the soap cleaned her skin. After another workout, Jinyang decided to wash himself again, and he thought that at his next workout he should start training with even more weight. Suddenly someone entered the bathhouse, and then Jinyang noticed that it turned out to be his wife. Jinyang was very happy when his wife told him that she liked his soap, which cleaned her body perfectly. The only thing that Jinyang's wife didn't like was that the soap had too much of an oil smell, and she was afraid that people passing by would think that she was the wife of a soap merchant. Then Jinyang thought that he should replace the sesame oil with pork or beef oil, but all these oils were very expensive, which would interfere with the mass production and sale of soap. Then Jinyang's wife suggested that her husband use linden oil instead of sesame oil, which would make the soap have a more pleasant smell and make its production cheaper. After that, Jinyang thanked his wife, to which Jinyang's wife herself said that it was all nothing, after which she immediately became embarrassed. After this, Jinyang went to a coastal village where one of Jinyang's acquaintances lived. Soon, Jinyang reached this village, and there he met the same acquaintance who had been a beater during his last winter hunt. While hunting, this man was seriously injured when he was attacked by a deer, and that time this man saved Jinyang by taking the full wrath of the angry deer upon himself. Jinyang said that even though a lot of time has passed since then, he still remembers how this man helped him, and Jinyang wanted to thank this man. Jinyang told the man that he would now send his family 2 bags of rice, 2 bottles of sesame oil, eggs, chicken, and other food items once every 2 weeks. In exchange for this, Jinyang only asked the man to report to him every 2 weeks information about changes in the height and weight of his children. After this, Jinyang decided to provide similar food support to 20 more villages and begin to record changes in the height and weight of local children. At first, Jinyang wanted to give local residents a protein, carbohydrate, and fat diet in order to record changes in the children's physique and their motor abilities. Jinyang also wanted to show Sejong by a clear example how important it is to stick to proper nutrition, so that it would be easier to get him to start taking care of his health. After this, Jinyang went to the local blacksmiths, whom he wanted to ask to make him several things. First, Jinyang showed the blacksmiths a diagram of a training barbell and several iron plates for the future barbell. Jinyang also explained to the blacksmiths that iron plates should be mounted on both ends of the bar, and that each iron pancake should weigh 30 kilograms. The blacksmiths carried out simple calculations and realized that if they made 8 such iron pancakes, then the entire training structure would weigh more than 200 kilograms. Jinyang also said that over time he would need even more of these iron pancakes. The blacksmiths were shocked when Jinyang said that this barbell should be strong and stable enough so that in the future he could lift a weight of 300 kilograms. After that, Jinyang put his hand into his sleeve, pulled out another diagram, and said that he had one more thing to do. Jinyang took out a drawing and asked the blacksmiths to make 1 iron plate and roll its rod about 3 feet long. Jinyang wondered whether, given the technical conditions of the Joseon era, it would be possible to make a working jocheon, a firearm that was previously used in Joseon. On the way home, Jinyang thought about how he had undergone many positive changes since he arrived in this era. Also on the way home, Jinyang told one of the blacksmiths with whom he was walking that now with all his heart, he wants to restore order in Joseon. At one point, Jinyang decided to evaluate some of the physical parameters of the blacksmith with whom he walked to the royal estate. Jinyang was shocked that this blacksmith had a surprisingly very strong and muscular body, to which the blacksmith himself said that he had had such a physique since childhood. Then Jinyang believed that this blacksmith would be ideal for his first tests, and he invited the blacksmith to become his student on the path of improving his body. The young blacksmith immediately accepted Jinyang's offer and did not know how he could thank Jinyang, to which Jinyang himself said that there was no need for this. The next day, Jin Yang was going to meet his brother in Chipyeongjong. Soon, Jin Yang met with Li Hyang, and Li Hyang immediately noticed some changes in Jin Yang. Li Hyang was happy that his brother managed to lose weight, and then he asked Jin Yang what he wanted to talk to him about. Jin Yang then told Li Hyang that his complexion had improved after his new tempering method, and then Li Hyang asked Jin Yang what other new tempering method he was talking about. After that, Jin Yang took out a small box, opened it, and showed Li Hyang his soap, after which he asked his elder brother to try using the soap. After that, Jin Yang and Li Hyang went outside to the same water source, where Li Hyang was supposed to try Jin Yang's soap. After a couple of minutes, Li Hyang was pleasantly surprised at how the soap was able to clean the dirt off his hands so easily. However, when Li Hyang smelled his hands, he told Jin Yang that the oil would make soap production very expensive. Then Jin Yang remembered his wife's words that if in the process of making soap you use tetradium oil along with a couple of handfuls of rice, the production will be cheaper. After that, Jin Yang and Li Hyang returned back to Chipyeongjong, where Li Hyang took out a piece of paper and began to write something down there. Jin Yayan picked up a piece of paper on which Li Hyang wrote that he managed to get rid of severe dirt thanks to soap, and that now all officials should wash their hands with soap every day. Li Hyang believed that despite the price of soap, almost anyone could afford it. But due to the unknown nature of soap, no one would buy it in large quantities. Li Hyang also said that first he would like to force all officials to wash their hands with soap, so that in the future they will start washing their entire bodies with soap. In addition, Li Hyang proposed to first start selling soap at private auctions so that he could impose his own tax on it and thereby receive a new source of income. Then Jin Yang was once again convinced that Li Hyang truly fully justified his status as the future king of Joseon. Meanwhile, the blacksmiths were actively working to create all those items that Jin Yang ordered from them. At one point, one man asked the blacksmith workers if they were sure that Jin Yang ordered exactly what they were doing. Then one of the blacksmiths said that they would face severe punishment if they made even one mistake during their work. However, one of the blacksmiths told all the other blacksmiths that they must right now destroy everything that they had already managed to do during this time for Jin Yang. However, all the other blacksmiths said that they could not do this, since they had already made most of the things for Jin Yang, and that Jin Yang should already come for his orders in the coming days. Then this blacksmith told his workers that if they value money more than their own lives, then they can continue to work on products for Jin Yang. At one point, a man in a black suit and a large hat began to suspect that Jin Yang started all this because he was unable to obtain the right to inherit. Then Li Qi felt that he now fully realized how dishonest a person Jin Yang really was. The next day, Li Hyang ordered all officials to use the soap that Jin Yang created. Soon, many officials began discussing with each other how they could easily clean ink stains from their hands using soap. People were especially surprised that in addition to ink on their hands, soap also helped remove oil from the skin, considering soap to be some kind of incredible miracle cure. The officials were also very surprised that all this soap was created by Jin Yang, who had never before done such things that were useful to people. Meanwhile, Jin Yang was actively training with new barbells and iron plates for them. The first thing Jin Yang wanted to do was do some bench presses, which were great for pumping up the chest and arm muscles. After a couple of minutes, Jin Yang managed to bench press 10 times in a row with a total barbell weight of 120 kilograms. After the exercises, Jin Yang was amazed that his muscles were developing so quickly, as if the god of bodybuilding himself was helping him. Jin Yang finished doing the bench press, and the blacksmith who was belaying Jin Yang during the exercise told Jin Yang that he was doing a great job lifting such a large weight. Jin Yang believed that even though this barbell was more like the barbells that no one usually uses in the gym, it was still very useful. However, at first, Jin Yang had some difficulties in making all these rods and iron plates, since the blacksmiths not only did not have time to complete their work, but also did not cope with the overall design. After Jin Yang finished the exercises, he told his blacksmith that it was his turn to exercise. The blacksmith immediately got scared and told Jin Yang that if he tried to lift this barbell would immediately crush him. Then Jin Yang, with a terrifying look, told his blacksmith that the human body must always develop and that it constantly needs to be hardened. After a couple of seconds, the blacksmith finally decided to try to lift the barbell, and during the exercise, Jin Yang told the blacksmith that during this exercise, he should use both the upper and lower parts of the body. Jin Yang's wife was very surprised by her husband's new transformation, since she believed that her husband was quite slender before, and now his body seemed to shine with strength. Meanwhile, Jinyang's wife's servants felt that Jinyang could now be compared to General Wanbong. Jinyan is flattered to be compared to General Wanbong, and for a moment he even forgot that he had to ensure the blacksmith. Then Jinyan began to tell his wife and her servants about how brave and courageous Wanbong was in his youth, and how in adulthood Wanbong became one of the best generals in the entire history of Joseon. While Jinyang continued to talk about General Wanbong, the blacksmith could no longer hold the heavy barbell normally. At one point, everyone heard a very loud sound coming from the direction of the door. Later, everyone realized that someone started knocking very hard on the entrance gate. Then Jinyang headed towards the gate with thoughts of who dared to knock on the gate so unceremoniously. Jinyang did not have time to approach the gate, and people in dark outfits had already begun to approach from there. Among the uninvited guests was also Captain Li Qi, who was Jinyang's longtime rival. Then Jinyang's wife began to express indignation that these people had broken into Prince Jinyang's domain, and such bravery greatly frightened Jinyang's wife's servants. One of the men in dark clothes extended his hand towards Jinyang's wife and told her that he knew where he ended up and that he really wanted the woman to shut up right now. At the same moment, Jinyang ran up to the stranger and pushed him hard away from his wife. The man fell to the ground and was surprised that Jinyang was able to push him so easily and knock him down. Jinyang asked the man how he dared to talk to his wife like that. The other men in dark clothes were greatly outraged by Jinyang's behavior, and then they prepared their swords in case Jinyang tried to attack them. Then Captain Li Qi came out from behind his subordinates and reminded Jinyang how they met at last year's hunting competition. Jinyang recognized Captain Li Qi, and he told him that if he dared to harm his people, he would attack Captain Li Qi without warning, after which he asked him why he came here. Then one of Li Qi's men got very angry at Jinyang for talking to his captain like that, and then Li Qi told Jinyang that what he was holding was made of 24 swords. Later, Li Qi looked at the rest of Jinyang's rods, and then he asked Jinyang why he suddenly needed all these rods. Also, Li Qi's people showed Jinyang the man with whom he went hunting last year, and now this man was in very serious condition. Then Li Qi believed that Jinyang was planning to organize a rebellion against his own family with the help of ordinary residents, in order to later become the rightful ruler of Joseon. Then Jinyang told Li Qi that these were just his personal speculations, and then he said that Li Qi was neglecting his authority since he brought his soldiers to his house. However, Li Qi told Jinyang that he did not need any proof, as he was fully confident that Jinyang was planning to organize a rebellion with the help of ordinary people. Li Qi also told Jinyang that he and his people always act this way and always reach the truth. Then Jinyang asked Li Qi what would happen if it turned out that he was wrong in his arguments. But Li Qi completely ruled out such an option, and he was confident that he was right. Li Qi also told Jinyang that until he told the truth, he would torture the people from the villages to which he provided supplies. Jinyang then felt that even if he told Li Qi the whole truth, he would still not calm down and would continue to try to show his worst side. Jinyang also thought that after he ended up in this body and in this era, he did not do anything wrong, and he could not know what bad things he could have done before. At that moment, Li Hyang came out of the house to try to understand what was happening here. Jinyang looked at his older brother and was somewhat surprised that Li Hyang looked a little healthier than usual. Li Hyang told Jinyang that he personally came here because some bad rumors had started circulating about him. Li Hyang was getting closer and closer to Jinyang. And then Li Qi asked Li Hyang to be careful, since no one knows what a madman like Jinyang can do to him. Then Li Hyang asked Li Qi to watch his speech when he called Jinyang a madman. Li Hyang also told Li Qi that Jinyang was still his own younger brother, and he would like to give him the opportunity to explain the reasons for his actions. Li Hyang also told Li Qi that even though they were brothers, it would not be easy for them to clear their names from such shameful rumors. Then Li Hyang said that if Li Qi did not provide him with strong arguments in favor of his personal guesses, then he would make him greatly regret his words. Jinyang then told Li Hyang and Li Qi that he would need some help in order to explain his motives. Then Jinyang asked the blacksmith to bring him the book he was writing, after which the blacksmith left for a while. A couple of minutes later, the blacksmith returned with the book that Jinyang was writing, and he told everyone that he was writing a book in which he described the teachings of a healthy lifestyle. After this, Jinyang handed over his book to Li Hyang, who became interested in what was so important described in this book. As soon as Li Hyang opened Jinyang's book, he read that a person should express respect for his parents by caring for the body that was given to him by his parents. However, Li Hyang still could not understand how taking care of his body was connected with all the things that Jinyang needed. Then Jin Yang leaned in front of Li Xiang and whispered to him that he couldn't say this in front of everyone, and he wanted to tell him everything in private. Then Jin Yang reminded Li Xiang of the grave condition their father was in now. Li Xiang told Jin Yang that presbyopia had struck his father before, and he would like to hear from Jin Yang his knowledge of medicine since he was so worried about their father's condition. Jin Yang then told Li Xiang that their father had recently been dripping a lot of sweat despite the cool weather, and he believed that their father was having bouts of fever. Jin Yang also said that he had some suspicions that their father was showing signs of diabetes, which somewhat surprised Li Haiyang himself. Jin Yang believed that Sejong's diabetes developed due to excess yang energy, which was provoked by Sejong's excessive nutrition. Jin Yang believed that due to Sejong not engaging in any physical activity, excess yang energy was accumulating in his body, which could directly affect his vision. Then Li Xiang asked Jin Yang why he suddenly began supplying food to the children of ordinary residents of Chosnoa. Jin Yang said that in this way he learned that for simple weight gain it is enough to eat a few spoonfuls of rice and eggs, and his book contains all the reports on nutrition and exercise. Ultimately, Jin Yang wanted to write this book to convince Sejong of what he wrote and persuade him to take up physical activity. Li Xiang then told Li Qi to recall his soldiers, and Li Xiang said that Jin Yang had absolutely no bad intentions. However, Li Qi refused to withdraw his troops, and he said that he and his men were monitoring the behavior of the citizens of Joseon, and that the king would not like the fact that someone dared to challenge the rights of his soldiers. Li Qi also pointed to his soldiers and said that among them were the most competent inspectors of various ranks, among whom there was even one young official who had only recently joined the ranks of his inspectors. Then Li Qi said that he could not leave here until he knew all of Jin Yang's true intentions. After that, Li Qi took out his fan, extended it towards Jin Yang, and said that if they want to drive them away, then let them start with him. Li Qi also told Li Haiyang that he should not cover up someone's intentions just because of his relationship with that person. Li Qi also demanded from Li Haiyang that he be firm and show the whole world the greatness of the laws of his country. Jin Yang looked at Li Qi and thought that he became the chief inspector for a reason, and he believed that if some measures were not taken, then this problem would not only affect him and Li Xiang. Then Li Xiang told Jin Yang that he would no longer be able to tell Li Qi, and he asked Jin Yang to explain on his own why he bought all these iron devices. Then Jin Yang told Li Xiang that he was ready to personally show the purpose of all these iron products with the help of his strength. Then Jin Yang once again told Li Xiang that due to excess yang energy, Sejong's vision had deteriorated. But Jin Yang was confident that if Sejong began to harden his body, he would be able to cope with his illness. Jin Yang also told Li Xiang that Sejong showed virtually no physical activity, and he hoped that over time he would be able to interest Sejong to take up physical training. Jin Yang also hoped that he would be able to convince his father to harden his body if Jin Yang showed strength comparable to that of Xiang Yu, the general of the Jin Empire. Then Jin Yang believed that if he could not convince Li Qi and his soldiers of the correctness of his intentions, then he certainly would not be able to convince his father. After this, Li Xiang told Li Qi and his soldiers that Jin Yang was developing methods for healing the human body, and all his iron devices were needed for training the human body. However, Li Qi still could not believe that all these iron objects, each of which weighed more than the heaviest cauldron, were intended for training. Then Li Xiang believed that it was because of all these iron devices that Li Qi came here with his inspection. Then Li Xiang invited Li Qi to show Jin Yang's strength in order to show them the true purpose of all these iron devices in practice and clear Jin Yang's good name. Then one volunteer came out from the crowd of soldiers and wanted to compete with Jin Yang in strength. The volunteer told Jin Yang that if he lost to him in strength, it would become obvious to everyone that he was lying to everyone. After a couple of minutes, Jin Yang and the volunteer prepared to perform bench presses with the same barbell weight to see which of them would be stronger. Before starting to perform the bench press, Jin Yang explained to the volunteer that this exercise is good for strengthening the arm muscles from the elbow to the hand, chest, and shoulders. However, the volunteer did not take Jin Yang's catch, and he believed that everything depended on the strength of the person. Then Jin Yang began to perform the bench press and believed that the volunteer was simply afraid that he would be able to defeat the volunteer. Such words made the volunteer even more angry, which only motivated him more to defeat Jin Yang. It was very difficult for the volunteer to hold the barbell, but he could not give up so easily, since now the honor of the chief inspector was at stake. Then the volunteer put in even more effort to be able to lift such a heavy barbell. After a few seconds, the volunteer still managed to lift the barbell for the first time. After this, one of the soldiers who was ensuring the volunteer wanted to see how Jin Yang lifted the same barbell. At this moment, Jin Yang put a little more effort into lifting the same barbell. The volunteer looked at Jin Yang and grinned at the fact that at first Jin Yang pretended to be so strong, but now he couldn't lift the barbell. However, by that time, Jin Yang had already performed the bench press 8 times, and now he is finishing lifting the barbell for the 9th time. Everyone was shocked that Jin Yang managed to perform so many bench presses in such a short time, and Li Qi was the most surprised. After this, the competition ended, and everyone was completely convinced that Jin Yang actually used his iron equipment specifically for training. At this moment, the volunteer felt very ashamed that he could lose so easily in trying to defend the honor of the chief inspector. Then Jin Yang told the volunteer that nutrition and the amount of training depend on the goal. The volunteer was also very surprised when Jin Yang said that thanks to his diet and training system, he was able to lift weight up to 175 kilograms. The volunteer could not believe what he heard, and he believed that the victory over him simply turned Jin Yang's head, after which he left with Li Qi and the rest of the soldiers. Li Qi and his soldiers headed towards the exit, and Li Qi told Jin Yang that this time they would let them go, but he was still under suspicion. Li Qi also told Jin Yang that he would continue to do his duty, and Jin Yang thought that Li Qi was hinting that he would continue to watch over him. Then Jin Yang told Li Qi that in that case he would also watch him and his soldiers. After that, Li Qi finally left, and Jin Yang was glad that this time they managed to avoid a serious conflict. From then on, Li Xiang began to help Jin Yang complete his book, and then Jin Yang felt that along with one problem, he also received a good opportunity. Jin Yang also believed that if everything had gone differently, he would have found himself in a more hopeless situation. After Li Qi left, Jin Yang apologized to his wife and told her that he would now be more careful and discuss all his future plans with her. Jin Yang wanted to say something else to his wife, but suddenly his legs began to give way, causing him to almost fall. However, Jin Yang's wife managed to catch her falling husband and prevent him from falling to the ground. At this moment, everyone, including Jin Yang's wife herself, felt that Mr. Jin Yang was behaving somewhat indecently. After a couple of seconds, Jin Yang was able to get back on his feet, and his wife told him that if he wanted to do this with her, then they should retire to their chambers, after which Jin Yang retired to his wife. That same evening, volunteer Li Qi began to apologize to his captain for failing to defend his honor. Li Qi said that they should not worry about what had already happened, and he told his soldiers that he was able to gain some benefit from what had happened. Li Qi said that among all the metal products of Jin Yang, he was able to notice one interesting thing, which was very similar to a metal tubular weapon. Then Li Qi felt that Jin Yang needed this item for a reason, and Li Qi thought that Jin Yang was going to improve the existing firearms. At last year's hunting competition, Li Qi saw how Jin Yang, without any pity, dealt with one of the prey, like a ferocious and bloodthirsty beast. Li Qi could not believe that the Jin Yang whom he saw then was now busy with issues of improving the health of the human body. That day, Li Qi promised himself that he would personally monitor him in order to later reveal all his true plans. 3 months have passed since then, and one day something happened that Jin Yang could not have expected. That day, Jin Yang was training as usual, and at one point his wife approached him with the news that she was pregnant. Jin Yang couldn't believe what his wife had just told him, and he thought that they had conceived a child that day when they secluded themselves after Li Qi and his soldiers left. At this moment, Jin Yang remembered a moment in his past life when he once again went to a bar with his friend, who told him that he could not go to the gym because he had a 3-year-old son. Then Yang Jik told his friend that playing sports could greatly change his life for the better, giving him a powerful surge of strength and vigor after each workout. Then Yang Jik's friend asked him if he should listen to advice from a man who had never married in more than 30 years of his life. Then Yang Jik jokingly told his friend that he had 2 spouses, which were his barbell and dumbbell. Back then, Jin Yang couldn't believe that one day he would actually become a father. Then Jin Yang picked up his wife and couldn't help but be happy that he would actually become a father. Jin Yang was so happy about this news that he wanted to convey such good news to Sejong as soon as possible. Jin Yang's wife was glad that the news of her pregnancy made her husband so happy. First of all, Jin Yang decided to do some simple exercises with his wife so that he could get a rough idea of how childbirth might go. At first, Jin Yang decided to do some simple stretching with his wife to see if his wife would experience fatigue during childbirth. But this was not enough. Jin Yang remembered that in this era, childbirth could lead to death due to some complications, and then Jin Yang felt that he needed to create a disinfectant in time to reduce the risks of childbirth. Within a few days, Jin Yang was able to create soju kori, a special container used to store soju, a traditional ancient Korean alcoholic drink. After this, Jin Yang called a local doctor to see him, to whom he wanted to show his invention. Jin Yang showed the doctor that he first pours alcohol into a container, which passes through a special narrow tube that cools the contents in the container. After this, Jin Yang ordered to bring him all the soju that was in the house in order to test the operation of his device in practice. After a while, Jin Yang was able to extract the alcohol he needed from soju, and he wanted to test the purity of the alcohol. In order to check the purity of the alcohol, Jin Yang took out another container, which was 80% filled with water. The specific gravity of pure alcohol must be 0.8%, and Jin Yang could not allow the container with alcohol to be lighter or heavier than the container with water. After several attempts, Jin Yang finally managed to reach a certain level of alcohol purity, which could mean that he could make a disinfectant. A lot of time has passed since Young Jik found himself in the Joseon era, and Young Jik was never able to return back to his time. Every day, Young Jik wondered what happened during the time he was here. However, a few months later, Jin Yang's child was born, and from that day on, he became fully immersed in life in Joseon. The first thing Jin Yang decided to do was tell his father the good news that he finally had a child. Upon arrival, Sejong said that Jin Yang had changed a lot in recent months, and that his invention of soap and disinfectant had greatly changed the life of Joseon. Jin Yang told his father that his father's mercy was limitless, but he still had some way to go. However, Sejong told Jin Yang that he should not be modest, and Sejong told Jin Yang that he would give him 200 neon of silver as compensation for his expenses for creating the soap. Sejong also told Jin Yang that the birth of his son was the blessing of the entire royal family. And Sejong remembered that thanks to Jin Yang's remedy, his wife returned to normal within a week after giving birth. Then Sejong said that from this day forward, Jin Yang's disinfectant should be used in the treatment of newborn children and their mothers after difficult births. At this moment, Sejong looked at Jin Yang and thought that Jin Yang used to be a simple youth, but now he has matured and is benefiting both families and the entire Joseon. Suddenly, Sejong's health deteriorated greatly, making it suddenly difficult for him to breathe. Within seconds, Sejong fell from his throne, and his subjects immediately called doctors to try to bring King Sejong back to his senses as quickly as possible. That same evening, Li Hyang told Jin Yang that their father's condition had worsened. But this time, Sejong was still able to come to his senses, but he was still worried about his condition. Li Hyang also told Jin Yang that Sejong was now constantly thirsty, and his eyesight had deteriorated so much that he now had to hold a book right in front of his eyes to read something. Li Hyang also said that doctors are now giving Sejong a special healing decoction, but it does not have any effect. Then Jin Yang asked Li Hyang if his father had told him that he could see flying insects or a whitish fog. In a past life, Young Jik had a grandfather who suffered from diabetes and who had similar symptoms to Sejong, sometimes complaining about seeing insects or cloudy fog. However, Li Hyang told Jin Yang that Sejong did not complain of such symptoms, and he only said that he had difficulty seeing things in the distance. Then Jin Yang told Li Hyang that in this case the situation was not critical, and he believed that now Sejong was simply experiencing a slight malaise, which was caused by ordinary overwork. Then Jin Yang believed that if King Sejong's condition continued to deteriorate, then within a year he would completely lose his sight. Jin Yang also remembered that September would soon come, and his mother's birthday would be celebrated in September, and he thought that this would be an extremely good opportunity to influence his father. Li Hyang believed that Jin Yang was planning to do something grand at the royal feast. Jin Yang told Li Hyang that his book only described 3 exercises using heavy weights. Among these 3 exercises, Jin Yang described the squat, bench press, and deadlift in his book. During a deadlift, Jin Yang should try to lift a barbell with a very heavy weight to waist level. Then Jin Yang calculated that by his mother's birthday he should reach 400 kilograms in these exercises. Li Hyang was shocked that Jin Yang seriously decided to lift 400 kilograms of weight at his mother's birthday. Li Hyang then told Jin Yang how he had recently asked one of Joseon's most experienced soldiers to lift 600 kilograms. However, a barbell with such weight turned out to be too heavy for the soldier, and he was unable to lift the barbell. Jin Yang said that at the moment he is not able to lift 900 kilograms of weight, and to lift 400 kilograms, he needs to try hard. However, Jin Yang believed that he should put in all his efforts to become strong enough to lift 400 kilograms of weight and for the sake of his father. Li Hyang then told Jin Yang that he would help him too, and he said that his book described too many things that would be difficult for an ordinary person to understand, and he would try to make his book more understandable. Li Xiang also told Jing Tian that he would try to improve his younger brother in his studies. Jin Yang was afraid that in addition to writing the book, he also had to improve his teaching. Li Xiang reminded Jin Yang that he himself had written about honoring his parents, and Li Xiang said that his book should contain at least 13 sutras, the Confucian precepts of the Ming dynasty. Jin Yang felt that it would be extremely difficult for him to raise the level of his teachings, since the only scriptures he had once read were the 5 classics. However, Jin Yang believed that all this should help his father understand even more the importance of a healthy lifestyle. Jin Yang then told Li Xiang that from that day on, he would not only try to lift 400 kilograms, but also raise the level of his teachings. Then Li Xiang said that he would definitely ensure that their father became interested in Jin Yang's book and understood it. After this, Jin Yang and his brother Li Xiang immediately drank and ate in the name of their father's health. The next day, Jin Yang began to think about how he should prepare to lift 400 kilograms for his mother's birthday. Jin Yang also thought that if he himself did not try to lose all his excess weight, then he would definitely not be able to convince his father to think about leading a healthy lifestyle. Then, before starting his attempts to lift 400 kilograms, Jin Yang decided to first get rid of 8 kilograms of his excess weight. Then Jin Yang believed that in the conditions of this era of smama, an effective way to lose excess weight is to climb a mountain. Jin Yang began to climb the mountain with Li Xiang, who hoped with all his heart that Jin Yang would actually be able to lift 400 kilograms on his mother's birthday. Soon, the Jin Yang finished their climb up the mountain, and he immediately began to raise his level of teachings. Jin Yang began to read a book with various teachings, and he did not understand how he would be able to learn everything that was described in this book. Then Jin Yang remembered Li Xiang's words that he managed to learn all these teachings in 2 weeks. He believed that with such talent, Jin Yang could learn these teachings in a week. In order to lose weight, Jin Yang also changed his diet, replacing it with cabbage, cucumbers, red tofu, and oatmeal. Jin Yang's wife was surprised that her husband would actually eat this and modest foods for a long time. Then Jin Yang told his wife that at his mother's birthday, he was going to show all his respect to her and to his father. Jin Yang also said that if he had less fat in his body, he would be able to achieve this goal even faster. After a couple of seconds, Jin Yang started eating and said that he had everything he needed to achieve his goal. Jin Yang's wife apologized to her husband because she again failed to understand all of his plans. At one point, Jin Yang paused before eating when his wife told him that she had decided to add a little salt to his tofu so that it wouldn't taste too bland. Soon, Jin Yang's wife called the servants over and ordered them to remove all the food from Jin Yang's table and prepare all his food again. Also, Jin Yang's wife ordered the servants to carefully check her husband's food from that day on, so that all of Jin Yang's food would always be fresh. For a long time, Jin Yang continued to train hard, lifting more and more weight every day. Jin Yang also continued to try to lose weight by climbing mountains with Li Xiang, and every day they climbed higher and higher. In between training sessions, Jin Yang also did not forget to increase his level of teachings, memorizing more and more wisdom each time. At one point, Jin Yang and his brother were able to climb to the very top of the mountain that they climbed together every day. Jin Yang looked down at Joseon and thought only that the time he had spent on all this had passed too quickly. Soon, the birthday of Sejong's wife arrived, to which a lot of guests came. There were a lot of people at the birthday party who entertained Sejong and his wife in every possible way. Sejong's wife was very pleased with how people could ride horses in such an unusual way. Sejong himself pretended to like everything, but in reality, he could not properly see everything that was happening around him. Jin Yang was scheduled to speak last, and he asked Li Xiang if he had discussed his performance with anyone else. Li Xiang told Jin Yang to the crown princess that Jin Yang plans to lift 300 kilograms, which only made the crown princess angry and didn't believe what was said. Then Li Xiang asked Jin Yang to be sure to carry out his plans, and in this case, their mother might also be interested in teaching a healthy lifestyle. Li Xiang also told Jin Yang that he was counting on him very much, after which Jin Yang went to show the public the capabilities of his body. Soon it was Jin Yang's turn to wish his mother a happy birthday. Jin Yang bowed his knee in front of his mother and began to congratulate her on her birthday from the bottom of his heart. Jin Yang also told his mother that he owes her everything he had before, what he has now, and what he will have in the future. Meanwhile, several subjects tried to hold iron plates in their hands, which they would then have to place on a barbell. Jin Yan also told his parents that he would like to demonstrate to them his teachings on a healthy lifestyle, which describe methods for healing and improving the body. Sejong noticed that there was a lot of iron behind Jinyang, and he asked Jinyang what he was going to do with all these iron things. Jinyang told his father that all this was just a small performance that he would like to repay his parents with. After that, Jinyan took off the canvas and told his parents that today he would like to demonstrate to them the capabilities of his body, which they gave him at birth. At this moment, the entire royal guard was shocked by how strong Jinyang seemed. At this moment, Jinyang's servants had already managed to place the required number of iron plates on the barbell. The first thing Jinyang planned to do was bench press, but no one understood what Jinyang wanted to do. At this moment, Jinyang was being observed by Li Qi and his undercover soldiers, and they noticed that the barbell had become several times larger and heavier since their last meeting. Meanwhile, Jinyang had time to prepare to perform a bench press, after which he removed the heavy barbell from the support racks. After a few seconds, Jinyang was able to lift such a heavy barbell almost effortlessly. Everyone who looked at Jinyang was shocked that Jinyang could actually lift such a heavy barbell. After the exercise, Jinyang put the barbell back on the support stands, after which he turned to his parents. Jinyang told his parents that they were now watching the bench press, one of the most important exercises in his book, which allows you to pump and strengthen the muscles of the chest, shoulders, and arms. However, Jinyang's mother told her son that she did not fully understand what she had just seen. After that, Jinyang was asked how much all this iron weighed, and Jinyang said that in total all this iron weighs 280 kilograms. Sejong and his wife were shocked that Jinyang was actually able to lift so much weight. Soon, several more people came to the bar with iron plates for Jinyang's next exercise. After a couple of seconds, Jinyang's servant placed another couple of weights on Jinyang's barbell, which made the barbell begin to weigh even more. Jinyang's next exercise was the barbell squat, during which he must use the strength of his legs to successfully complete the exercise. Jinyang also said that this exercise perfectly pumps and strengthens the muscles of the legs and lower back. Jinyang's mother was afraid that Jinyang was planning to do this exercise with even more weight, and she asked her son to stop. However, Jinyang had already managed to pick up the barbell, and he said that this barbell now weighs 340 kilograms. After that, Jinyang slowly began to squat, which this time turned out to be somewhat harder than the previous exercise. Soon, Jinyang squatted down completely, and all he could do was stand up again with the heavy barbell on his shoulders. After a couple of seconds, Jinyang began to rise up again with a heavy load. As a result, Jinyang was able to perform such a difficult squat again with even heavier weight. Sejong and his wife were shocked that Jinyang also managed to lift such a heavy barbell. After this, Sejong called one of his servants to him and asked him how this was even possible. Then Sejong's servant suggested that it was all thanks to the book Jinyang was writing. At this point, Jinyang said that he would now show the most difficult exercise that is described in his book, namely the deadlift. Jinyang said that during this exercise he would use his heaviest weights, while Jinyang's servants tried to carry the heaviest iron plates to the barbell. Before Jinyang started demonstrating the deadlift, Li Hyang told his father that he was a little worried that Jinyang might hurt his back during this exercise. Then Li Hyang picked up a special belt for deadlifts and said that in this exercise it is necessary to use additional means of protecting the back from sudden injuries. After that, Li Hyang walked over to Jinyang and pulled a special deadlift belt on him. Before doing the deadlift, Jinyang said that the barbell now weighs 400 kilograms. Jinyang also thanked his parents again for giving him such a capable body, and he said that he would continue to take care of it and improve it. At this point, one of Li Qi's soldiers told his captain that given Jinyang's standard training, his statements should indicate Jinyang's lack of sanity. Meanwhile, Jinyang believed that if he had not been on a diet, then managing such weight would have been somewhat easier. Jinyang also believed that even with a belt, it would be extremely difficult for him to cope with such weight. Then Jinyang leaned towards the barbell, grabbed it as tightly as possible, and prepared to demonstrate his deadlift. A second later, Jinyang concentrated all his strength on the barbell, tensing all his muscles. Jinyang tried with all his might to lift the heavy barbell off the ground, but in the first seconds, Jinyang was unable to lift the barbell steadily. After a couple of seconds, Jinyang still managed to put in more effort and lift the extremely heavy barbell off the ground. Captain Li Qi and his soldiers could not believe that a person was even capable of something so heavy. Even though Jinyang managed to lift the barbell, his arms were under so much tension that they immediately began to bleed. But despite all this monstrous load, Jinyang was able to hold the barbell in his hands. At one point, Sejong's wife was so shocked by what her son was able to do that she briefly lost consciousness. After a few minutes, Jinyang placed the barbell on the ground. causing the brick road under the barbell to begin to crumble a little. All the spectators were still in shock that Jinyang was able to pump up his body so much that he was able to withstand such a huge load on the body. After Jinyang showed everyone his exercises, Sejong's wife suddenly stood up from her seat. At first, Jinyang didn't understand what his mother wanted to do, and then she simply walked towards Jinyang silently. After Jinyang's mother approached her son, she grabbed his hand to see what had happened to them during his entire training. Jinyang's mother was deeply touched that her son had gone to such great lengths to show her and Sejong his respect for them. At one point, Jinyang's mother could not hold back her tears, after which she immediately began to cry. Following Sejong's wife, the girls who served Sejong's wife immediately began to cry, since they had never seen such sincere emotions of Sejong's wife before. At this moment, one of the spectators said that before, he had only heard that people who study martial arts also become as big as Jinyang's abdominal muscles. Sejong then told Jinyang that he was truly amazed at how his son was able to strengthen his body so much. Sejong also asked Jinyang what inspired him to write his book on improving the health of the human body and continue to further develop this idea. Jinyang said that his parents had given him an extremely amazing body, and so he decided that he should now take good care of his body and continue to develop it. Sejong then asked Jinyang if lifting 1,000 pounds was necessarily the norm, since he was worried that not everyone could lift something that heavy. However, Jinyang said that he first started training just to get rid of excess weight, and as he did these exercises, his strength began to increase naturally. Jinyang also said that thanks to the training, his movements became smoother, and his constant fatigue almost completely disappeared. After that, Sejong told Jinyang that he would look at the book that Jinyang wrote with his brother. Sejong also told Jinyang that he would definitely discuss his book with him after he fully read his book. At this moment, Jinyang was happy that he finally managed to entice his father into the topic of a healthy lifestyle. Sejong also said that he was somewhat dissatisfied with Jinyang's current name and said that he would now have a new official name. From that day on, Jinyang now had a new official name, Grand Prince Su Yang, in which Su meant head. Towards evening, Li Hyang handed the book to his younger brother Jaejong, who at first thought that Su Yang's book was somewhat extraordinary. Sejong also asked Li Hyang where Su Yang had such knowledge about methods of healing the human body that he was able to write his own book about it. However, Li Hyang told Sejong that he himself was surprised at how detailed and intelligibly Su Yang was able to describe all the training methods in his younger brother's book. Li Hyang also told Sejong that in his book, Su Yang had thought of using something that he called a table, which had not previously been found in any book in all of Joseon, which interested Sejong very much. Sejong started reading Su Yang's book, and it covered all the research on eating habits, exercise, and other healthy lifestyle factors. The book said that if you cook 6 kilograms of rice, it will be enough to feed one adult for 10 days, while children will be fed for 20 days. However, the book described that excessive overeating can lead to several complications in the body, such as excess weight and decreased muscle mass. The book also stated that if you add 1 spoon of sesame oil to a child's daily diet, his body will always be full of strength and energy. However, with such a diet, the child will gain 300 grams of fat per month, after which Sejong looked at his plump body and thought about something. The next day, Li Hyang came to Su Yang, and Su Yang asked his elder brother what his father said about his book. Li Hyang told Su Yang with a smile on his face that his father wanted to learn Su Yang's teachings, which made Su Yang very happy. The joyful Su Yang told Li Hyang that he had already prepared all the supplies necessary for Sejong for his first training. Happy Su Yang wanted to start training with Sejong as soon as possible since he was first going to teach him how to hold the correct position while doing the exercises. However, Li Hyang told Su Yang that Sejong was somewhat busy right now and that he would like to discuss things a little later, which surprised Su Yang a little. In fact, Sejong simply walked around the territory of the royal estate, regularly asking the servants to bring him jochun, a Korean toffee diluted in water. Then Su Yang decided that if Sejong was not going to come to the training on his own, then Su Yang himself would come to him with all the necessary items and his book. After that, Su Yang grabbed several rods and ran to the royal estate, and then Li Hyang also wanted to go with his brother. After a while, the royal guards noticed Su Yang just kneeling in the middle of the royal court, and they told him that he shouldn't behave like that. However, Su Yang said that he was not going to leave so easily, and he told the guards that they could try to drive him away on their own. The guards then tried to lift Su Yang and take him away, but they were unable to lift Su Yang. Sejong soon arrived at the scene and demanded an explanation of what was happening here. Sejong also began to threaten the guards and Su Yang that if something like this happened, he would personally rip the skin off their faces. However, Su Yang approached Sejong and told him that they needed to discuss something together. Sejong thought that Su Yang wanted to talk to him about his book, and he told Su Yang that he had read it and that he wanted to try the exercises a little later. First, Su Yang thanked his father for his generosity, after which he said that they should start studying from today and continue studying further. Su Yang insisted that Sejong start studying with him now, but Sejong himself firmly insisted that he was busy now and that he would like to start studying later. Sejong also began to suspect that Su Yang wrote this book solely because he knew about Sejong's illness. Su Yang said that all of Sejong's symptoms had already become extremely noticeable, and he believed that Sejong should recover from it as soon as possible through exercise. Sejong then asked his royal physician what symptoms Su Yang was talking about, and the doctor said that Su Yang was most likely talking about King Sejong's constant thirst and excessive sweating. Then Su Yang believed that Sejong consulted a doctor precisely after his book, since it was after reading it that he began to worry about his health, but he still rejected physical exercise. Then Su Yang decided to scare Sejong a little and said that he suspected Sejong of diabetes, and he decided to bring his body to the state of a person who suffers from this serious illness. Then Sejong was very surprised by what Su Yang had just told him about diabetes. Su Yang told his father his idea so seriously that even Li Hyang for a moment believed Su Yang's words that he had conducted such experiments on himself. Diabetes is a serious disease that occurs due to excessive overeating, and high-calorie foods such as sweets or baked goods only contribute to the development of this disease. Su Yang drew attention to the fact that Sejong drinks chocheon too often, which is most likely the main cause of diabetes and its further development. The main causes of diabetes are continuous thirst and excessive fatigue, which can cause a person to suddenly fall asleep. Su Yang then told Sejong that he was showing all the primary signs of diabetes. In fact, Su Yang lied to Sejong a little about how he was trying to get diabetes through training, and at that moment even Li Hyang believed his words. Sejong then asked Su Yang how long it would take to completely get rid of diabetes and its symptoms. Su Yang told Sejong that it would take 6 months of hard training to get rid of diabetes. Then Sejong said that he would try to do physical exercises, and if there was no change in 6 months, then he would punish Su Yang for deceiving the king. Su Yang agreed to Sejong's terms, after which they went to train together. First of all, Su Yang decided to give Sejong a little warm-up in the form of horse riding. While riding a horse, Sejong found it very difficult to sit with his back straight. Sometimes Sejong began to slouch, and Su Yang constantly reminded him to keep his back straight. Sejong could not look at such a stern expression on Su Yang's face, because if Sejong leaned over even a little, then Su Yang would immediately show his dissatisfied face and point out to Sejong his mistakes. During this training, Sejong only dreamed of finishing this exercise as quickly as possible. An hour after starting the exercise, Su Yang told Sejong that he could finish this exercise, which made Sejong very happy. However, Su Yang told Sejong that this exercise was just a small warm-up before the main exercises, which made Sejong very upset. After horse riding, Su Yang told Sejong to do barbell squats. It seemed to Sejong that this exercise was even more difficult than riding a horse, which made Su Yang look at his father more and more sternly, pointing out his mistakes when performing the exercise. During the barbell squat, Su Yang gave Sejong tips on how to properly perform the exercise, such as the required number of repetitions, leg and back position. After a few exercises, it was time for lunch. Sejong was incredibly happy that he would finally be able to eat and regain his strength. For lunch, Sejong was brought rice, oatmeal, tofu, and other foods that Su Yang ate during his training. Sejong was very disappointed with his lunch today, as he was already used to eating various delicious dishes every day. The first thing Sejong decided to try was rice, but it seemed to him that the taste of rice was more like horse feed. Then Sejong decided to stop eating what they brought him, after which he called his cook to him. Soon, Sejong's personal chef arrived, and Sejong then began to express his dissatisfaction with him about his food today. Then Sejong demanded that they bring him what they usually cook for him and throw what was now on the table to the horses. Meanwhile, Su Yang watched his father from the side and listened as Sejong began to complain about his food today. After a couple of seconds, Su Yang looked at Sejong again with his intimidating gaze and asked him why he refused to eat the food that was just brought to him. Sejong was frightened by his son's sudden appearance in the room, and Su Yang explained to his father that he himself asked the cook to prepare such food. Su Yang also said that in order to control the sugar in the body, he also asked the cook and the rest of the servants to no longer pour jocheon for Sejong, so that it would be easier for Sejong to lose weight. However, Sejong was still dissatisfied with his food, as he thought that these dishes tasted very bad. Then Soo-young himself reminded Sejong that he himself had promised to follow his instructions for 6 months. Soo-young also recalled one of the Confucian teachings, which said that for a noble man, any promise he makes should be even more valuable than life. Then Soo-young showed Sejong all his dissatisfaction with the fact that his father could not follow such a simple thing as a proper diet. Then Sejong calmed down a little and continued to leisurely eat his lunch, while thinking about how Soo-young could be so stubborn and expedient. After one of his regular workouts, Sejong went to his bedroom to do some work. However, Sejong was so tired after another training session that his hand was constantly shaking from tension, which made him unable to write on paper normally. Due to the constant tension in his hands, Sejong had already ruined several sheets of paper, but he still tried to write normally. That evening, Sejong thought only that after 2 weeks of hard training, he had not achieved any result. At this moment, Sejong suddenly became hungry, and he ordered his servant to bring him his night meal. However, at this moment, instead of the servant, Soo-young arrived to Sejong, who again looked at Sejong with his creepy and cold gaze. Sejong was very frightened by such a sudden appearance of his son, which is why Sejong thought that now he would simply die of fear. Soo-young then apologized to his father and told him that he just wanted to check on him and make sure he was okay. A few seconds later, Soo-young left Sejong's bedroom, who at that moment thought that now this cold gaze of Soo-young would appear in his nightmares. Soon Sejong decided to go to bed, and he began to somewhat regret that he agreed to these trainings, since because of them he could not normally carry out his government duties. Seo-jong soon fell asleep, and the guards who stood at the entrance to Sejong's room were very surprised that for the first time in a long time, Seo-jong stopped snoring in his sleep. At this moment, Sejong had a dream in which he still managed to strengthen his body in the same way as Soo-young once did. It's been a month since Sejong started following a healthy lifestyle. One day, Soo-young decided to contact Jang Yong-sil, who was an inventor at the royal estate. When Soo-young arrived at Chan Young's place, he saw that Chan Young was sleeping right at his workplace. Soo-young was also somewhat frightened by the unusual wooden doll that stood on Chan Young's desk. After a couple of seconds, Soo-young noticed that Chan Young began to become delirious in his sleep. However, after a second, Chan Young raised his head, looked at his head, and continued to rave. Soo-young felt that Chan Young had some mental problems if he was talking to a doll, which made him feel a little awkward watching Chan Young. Meanwhile, Chan Young was still delusional, and his behavior became more and more creepy with each passing second. At one point, Soo-young finally decided to try to talk to Chan Young, who did not expect that there was someone else in the room with him. Then Chan Young apologized to Soo-young for his unpleasant appearance and politely asked Soo-young about what issue Soo-young came to him. From his past life, Soo-young remembered that Chan Young was a true genius of his time, who made invaluable contributions to the life and development of Joseon. At one point, Soo-young felt that the Chan Young he was looking at right now was very different from the Chan Young he had read about in his previous life. Soo-young didn't decide to ignore Chan Young's mental state, and then he told Chan Young that he would like to ask him to make one device for him. Soo-young also handed Chan Young his drawing and said that the emperor himself wanted Chan Young to create this device. However, Soo-young said something wrong, which instantly caused Chan Young to become extremely hysterical. Soo-young didn't understand what he did wrong, while Chan Young continued to scream. Soo-young then asked Chan Young if he knew about his book on living a healthy lifestyle, and then Chan Young said that there are literally no people left in Joseon who don't know about his book. Chan Young also said that he saw with his own eyes how Soo-young lifts a monstrously heavy barbell. Then Soo-young believed that Chan Young was probably aware that Sejong had begun to independently study health promotion techniques. But due to the upcoming cold weather, the king would not be able to train outside. Then Soo-young showed Chan Young his drawing and said that he would like Chan Young to assemble special stilts for Sejong that would simulate a real run. Chan Young said that he had never worked with such structures before, and he told Soo-young that it could take up to several years to create such a device. At this point, Soo-young realized that it would be difficult for Chan Young to design a device similar to a modern treadmill. Soo-young then told Chan Young that when he began to strengthen his body, he also experienced a lot of difficulties and torment. Soo-young also said that every time he tries to imagine Sejong going through the same torment, his heart becomes heavy, and then he said that they should not count on this path yet. At first, Chan Young thought that this device should help strengthen the body, To which Su Yang said that along with the growth of skills, the weight with which one has to strengthen one's body also increases. Su Yang also said that when he himself was just starting to strengthen his body, he repeatedly felt unpleasant sensations such as pain in his arms, legs, and stomach. And Su Yang was still uncomfortable with these sensations. Then Chan Yang considered that using such a treadmill could provoke even more unpleasant sensations. Then Chan Yang said that he would like to refuse to create something like that. But if King Sejong and Prince Su Yang himself want this, then he must create this device as soon as possible. At this moment, Chan Yang immediately became eager to quickly study Su Yang's drawings, who was surprised that just a minute ago Chan Yang said that it would take several years to create this treadmill. A minute later, Chan Yang began to study Su Yang's drawing, thinking about how best to change the design and what materials should be used for this. A couple of minutes later, Chan Yang offered Su Yang his version of a device for simulating walking, which was somewhat similar to a wheel for domestic hamsters. Then Su Yang asked Chan Yang how many months it takes to create such a structure, and Chan Yang said that if you don't focus on unnecessary decorations, it will take no more than 10 days. However, Chan Yang still believed that creating this design would require a lot of effort. And then Su Yang said that he was ready to help Chan Yang with creating a training wheel. After 10 days, Su Yang and Chan Yang were able to create a working training wheel, and the first thing Su Yang wanted to do was demonstrate the new training wheel to Li Hyang. Despite the reliable design, Li Hyang was worried that this wheel was not tested, and he believed that Sejong would be the one to test this wheel first. However, Su Yang told Li Hyang that after assembling the wheels, he decided to test them in practice, and they turned out to be reliable enough to be easy to practice with. However, Li Hyang meant that he believes that this wheel should be tested by someone who has never trained before, so that one can understand whether such people can train in this wheel. Then Su Yang told Li Hyang that he knew just one such person on whom this new simulator could be tested. Li Hyang thought that his younger brother was talking about him, and he told Su Yang that he should no longer joke like that. However, Su Yang, with all the seriousness of his gaze, showed Li Hyang that he was not going to joke. And then Li Hyang tried to explain to Su Yang that he could not endure physical activity consistently. As a result, Su Yang still managed to force Li Hyang to try a new simulator, which was very difficult for Li Hyang to train on. During such a run, it seemed to Li Hyang that he had been running for an hour. But Su Yang said that Li Hyang had only run for 15 minutes, which made Li Hyang very sad. After running in the wheel, Su Yang sent Li Hyang to do the bench press. But Li Hyang himself could not understand why he had to do this exercise. At this moment, Su Yang said that he was somewhat saddened by the fact that his elder brother, who also had a very strong and resilient body, could not put in enough effort. At the moment when Li Hyang was able to perform 12 bench presses, Su Yang ordered him to do 3 more bench presses, which really annoyed Li Hyang, since this was not the first time Su Yang forced him to do the exercise 3 more times. Su Yang said that he first looks at the workload of the muscles, after which he can better understand how many times he needs to do the exercise, to which Li Hyang only said that Su Yang should learn to count. After the bench press, Su Yang told Li Hyang to squat the barbell 8 times, and Li Hyang asked Su Yang if he would also make him do the exercise a few more times. Su Yang told Li Hyang that his calculation method was highly dependent on Li Hyang's muscles, and if he was not adjusted correctly, he would not be able to strengthen his body. During the exercise, Su Yang repeatedly pointed out Li Hyang's incorrect movements during the squat, such as bowed knees or a bent back. At one point, Li Hyang simply could not stand it and cried, asking Su Yang to again become the same kind person as he was before. However, Su Yang said that for the sake of his brother's health, he was ready to become even angrier. And then Su Yang told Li Hyang that from that day on, he would also study his methods of improving health. The next day, Su Yang trained with Sejong, who was running on a wheel. Su Yang was surprised that even though Sejong almost lost his breath at the beginning of the exercise, he still continued to run for more than 15 minutes. Su Yang also noticed that Li Hyang also performed well in training, and he believed that the physical abilities of the royal family were simply amazing, and Chan Yang's contribution was simply invaluable. At one point, Chan Yang asked Su Yang to tell him a little more about the methods of strengthening the body so that he could improve the simulator in every possible way. Soon, Su Yang told Chan Yang some information, and during the conversation, Su Yang realized that despite the fact that Chan Yang went down in history as a brilliant inventor, in reality he turned out to be an eccentric. Then Su Yang came to the conclusion that in fact Chan Young was an ordinary workaholic who was very dedicated to his work. Sometime after Sejong began training, some ministers began to suspect that the disease had already overtaken Sejong. Also, some ministers did not like the fact that since Sejong began training with Su Yang, he devoted all his time to training, completely forgetting about government duties. At this moment, Li Haiyang was approached by Sejong's doctor, who suspected that King Sejong's diabetes was rapidly developing, and that Sejong's body had been severely emaciated over the past 3 months. However, Li Haiyang tried to reassure the doctor by telling him that Sejong began to lose weight after Su Yang's training, just like him and Su Yang. Then the doctor reminded Li Haiyang that Su Yang himself said that rapid weight loss indicates progressive diabetes. Then the ministers began to be indignant at Su Yang's methods and believed that these methods were not at all effective, and that they should urge people to abandon these methods right now. At that moment, King Sejong came out in front of the ministers, who right now wanted to know what these people were arguing about. The ministers could not believe their eyes how King Sejong was able to change so much for the better. Then the ministers told Sejong that it was time for them to go about their business, so as not to accidentally run into a conflict with Sejong. At that moment, Li Haiyang approached Su Yang and told him how the ministers began to think that Sejong's illness was continuing to develop due to his training. However, Su Yang told Li Haiyang that they had nothing to worry about and that Sejong's medical records showed excessive sweating with minimal fluid intake. The doctor wanted to tell Su Yang that all the signs had already begun to appear, to which Su Yang said that only 3 months had passed and that they needed another 3 months to finally be sure of everything. Soon, severe frosts began in Joseon, during which a lot of snow began to fall on the ground. Su Yang looked at the sky and thought only that with every day he lived, his past life seemed more and more like a dream to him. At this moment, Inspector Li Qi approached Su Yang, who wanted to talk to Su Yang personally. The inspector, with a good-natured expression on his face, pointed out to Su Yang that he had arrived at the estate very early. In response, Su Yang also decided to ask Li Qi why he also decided to come to the estate at such an early hour. Li Qi told Su Yang that Sejong has been unable to fulfill many government obligations recently due to excessive fatigue, and he wants to help him with his duties. Then Su Yang expressed his admiration that Li Qi also wants to preserve the strength of Sejong's body and spirit. Su Yang also decided to ask Li Qi whether he was going to start strengthening his body after all. However, Li Qi said that he has too little time to take care of his health, and he said that he cannot spend this time on his own physical and spiritual well-being. Su Yang said that he did not know the duties of the chief inspector, but he believed that it was quite possible for Li Qi to spend at least 1 hour a day strengthening his body and devote the rest of the time to his work and responsibilities. However, Li Qi said that even 1 hour can greatly affect the government structure and that he does not want to take that much risk. After a short silence, Li Qi told Su Yang that he simply wished the best for his king and that he was doing everything in his power to achieve it. After that, Li Qi turned back and went to the exit from the royal estate, telling Su Yang that the same 6 months for which Su Yang promised to help the king would soon pass. Soon the winter frosts passed, and one spring day, Li Qi gathered all his subordinates in the inspector's department. The inspector department worked in such a way that they could make accusations without any evidence, based only on various rumors. All inspectors considered their department's main goal to keep everyone following the basic principles and rules of Joseon, as well as to keep all royal officials at bay. This time, the inspectors department met to discuss their further actions before the start of the royal hunt tomorrow. After a meeting at the inspectors department, Li Qi and her subordinates went to the royal estate to personally talk with the king about leading a healthy lifestyle. At this time, Sejong was just at his daily training, and Li Qi and his subordinates asked Sejong to stop practicing health promotion techniques. Li Qi told Sejong that he was very worried that after Sejong began studying methods to improve his health, government issues still remained unresolved. Sejong then told Li Qi that he had never neglected his royal duties, to which Li Qi said that the king should always set the right example for his officials. Li Qi also argued that Sejong should never put state matters on the back burner, and he wanted Sejong to give up on little things like improving his health. In response to such rudeness, Sejong told Li Qi that his principles were already more like a challenge to the king than loyalty. In response, Sejong said that the real reason for his training is to try to keep himself in good shape to set an example for everyone in the royal hunt. Then Li Qi said that this was too huge a risk, since this year the royal hunt was established by Tae-jo, the king of Gangwon province. At this point, Li Qi's subordinates argued that these competitions could be dangerous, since it was very difficult for inexperienced riders to learn to confidently shoot a bow while galloping. In response to this, Sejong said that if a person constantly worries about his question, then he will not be able to learn anything new and will not be able to achieve any success. Sejong also said that until then, he will continue to train to set an example for all participants in the upcoming royal hunt. Finally, Sejong told Li Qi that he, too, should think about his training, after which Li Qi and his subordinates simply left the territory of the royal estate. The next day, Sejong and Suyang went on a royal hunt, which took place in Cheorwon, one of the cities in Gangwon province. Before the start of the royal hunt, Sejong informed his hunters that this year he himself would lead the hunt. Sejong also told his hunters that in order to win this royal hunt, they all must stick together and act as one. At this moment, the royal inspectors could not believe that for the first time in many years, King Sejong himself was taking part in a royal hunt. During the last royal hunt, Sejong had such difficulty moving on his own that his subjects had to use a special stretcher for the king. After some time, the start of the royal hunt was announced, and Sejong was very pleased to ride a horse again. While riding the horse, Sejong began to realize why King Tae-jo strongly recommended that Sejong take up horse riding. At this moment, Suyang looked at his father and did not imagine that one day he would ride horses with him. At one point, Sejong turned his attention to the boar, and he was shocked that he could now clearly see into the distance. Meanwhile, a couple of royal inspectors were discussing that the king had decided not to hunt with Li Qi this time, since Sejong wanted to catch his prey on his own this time. At that moment, Li Qi was watching Suyang and trying to understand why and how he was hiding his true plans so subtly. Li Qi also thought about the fact that, in essence, the royal hunt is a kind of preparation for a war in which almost anything can happen. At this moment, Li Qi took out his bow to quickly get rid of Suyang while there were no witnesses nearby. However, at that moment, the hunters reported that Sejong had managed to catch a wild boar, and then Suyang immediately went to his father. Satisfied, Sejong looked at the dead boar carcass and could not believe that he himself was able to catch his prey. Then Sejong decided to get off his horse to get a better look at his prey. At this point, Suyang arrived and wanted to make sure his father was okay. However, in response to Suyang's questions about King Sejong's condition, Sejong only remained silent for a moment, after which Sejong immediately began to laugh loudly. Afterwards, Sejong told Suyang that he was finally able to realize the beauty of horse riding and archery after he was able to hit a target with a bow for the first time in his life. At this moment, Li Qi was still standing on the cliff where Suyang had stood a couple of minutes ago, and he was angry that he had failed to get rid of Suyang once and for all. Then Li Qi had to put away his arrow, since he understood that he would definitely not be able to implement his plan to get rid of Suyang. At this moment, Sejong thanked Suyang for writing such an outstanding book on strengthening the body. After that, Sejong looked at Li Qi's subordinates and told them that now it was their turn to start training, and all the subordinates said that they would definitely work on themselves. The day after the royal hunt, Chan Young presented Suyang with the lat pull-down machine that Suyang asked him to make. Suyang was very happy about the appearance of the new exercise machine, and he immediately prepared to perform new exercises. After that, Suyang sat down at the simulator and began to pull the crossbar of the simulator down to check the reliability of the structure. After a few repetitions, Chan Young asked Suyang if he was satisfied with the new exercise machine. Suyang then apologized to Chan Young for being distracted from the conversation, and he told Chan Young that this machine was just perfect for pumping up his back muscles. Chan Young then told Suyang that he had learned a lot of information during the creation, and he was able to understand the method of using the movable pulley, the wheel that gives movement to the drive belt. At this moment, Suyang was somewhat surprised that Chang Young learned pulley technology for the first time, as he believed that this technology was very common in this era. Chan Young also said that he also tried to use the new exercise machine, but he severely injured his arm, and he was worried about what kind of torment Sejong would have to endure. After this, Suyang asked Chan Young to also build a leg flexion and extension machine. Chan Young calmly told Suyang that it would not be difficult for him to create such a simulator, and he promised to create this simulator in a month. Suyang looked at the new simulator and thought that Chan Young was working very hard for the king, and he told him that when he created the new simulator, he would ask Sejong to give Chan Young a vacation. However, Chan Young was categorically against the vacation, and he said that he was able to reach great heights thanks to the king, and he cannot just relax and enjoy life. Chan Young said that he is happy to see people like the king exercise and become healthy and happy. Chan Young also thought that with the new simulator, the king would experience even more pain, as a result of which the king would develop and strengthen his body even more effectively. Su Yang believed that something was definitely wrong with Chan Young, and he believed that he definitely needed a vacation. After some time, Li Qi's subjects, trained by Suya and Sejong, arrived at the royal estate. The inspectors tried their best to do all the exercises that Su Yang and Sejong told them to do. However, due to such exercises, they began to get tired very quickly. Sejong also trained with the inspectors, and he felt that they were not trying at all, which made him think that they wanted to break their promise. But the inspectors said that they would keep their promise. At the same time, the inspectors looked at Su Yang and asked him to persuade the king to stop for a while. However, Su Yang only looked at the exhausted inspectors with a wide smile on his face and told them that he would never dare to stop the king from doing anything. Then the inspectors believed that these exercises were Su Yang's revenge for the incident when they suddenly burst into the estate. During a warm-up run, one of the inspectors accidentally tripped over one of the dumbbells, causing him to fall to the ground, and his comrades wanted to know if he was okay. Then the fallen inspector told his comrades that they urgently needed to continue running after Sejong. At this moment, Su Yang did not take any action to help the inspectors in any way, and he simply continued to watch the inspectors suffer. Su Yang also enjoyed the sound of the inspectors barely breathing, and he believed that this particular sound was a sign that very soon Joseon would become even better. A week after the royal hunt, Li Qi announced that very soon he would have to leave Joseon for a short time and go to Hamgyongdo. Some of the inspectors believed that soon unknowing people would begin to gossip that Sejong had demoted Captain Li Qi in rank and sent him into exile. However, Li Qi reminded that he is already 50 years old and that he is unlikely to make any new decisions. Li Qi admitted that he was pleasantly surprised by how Sejong's condition and health improved thanks to exercise. Li Qi also noticed that lately Prince Suyang had also changed and became a completely different person. Li Qi said that although he had distanced himself from the royal court, he was greatly worried about the activities of the Tunguska tribe, and he should go to Hamgyongdo as a provincial governor. Li Qi also asked to tell Suyang to be careful with Saragama, the Ministry of Supervision of the Ming Dynasty. Li Qi learned that the head of Saragama recently ordered a batch of hundreds of bars of soap, and this soap suddenly ended up completely in the hands of Wang Jin, the head of Saragama. There were rumors about Wang Jin that in fact Wang Jin was a person who had a powerful evil spirit hidden in his soul and body. At this moment, Wang Jin looked at the soap and promised himself that sooner or later he would be able to get closer to Su Yang. In the era where Jik Young lived, a special report began one evening, which stated that such a historically important person as Su Yang was actually a time traveler. The evening news reported how, last Chuseok, a traditional Korean holiday, one guy deadlifted 20 kilograms more than last year. The reporter said that the main reason why everyone in Korea was so strong was Su Yang, who developed such an interesting traditional game as deadlift. The reporter also said that it was Su Yang who invented soap, from which it could be concluded that Su Yang was a time traveler. Lee Dong-won, director of the History Museum, believed that Su Yang had the physique of a modern bodybuilder and was so talented that it would seem that Su Yang was a time traveler. Lee Dong also said that over time, Su Yang has become more negligent and lazy, which makes Su Yang's personality subject to a lot of criticism from historical experts. Li Dong also said that if Su Yang's book on methods of strengthening the body had become more significant, then Su Yang would have gone down in history as a significant person and not as an author of simple entertainment. However, all this turned out to be just a nightmare from which Su Yang suddenly woke up. Li Hyang was very concerned about Su Yang's condition, and he was interested to know what was so terrible about Su Yang's dream that he woke up so quickly with loud screams. Su Yang only thought that his nightmare was too plausible, but there was still no way he could become some kind of time traveler. Then Su Yang looked at the large pile and believed that if he didn't put in enough effort, he would actually go down in history as the author of entertainment for traditional holidays. However, Su Yang felt that he could not spend so much time on books, and he decided that tomorrow he would create a new writing system. At that moment, Su Yang remembered how Sejong suggested that he make a joint effort to bring as much benefit as possible to Joseon and its people. Sejong also remembered that Sejong knew Sanskrit, and Sejong believed that Su Yang could help him write the Hongmin Jeongeum that Sejong wrote. At that moment, Su Yang began to remember all the things he had to do. And now he began to understand how Chan Young was feeling right now. Due to his constant work, Soo-young was also unable to spend quality time with his wife and his child, as he only came home late at night, after which he would sleep for several hours and then leave again for errands. At this moment, Lee Hyang noticed how often Soo-young began to sigh, reminding him of Chan Young. Then Lee Hyang reminded Soo-young that he wanted to appoint someone as the head coach, and he suggested that Soo-young take on his student. Then Soo-young immediately remembered Ma Il-leung, who was a commoner who could not achieve the highest government position even with his extraordinary abilities. Despite such a good candidate, Soo-young also wanted to appoint people from several classes to the positions of head coaches. Previously, Lee Hyang believed that in a healthy lifestyle, a person should have a desire to respect his parents. But Soo-young also believed that high-ranking people were also needed here. Soo-young believed that in order to train people on the royal estate, the position of head trainer should be filled by one of Sejong's relatives. Soo-young thought that his cousin Seo Sang-gun could be cast in this role, but he also needed to somehow entice him. Sang-gong was the son of the former king Yang Neng, who was overthrown for adultery in secret from the royal family and for committing corruption, after which Sejong became king. There are also rumors in Joseon that Sang-gun was not much different from his father, and Soo-young believed that Sang-gun could very well become a bad person like his father. The next day, Soo-young was still able to personally meet with Sang-gong, who did not stand out in any way. Soo-young believed that his cousin had gone mad after his father subjected his concubine to cruel trials. However, now Sang-gun looks like a completely normal and calm person, and Soo-young believed that this event simply had not happened yet. Soo-young asked Sang-gong if he knew about his book on healthy living, and Sang-gong said that he was aware that Soo-young was able to open a new scientific field. Then Soo-young invited Sang-gun to become his student, to learn all the secrets of a healthy lifestyle, and Sang-gun immediately agreed with this proposal. Soo-young was then happy that Sang-gong agreed to train with him, and he told Ma Il that he would train him. Ma Il approached Sang-gun and told him that they first needed to warm up on a wooden block, after which they could begin the main exercises. However, at this moment, Sang-gun immediately began to insult Ma Il, telling him that he stinks very much afterward. Soo-young and Ma Il were amazed at such a sudden change in Sang-gong's behavior, and Sang-gong asked Soo-young how he could even have such an illegitimate and low-born commoner like Ma Il in his circle. Ma Il was a little confused about why Sang-gong suddenly became rude, and then Ma Il didn't pay attention to Sang-gong's words, and he simply told him to go train. After a few minutes, Sang-gun began to try to squat with a barbell, but after a couple of minutes, he began to get very tired. Then Soo-young drew Sang-gong's attention to Ma Il, who could easily withstand a lot of weight, while Sang-gong couldn't even handle 60 pounds. At this point, Sang-gong began to beg Soo-young to do the exercises with lighter weights. After a couple of seconds, Sang-gong, exhausted, simply fell to his knees in front of Soo-young and Ma Il. At this moment, Soo-young asked Sang-gong why he treated Ma Il like that if people had treated him so rudely before. Soo-young also said that everyone used to treat Ma Il the same way because he was an illegitimate son, and Soo-young didn't understand why Sang-gong was acting the same way people treated him before. Sang-gun said that if he had not done this, he would have started to feel so humiliated that he simply would not have wanted to live anymore. Sang-gun said that his older and younger brother were better than him in everything, and because of this, Sang-gun had no chance to conduct government affairs. Sang-gun was also constantly surrounded by people who were afraid that he might pose some kind of threat to the royal throne. Sang-gun said that he was very upset by his powerlessness, which only made him more anxious about his unsuccessful attempts to change something in his life. Soo-young then told Sang-gong that in any case he should not behave as basely as those who offended him, since he believed that oppressing a noble was the worst thing for any commoner. Then Sang-gun said that he was very ashamed of that and promised that he would not behave like that again. At this moment, Soo-young and Ma Il were glad that Sang-gong realized everything, since this could have a positive impact on Sang-gong's future. Soo-young then told Sang-gong that Ma Il should teach him the 3 basic exercises. Soo-young also told Sang-gong that if he could lift 650 pounds in each of the 3 exercises, then he would make him responsible for a healthy lifestyle in the royal palace. Sang-gun couldn't believe that Soo-young could put him in such a position, and Soo-young reminded Sang-gun that Sejong had personally verified the effectiveness of his training. Soo-young said that now anyone who wants to become part of the royal palace must definitely know everything about a healthy lifestyle, and the coach will have to control it. Soo-young also said that if Sang-gong becomes the head coach in the royal palace, then he will train Prince Lee Hyang. That is, Sang-gong will also become the personal trainer of the future king. Su-yang also thought that if Sang-gong achieved such an important position in the royal palace, then no one would mock and humiliate him anymore. Sang-gong could not believe that he would become part of the royal court, and he was somewhat ashamed that he could not even master the 30 books. Then Su-yang and Ma-il told Sang-gong that he didn't have to worry about it, since they promised him that they would definitely help him, since Su-yang was going to create his own letter system. Soon, a new letter system, Hongminjomyun, emerged because Korean speech was very different from Chinese speech, and Joseon residents could not use the Chinese script. Previously, illiterate people could not put their thoughts and problems on paper through writing, but with the advent of the new letter system, anyone could master writing. Years passed, and over time, Su-yang's little son, Hyun-dan, grew up. One day, little Hyun-dan came to his father to show him how easily and deftly he could lift a cat to show Su-yang his strength. After that, Su-yang picked up Hyun-dan, and the little boy asked Su-yang why Uncle Jung-ho falls to the ground after every practice. Su-yang told his son that in order to become stronger, Uncle Jung-ho and Sang-gun train every day, and if their muscles start to hurt, then over time they become bigger and stronger. After that, Su-yang and his son approached Sang-gun, and Hyun-dan noticed that Sang-gun always sits or lies down after training. However, Sang-gun said that it was hard for him to train because everyone around him was practicing longer than him, and he told Ha-young-dong to start learning new sciences as early as possible. Then Hyun-dan took out his father's book on a healthy lifestyle and believed that Sang-gun was talking about it. Sang-gun was amazed that little Hyun-dan managed to learn to read and write, and then Hyun-dan invited Sang-gun to read his father's book together. Su-yang thought about the fact that he had been in this era for 5 years already, and during this time a lot of sports equipment, such as various barbells, dumbbells, and weights, had already appeared in Joseon. A lot of time has already passed since Su-yang found himself in the Joseon era, and every day his past life seemed to him like a distant dream. Soon, the palace began to show more and more interest in a healthy lifestyle, and even Su-yang's wife began to train and strengthen her body with various exercises. During another training session, Su-yang's wife finally managed to lift the dumbbells on her own. However, at one point, Su-yang's wife felt unwell, causing her to suddenly lose consciousness and begin to fall. But Su-yang managed to catch his wife and prevent any damage from the fall from occurring. After a couple of seconds, Su-yang's wife was able to regain consciousness, and she told Su-yang that she began to feel dizzy, after which her vision darkened, and she had a little difficulty breathing. Also, Su-yang's wife complained that she was starting to feel a little nauseous, which scared Su-yang's wife's servants and Ma-il a little. Su-yang then told his wife that these were only temporary symptoms caused by the sudden flow of blood from the head, and he told his wife to take a deep breath. At this moment, Su-yang was thinking that he was lucky to have his wife by his side, and that he was able to save her from more serious injuries that could have occurred after the fall. Su-yang also thought that as the number of people who began to practice exercises grew, the number of such cases would only increase, and he had to figure out how to reduce such cases to a minimum. During another training session, Sang-gun told Su-yang that he would like to introduce him to one person. Sang-gun said that he would like to introduce Su-yang to Hyun-gyu, who once passed the exams and became an officer in Tonemum, one of the 8 great gates of Seoul. One day, Hyun-shu heard that Su-yang was able to lift 150 pounds, and Hyun-gyu wanted to repeat this exercise by lifting a stone of the same weight, and he managed to do it. However, after a while, Hyun-kyu was fired from his position because after this exercise he severely injured his back, which made him unable to properly straighten his back. At one point, it seemed to Su-yang that he had once heard about this man somewhere, and he remembered how this man was able to suppress an entire uprising. Su-yang believed that he still managed to somehow change the course of history, since Hyun-kyu was supposed to retire only after receiving the highest rank, and soon after that, he was seriously wounded. Sang-gun then told Su-yang that he had made a strong impression on Hyun-gyu, and Sang-gun felt that Su-yang shouldn't ignore the potential of a talented person like Hyun-gyu. Su-yang was interested in this story and thought that he should really look at Hyun-kyu to understand his true potential. Meanwhile, Hyun-kyu was sitting at home, drinking and blaming Su-yang for what happened to him. Also Hyun-kyu that it was Su-yang who made him look so bad in front of people. Then one of Hyun-kyu's friends said that the king himself had gone through the path of Su-yang's teachings, which once again proved the real effectiveness of these trainings. At that moment, Hyog-gyu promised himself that he would definitely find out in person from Su-yang whether he really managed to lift the weight of 250 pounds. At this moment, Su-young was already standing behind Hyun-gyu, who continued to desecrate Su-young and his method of strengthening the body and leading a healthy lifestyle. At one point, Su-young finally decided to interrupt Hyun-gyu and tell him that in fact, he could only lift 150 pounds that time. Hyun-gyu was very frightened by the sudden appearance of Su-young, who had a small conversation with Hyun-gyu. At this point, Su-young was able to get a better look at Hyun-gyu, and he believed that after the injury, Hyun-gyu began to neglect meals, which caused him to gain weight. Despite the fact that Hyun-gyu gained weight, there was a rumor about Hyun-gyu that even after his back injury, he still continued to enjoy horse riding. After this, Su-young told Hyun-gyu that because he continued to train, his condition had worsened somewhat, and Hyun-gyu believed that he would not be able to recover. Su-young said that there was a method that could cure Hyun-gyu, but there was no guarantee that this method could completely cure Hyun-gyu, and he only had to trust Su-young and listen to him. First, Su-young showed Hyun-gyu how to do lunges that stretch the motor muscles and joints. Su-young also showed Hyun-gyu how to do the Mackenzie exercise, which also strengthens and warms up most of all muscles. At first, Hyun-gyu did not understand how these movement exercises could help him with his illness, and Su-young decided to immediately tell Hyun-gyu about his treatment method. Su-young told Hyun-gyu that he would not be able to lift heavy weights, and even though he would feel better after these exercises, his back pain started a year ago, which would not be completely cured. Hyun-gyu could not believe that he would not be able to completely heal his back, and he believed that now he would not be able to fulfill his duty as a man, which would make him unable to even look his wife in the eyes. After Hyun-gyu mentioned his wife, Su-young recalled a recent incident where his wife fainted while exercising. Su-young then told Hyun-gyu that under such circumstances, Hyun-gyu could look for ways to treat such diseases. Hyun-gyu believed that Su-young wanted him to become a doctor, which he was very afraid of since he had never read any medical books. Su-young told Hyun-gyu that even doctors cannot know all the intricacies of the structure of human muscles and bones, and therefore a doctor who will deal with rehabilitation therapy who knows about the connection between muscles and skeleton is needed. Then Hyun-gyu told Su-young that he is a very deep thinker, and he told Su-young that now if anyone speaks badly about Su-young, he will personally punish such people. Soon, Hyun-gyu began training with Su-young, and with each passing day, the number of people who wanted to start training and strengthening their bodies grew more and more. Su-young believed that with the advent of the new language system, more and more people could learn to read, which made his book very popular, and at this rate, all people would practice on the street. At this moment, Su-young began to think that he needed to design such sportswear so that even poor people could afford such clothes. After another training session, Su-young and his wife went to the royal tailor, who made them special training clothes from cheap cotton fabric. However, at first Su-young's wife was somewhat displeased with the fact that these clothes were made of cotton, since she believed that cotton clothes were worn only by ordinary people. Then Su-young decided to try on new clothes so that his wife would appreciate the new clothes. It was the first time Su-young's wife had seen such clothes, and Su-young said that these clothes were specially designed for training. Su-young also told his wife that he specifically chose cotton for these clothes, because it is not only cheap, but also comfortable. Su-young also told his wife that he was well aware that nobles were unlikely to wear such clothes because of the fabric. However, Su-young's wife said that she was a little hasty with her conclusions, and she agreed that these clothes should be good for training. Su-young was glad that his wife approved of such clothes, and then Su-young asked the tailor to take these clothes as a sample and begin mass production of these clothes. Soon, mass production of sports t-shirts began, which consisted of cheap materials, which is why even ordinary people could afford such clothes. One evening, several young men spent time at Qinggwangsa Temple, where they studied Su-young's book together. Shin Suk-chu, one of the scholars of Jipyeongjong, noticed that Meiju Xuan, who was also a scholar of Jipyeongjong, had been studying Su-young's book a lot lately. At this moment, Meiju began to feel tired, and he did not even notice how quickly time passed while he studied Su-young's book. At this moment, Xingchu wanted to ask Meiju why he suddenly started spending so much time studying. Meiju then told Xingchu that he could not sit idly by while Su-young set such an example for them through his book. At this moment, Xingchu noticed Su-young's book on healthy living in Meiju's hands, and he said that he had read a little about this book and really liked its contents. Meiju also turned his attention to how Tang repeated the push-ups he learned about from Su-young's book. Meiju said that he noticed Tang suddenly disappear and return early in the morning, and he believed that Tang was going for a run in the mountainous area. Tanga said that he would like to run up the mountain, but Samgaksan Mountain was too steep for jogging, and Xingqiu suggested that Tang jump rope to warm up his body and get rid of unnecessary thoughts. Xingqiu also told Tang that Su Yang's book did not seem that good to him, and despite the fact that it described ways to strengthen the body, most of the information was taken from other manuals. Then Tang told Xingqiu that he should not take the book so lightly that the king himself praised it. Meiju wanted to prevent further disputes between Tang and Xingqiu, and then he suggested that they discuss this topic in more detail tomorrow. The next morning, Tang, Meiju, and Xingqiu with several other scholars gathered at the temple again, and Meiju asked Tang to give his opinion on Su Yang's book, since he had read the most books. Tang said that the book showed many ways to strengthen the human body, but there was no clear description of developing an understanding of the essence of these exercises. Xingqiu said that usually religious books contain the thoughts of true sages, and he doubted that Su Yang was one of those sages. Meiju also asked Tang how cultivating one's body allows one to show respect for one's parents. If one's respect for one's parents should be shown in one's reputation. Also, Meiju learned from the book that developing his body allows him to survive any heat and cold, but Meiju himself was not entirely sure of the correctness of this idea. Xingqiu said that he is somewhat concerned about the fact that many exercises require a person to use a lot of different expensive equipment. Xingqiu also asked Tang how many people were able to change for the better, thanks to the exercises described in Su Yang's book. To dispel all doubts of Meiju and Xingqiu as much as possible, Tang cited King Sejong himself as an example of change. Tang then believed that Meiju and Xingqiu were trying to belittle the king and his achievements in developing his body, but Meiju and Xingqiu immediately began to refute this theory. Tang said that from the moment Sejong began studying Su Yang's book, he became a completely different person, and even Joseon ministers believed that the king became even more active than in his youth. Tang also said that despite the fact that the book had its shortcomings, the body is still transformed, and even if they start training as well, they will still be able to walk normally the next day. After Tang's words, Meiju believed that Tang was suggesting that they buy the same expensive exercise equipment to start training their muscles. However, Tang said that even though they won't be able to afford such expensive machines, they can still use nearby tools of the same weight, such as rocks or logs. Tang also told his comrades that if they were not going to start training their muscles, then no one would force them to do it. After this conversation, Meiju and Xingqiu began training for a whole week. However, on the 8th day, Meiju, Xingqiu, and several other scientists began to complain of extreme fatigue, which is why everyone decided to stop their training. At this point, only Tang remained, who was somewhat surprised at how quickly his comrades surrendered. Then Tang believed that his comrades simply did not have enough patience, and then he was the only one who did not give up and decided to continue training hard. About a month later, Chan Young created new shoulder press and seated row machines for Su Yang. First of all, Su Yang decided to test the new simulators in practice, and for this he called a couple of inspectors. However, at this moment, Chan Young was not listening to Su Yang, and he was only thinking about how difficult it would be for the inspectors to exercise if he added more weight to these machines. At this point, Su Yang continued to praise Chan Young, to which Chan Young said that a loyal subject like him is simply obliged to work as hard as he can for the good of the king. After some time, Chan Young noticed that the inspectors were still exhausted after testing the new simulators for strength. At that moment, Li Hyang came to Su Yang to tell his brother that the simulators were working perfectly. The moment Li Hyang arrived, the inspectors immediately began to pay their respects to him. Even after Li Hyang sat down at one of the simulators, the inspectors still continued to bow to Li Hyang. However, the weight of the simulator turned out to be too much for Li Hyang, and he said that he would punish these inspectors right now for choosing to mock Li Hyang in this way. Then Su Yang thought about how Li Hyang would react when he found out that it was Su Yang who put such weight on the simulator to test the physical abilities of his older brother. After that, Su Yang sent Li Hyang to perform a bench press with a barbell. Soon, Li Hyang still managed to perform the bench press as many times as Su Yang told him. After the exercise, Su Yang congratulated Li Hyang for finally being able to lift 500 pounds. Li Hyang was flattered by such praise from Su Yang, and he believed that after just a year and a half of hard training, he would be able to lift 700 pounds. However, Su Yang told Li Hyang that each person's muscles grow differently, and gradually Su Yang increased the weight of his barbell to 800 pounds. Su Yang also said that after he started lifting 800 pounds, his muscles began to grow much more slowly. Su Yang believed that even though he and his brother had equally strong muscles, due to Li Hyang training less, it would take him 2 to 5 years to be able to lift 700 pounds. However, Su Yang believed that it did not matter how much time it took him, because it was important for him that Li Xiang did not go astray. And then he ordered Li Xiang to repeat the bench press one more time. The next day, Su Yang's wife was not feeling well, and Su Yang wanted to know what happened to his wife. However, Su Yang's wife said that her food poisoning and nausea had gotten a little worse, making her feel a little worse, so she asked Su Yang to get her some meat that Su Yang didn't eat. Su Yang considered that his wife was telling him about pork meat, and he said that because of his proper meat diet, he only eats chicken and lean beef. However, within a second, Su Yang left his wife's room and told her that he would get the best pork for her. A few minutes later, Su Yang arrived at the farm, and he asked the farmer to bring him the best pig, and then the farmer showed Su Yang the biggest pig on the farm. However, Su Yang saw in front of him a cute little pig, which in size was more reminiscent of a baby pig. Su Yang looked at this pig and thought that the farmer decided to play a trick on him, but the farmer swore that this pig was the largest on the entire farm. Soon, Kim Jong-so, one of the best warriors of Joseon, arrived at Sejong, who wanted to tell Sejong the news that he had managed to defeat the northern barbarians. Sejong told Kim Jong that he had come a long and hard way, and that with the coming of winter, it would be more difficult for the northern savages to reach the borders of Joseon. Kim Jong paid his respects to Sejong, after which the king hosted a small private banquet to celebrate Kim Jong's return. A few minutes later, the servants set the table especially for Kim Jong, and Su Yang invited Kim Jong to drink to the king. While Su Yang was pouring Kim Jong a drink, Kim Jong told Su Yang that he had heard about how Su Yang was able to strengthen his body, and he said that Su Yang could now rival the Joseon general himself. Su Yang was pleased to hear such compliments from Kim Jong addressed to him, and he said that he did not build muscles in order to shoot a bow or swing a sword. However, Kim Jong told Su Yang that he was sending something more valuable than bows and arrows to the north, but Su Yang did not understand what exactly Kim Jong was telling him. Kim Jong then explained that he was talking about the alcohol that was sent to him and his army. Kim Jong also said that it was thanks to alcohol that he was able to reduce the number of people in his squad who would suffer from rotting wounds. Then Su Yang realized why there was still no rust in his distillation apparatus, which indicated that his invention was now being used everywhere. However, Kim Jong also said that this alcohol had a downside, and soldiers often drank bottles of alcohol to prevent the occurrence and development of colds. For this reason, many problems arose in the detachment due to the fact that sometimes some soldiers were intoxicated. Then Su Yang became interested in how Kim Chen was able to solve the problem with drunken soldiers, and then Kim Chen told a very effective and funny way to wean soldiers from drinking alcohol. Kim Jong said that they started adding motherwort to alcohol, and if the soldiers tried to drink even a little alcohol, they would immediately spit out all the alcohol, which made Su Yang and Kim Jong laugh very much. Suddenly, Li Ji-nak walked past Su Yang and Kim Jong invited him to join them and have a drink together. Su Yang heard a familiar name, and he remembered that Li Ji-nak was also considered one of the strongest warriors of Joseon, who performed well during the battle with the northern savages. At this point, Li Ji stopped and told Kim Jong that he was simply serving the king and following his will. Then Kim Jong decided to go about his business, leaving Su Yang and Li Ji alone, hoping that two strong people would certainly find a common topic for conversation. While walking, Li Ji told Su Yang that he came here to carry out Sejong's orders and learn a new writing and alphabetic system. At this point, Su Yang decided to try to study Li Ji's physique, and for the first time in Joseon, Su Yang saw a person with a body as strong and toned as his. Su Yang also remembered that at the time when he became the new ruler and began the cleansing, Li Ji would try to gather an army from the Jurhan tribe. However, at the most unexpected moment, the generals will stab Li Ji in the back, which will greatly weaken the Joseon army, making Li Ji one of the most powerful individuals in Korean history. Su Yang also thought that if Li Ji did survive during historical events, then Su Yang would have to get rid of Li Ji on his own. Such thoughts made Su Yang very uncomfortable being around Li Ji, and he believed that Li Ji wanted to talk to him about this topic. At one point, Li Ji broke the silence and told Su Yang that rumors that Sejong had changed a lot had reached the very north. Li Ji also said that he had some questions for Su Yang about his work, and he asked Su Yang if he could personally visit his estate to learn more about his teachings. At this moment, Su Yang felt that Li Ji just wanted to compete with him, but he still allowed Li Ji to visit him sometime. The next day, Sang-gong trained with Ma Il again, and on the same day, Li Ji arrived at Su Yang's estate. Seeing Li Ji, Sangong and Ma Yil couldn't believe that Li Ji was an ordinary person. At this moment, Li Ji looked at Sangong's hand and saw a dumbbell in it, and then Li Ji asked Sangong to let him try to lift it. Before handing the dumbbell to Li Ji, Sangong told him to be careful, as this dumbbell might be much heavier than it might seem at first glance. Li Ji took the dumbbell in his hand and began to lift it, and he was convinced that the dumbbell was indeed somewhat heavy. Sangong was shocked at how Li Ji could bend his arm so easily with the dumbbells in his hand, as Sangong had previously used the dumbbell solely for deadlifting. After this, Li Ji said that he had heard rumors that Su Yang was once able to perform 3 basic exercises with a total load of 1,000 pounds. Li Ji then turned to face Su Yang behind him and asked him how much weight he could lift. A few minutes later, Li Ji prepared to lift a 700-pound barbell, and he successfully completed the task. While Li Ji was deadlifting 700 pounds, Sangong looked at Li Ji and thought that he would not be able to lift that kind of weight even after half a year of hard training. After Li Ji placed the barbell on the ground, Su Yang told him that this was the first time he had seen a person who could successfully handle such weight. At this moment, Su Yang was thinking that in the conditions of this era, Li Ji could be called a strong man from God. At one point, Su Yang thought that Li Ji was dissatisfied with something, but Li Ji tried to hide it by telling Su Yang that he had learned a lot about body training. However, Su Yang asked Li Ji to be more honest, as Su Yang realized that his book had a lot of flaws since he did all the research in his book alone. Recently, Li Ji visited Sejong, and Sejong said that Su Yang had developed a book with new techniques for training the body, and he said that this knowledge could also be used in the military training of soldiers. Su Yang then realized that his training methods would be very difficult to apply to the Joseon military industry. Li Ji said that the book mainly describes muscle-building techniques, while the muscles that are most used when using weapons are hardly developed. Li Ji also said that to use weapons, a soldier must also use other muscle groups, about which almost nothing is written in Su Yang's book. Li Ji also said that the book says that in order to develop muscles, a person must eat enough meat, but in a real battle, an ordinary soldier cannot afford to eat meat. Li Ji also said that due to the current realities of military affairs, healthcare remains only a theoretical science that cannot be used in military craft. At this moment, Su Yang was greatly offended that Li Ji believed that he was unfamiliar with the craft of war. Even though Su Yang did not know the military trade, the young Jik he used to be was very familiar with military affairs, since it was in the army that he began to get involved in bodybuilding. Then Su Yang promised himself that within 3 years he would be able to supplement his book with body-strengthening methods for soldiers. Meanwhile, Sejong was studying another appeal from the ruler of the Ming dynasty. At that moment, Li Haiyang arrived with Sejong, who wanted to know why his father had called him to him. Sejong told Li Haiyang that the ruler of the Ming dynasty wanted to order 100 units of soap from them, and then Sejong was once again convinced that it was not in vain that his people began to grow so many linden trees. However, Sejong said that the ruler of the Ming dynasty wants to personally meet Su Yang, who created the soap. Sejong knew that Su Yang had no acquaintances or connections with the Ming dynasty, and then Sejong believed that the eunuch from the ministry personally wanted to meet Su Yang. Li Haiyang then decided that they should not worry about Su Yang, since of all the people in Joseon he had the broadest outlook, and Li Haiyang suggested sending Su Yang to the Ming kingdom as an ambassador. Meanwhile, Su Yang trained hard to update his book with new body-strengthening techniques for Joseon soldiers. The next day, Su Yang continued to train Sang-gun, and throughout his training, Sang-gun was able to achieve significant results. Su Yang praised Sang-gong for being able to lift 500 pounds less than a year after he started training, and Su Yang believed that within the next year Sang-gong could become a true master. However, Sang-gun believed that he would not become a master in the next year, since even Hyang could lift much more weight. Afterwards, Sun Gna reminded Su Yang about how much he had previously wanted to take a hostage, and Su Yang believed that Sang-gun had forgotten about it due to his training. However, Sang-gun said that he needs to start looking for a hostage again, since everyone around him is worried that he still doesn't have children. Sang-gun also said that he decided to choose Ham Nyang Yun as his concubine, and at that moment, Su Yang thought that in the Joseon era, people have children before the age of 20. Su Yang also thought that if in the Joseon era a man was already 20 years old, then instead of a wife, he was looking for a concubine, and Sejong at one time had a similar problem, and then his first son was born at 23 years old. Sang-gong believed that Su Yang suspected something, But Su Yang did not know how to explain to Sanggong that his future one would be killed by his own father. Then Su Yang told Sanggong that he had read fortunes from the Book of Changes, and he learned that if Sanggong marries a second time, a mysterious atrocity will overtake his wife. Sanggong was somewhat surprised that Su Yang was able to foresee not just something bad, but a mysterious atrocity. Su Yang then told Sangun that physical strength would help him avoid such a sad fate. At this point, Sanggong thought that by evil, Su Yang meant something like a thief who would attack him and his wife. Then Sangun wondered if a woman could develop her physical abilities. Then Su Yang looked at his wife, who was working hard, and he said that a woman can also develop and strengthen her body. Su Yang also said that he could train his future concubine in martial arts, after which he asked Sangun to capture him. Sanggong grabbed Su Yang by the collar of his t-shirt, and Su Yang told Sanggong that this grab is the most common move before a fight. Sanggong then said with a smile on his face that he had also grabbed people this way before, after which he apologized to Su Yang for that he had to grab it like that. At this moment, Su Yang tensed his hands and said that he knew a great way for a person to get out of such a grip. After that, Su Yang tensed his hands even more and hit Sanggong's forearms, causing Sanggong to immediately let go of Su Yang. After this technique, Sanggong fell to the ground, and Su Yang told him that this technique could easily break the attacker's joint. After this technique, Su Yang offered to bring Nian Yun to him so that his wife could teach her similar techniques. For several years, Nian Yun and Su Yang's wife studied self-defense techniques, after which they moved on to practical training. First, Su Yang's wife showed Nian Yun how to hold the opponent from behind, after which Nian Yun tried to repeat the technique, but she did not have enough strength to stably restrain Su Yang's wife. After a few days of training, Nian Yun was able to master several self-defense techniques, but she still did not understand why she had to learn such techniques. Then Sanggong told Nian Yun that one day these techniques could save her life, and Nian Yun said that she would definitely use these techniques to protect herself from the robber. After some time, one of Su Yang's servants came to him with the news that trouble had happened to Yang Nen. Su Yang learned that Yang Nen's left arm was broken and his teeth were badly damaged, and Su Yang began to guess what really happened. Even though Su Yang taught Nian Yun self-defense techniques, he did not expect that Nian Yun would be able to inflict such serious injuries on Yang Nen. After this, Su Yang, Sejong, Yang Nen, Nian Yun, and several other people gathered in the palace to find out what really happened. On the day of the incident, Yang Nen was relaxing at home and thinking about how his son started training so hard. At one point, Yang Nen ordered Sanggong's new concubine to bring him a cup of tea. After some time, Nian Yun brought Yang Nen his cup of tea, but the dissatisfied Yang Nen immediately threw the cup of tea towards Nian Yun. At this moment, Yang Nen didn't like that Nian Yun took so long to prepare tea for him, which made him feel like Nian Yun grew the tea leaves herself. At one point, Yang Nen stopped shouting at Nian Yun, and then he began to take a closer look at his son's new concubine. Then Yang Nen thought that his son had chosen a very pretty girl for himself, since their tastes in girls were almost similar. After staring for a while, Yang Nen grabbed Nian Yun by the collar of her clothes. Nian Yun was panicked, and then she hit Yang Nen's jaw with her head as quickly as possible. Nian Yun's blow was so strong that after her blow, Yang Nen's teeth and nose were severely damaged. After Yang Nen accidentally let go of Nian Yun, Sanggong's concubine immediately grabbed Yang Nen's hand and began to twist it. Nian Yun held Yang Nen's hand so tightly that his hand immediately broke. While clarifying the situation, Sejong turned to the investigator to tell him everything that he managed to find out. The investigator told Sejong that in this case, Prince Yang Neng was beaten by his son's concubine, resulting in several severe injuries. Then Sejong wondered how such a simple concubine as Nian Yun could cripple such a seasoned warrior as Yang Nen. At that moment, Yang Nen told Sejong that Su Yang and Sangun taught Nian Yun a special technique that made it possible to neutralize almost any person. Then Sejong believed that in such cases the criminal received punishment in the form of execution. Yang Nen also demanded that Sejong execute everyone who was in any way connected with this case, including Su Yang, who taught Nian Yun this deadly technique. After this, Sejong asked Su Yang to tell him what really happened, and Su Yang only said that this technique was taught to him by none other than God himself. After Sejong learned all the details of the situation, he came to the conclusion that Su Yang had developed a new method of defense. After this, Sejong asked everyone who came here on this matter who was really responsible for this incident. At this moment, the Prime Minister wanted to say that considering Yang Neng's disposition and character, He was sure that Yang Nen wanted to kill Nian Yun, while she was simply putting up proper resistance. After that, the head of the judge's order, Yugyamun, said that even though Yang Nen was to blame for all this, Nian Yun also committed a serious crime by damaging Yang Nen's body. At this moment, Sejong found himself in a very difficult position, because even though he knew about Yang Nen's previous atrocities, he still had to make a decision based on state laws. At this moment, Sejong thought that for such actions, Nian Yun was subject to the same punishment as for treason, namely the death penalty. Sejong could not give Nian Yun the death penalty, and he gave Nian Yun the punishment of 20 lashes. A couple of minutes later, Nian Yun was tied to a special wooden cross, after which one of the guards approached her with a whip. Nian Yun was afraid that this guard would start beating her so hard that after the punishment she would simply not be able to move normally. Suddenly, after a second, the guard prepared to deliver the first blow of the whip to Nian Yun's legs. However, the guard's blow turned out to be so weak that at first Nian Yun did not even realize that she had already been hit. Nian Yun didn't understand why she didn't feel the blow, and then she realized that this guard felt a little sorry for hitting Nian Yun, and he only decided to pretend that he hit Nian Yun hard enough. Then Nian Yun decided to play along with the good guard a little, and then she began to scream very loudly, feigning unbearable pain. At one point, Yang Nen noticed that something was wrong here, and then he stopped the guard, who was already ready to strike a second blow at Nian Yun. Yang Nen noticed that the guard decided to spare Nian Yun, and then he demanded from the guard that after her blows, her legs would be mutilated. However, after just a couple of seconds, Yang Nen pushed the guard aside and grabbed the whip. Yang Nen said that he would do the rest of the blows on Nian Yun himself, after which he swung the cut with all his might. However, within a second, Sejong was standing behind Yang Nen, who told his brother to stop right now. Yang Nen didn't understand how Sejong ended up behind him so quickly, since Yang Nen was much stronger than Sejong before. At this moment, Yang Nen believed that Sejong wanted to leave the person who crippled his brother unharmed. However, Sejong no longer wanted to listen to Yang Nen, and he demanded that he shut up right now. Sejong also told Yang Nen that if he tried to do something like that, Yang Nen would immediately end up in eternal exile. After that, Sejong let go of the whip that Yang Nen was holding so tightly, who immediately fell to the ground. Sejong then reminded Yang Nen that King Taejong had forbidden him to enter Joseon territory. But today, Sejong showed mercy and allowed him to return. Sejong also said that many of his subjects had repeatedly begged him to send Yang Nen into exile, and that he was no longer going to tolerate his grave atrocities. After this, Sejong asked the guards to put Yang Nen under house arrest, and the guards happily prepared to arrest Yang Nen. While the guards were tying Yang Nen's hands despite his injury, Yang Nen insisted to Sejong that he could not do this to him. After one of the guards tied up Yang Nen, he told Sejong that he was ready to proceed to arrest Yang Nen. After one of the guards began to take Yang Nen away, Sejong asked one of the guards to release Nian Yun right now. At this moment, Sang-gun was expressing his sincere gratitude to Sejong, and he did not know how he could thank such a merciful king as Sejong. However, Sejong told Sang-gun that he would right now provide him and Nian Yun with separate housing, where they could live together peacefully. Sejong also felt that Nian Yun had gone through a lot of difficulties in life, and he said that from now on they cannot worry about anything and rest peacefully. Soon, Yang Nen found himself under strict house arrest, and a few days later, Soo-yang had a daughter whom he named Ju-hyun. For some time, Soo-yang lived quietly with his wife and children, but one day an unusual guest came to Soo-yang's house. This very guest turned out to be Tange, who was persistently studying Soo-yang's book on strengthening the human body and leading a healthy lifestyle. Soo-yang thought that he had already seen this young man in Chipyeongjong, and Soo-yang suddenly became curious as to what exactly prompted Tange to put aside all his affairs and visit Soo-yang. Soo-yang also noticed that since the last time he saw Tange, his body had become so strong that at first Soo-yang didn't even recognize him. Tang said that he started studying Soo-yang's book after his back began to hurt badly, and after studying the book and doing the exercises, the back pain went away. However, even after the pain in his back went away, Tang did not give up training, and over time, his body became much stronger, and he wanted to personally thank Soo-yang for such an invaluable contribution. However, Soo-yang told Tange that there was nothing to thank him for since he did not train Tange personally. Tange then asked Soo-yang if he could participate in his physical training program. Soo-yang thought that if Tange were an ordinary person, he would agree, but Tange was a member of Sayukshin, and if Tange were to study, it could affect the future scientific progress of Joseon. Then Suyang told Tanga that he was a little worried that such a talented scientist like him decided to give up studying other sciences and devote himself entirely to training. However, Tang said with full confidence that his friends were more talented scientists and that it was unlikely that anything could happen if he suddenly decided to change his occupation. Then Suyang believed that Tanga wanted to become a sports coach, and Tanga confirmed his guesses. Tanga also told Suyang that he had already informed the king that he would like to leave Chipyeongjong. Then Suyang told Tanga that he was ready to train him, after which they went together for another training session. Before starting the training, Tang decided to introduce himself in front of everyone. Sang-gun already knew Tang, and he believed that Tang had only recently started training, and then Sang-gun told him that he still had a lot to learn. Tang did not argue with Sang-gun, and he asked him to teach him all the necessary exercises. Before teaching Tang new exercises, Tang felt that the first thing he needed to do was check what he was already capable of. At first, Sang-gong suggested testing how many pull-ups Tange could do, and Sang-gong thought that it would be difficult for a beginner like Tange to do this exercise correctly. Sang-gun also decided to brag a little to Tang that in 6 months of hard training he was able to master 4 skills. However, after a couple of seconds, Sang-gun noticed how easily Tangja could do pull-ups, and then Sang-gun started counting the number of times Tangja could do pull-ups. Sang-gun felt a little ashamed that he would be able to do as many pull-ups as Tang did, and began to think that Tang was simply doing the exercise incorrectly. Suyang watched how easily Tang stretched, and he figured that with Tang's arrival, everyone else would also try to exercise with the same tenacity as Tang. After training, Suyang went with Tanga to a small area that had an impeccable view of the mountains. Tang looked at the forest and thought that with such volumes of raw materials, it would be possible to grow plants with a total volume of 20,000 pounds. Tang thought that if they put all this linden into making soap and started selling it to the Ming dynasty, they could get a lot of money. But Suyang said that they could get something more than money. At first, Tangye didn't understand what Suyang meant, and Suyang said that they could achieve a bright future for all of Joseon. Soon, Sejong called Suyang to tell him that one man named Ugon was able to heal his lower back thanks to Suyang's book, and even doctors could not help this man with his illness. Sejong also told Suyang that for such achievements he was entitled to a worthy reward, but Sejong had one small request to Suyang. Sejong asked Suyang to meet with Prime Minister Hwang Hee, who resigned a month ago due to some health problems, and Sejong asked Suyang to try to help him. Sejong understood that most likely nothing could be done about the Prime Minister's current condition due to his advanced age, but it would be nice to at least try to do something. Soon, Suyang went to the estate where the Prime Minister lives, and the local servants were very frightened that Suyang arrived to them so quickly. At this moment, the Prime Minister's servants began to make a big fuss about Suyang's arrival. But Suyang himself believed that these people were just a little strange. After this, Suyang entered the estate, and there he saw an 80-year-old old man and a special person who voiced everything that the old man told him, since it was difficult for him to speak himself. The old man said that he would like to carry out the king's order, but after 70 years of life, he developed problems with his lower back. Suyang told the servants that King Sejong himself sent him here. But Suyang said that even he could not somehow help the Prime Minister in such a situation. Suyang also noticed a paddock board on the Prime Minister's desk, and Suyang told the Prime Minister that now, due to his condition, he should not play the game anymore. After this, Suyang put his hand on the board and noticed that the board was warm, from which he concluded that the Prime Minister had been playing paddock just recently. After this, Suyang looked at the Prime Minister and told him that there was no way he could help him in this case. However, Suyang told the Prime Minister that despite such a serious condition, he could still train him to control some processes in his body. After this, the servant told Suyang on behalf of the Prime Minister that despite the fact that his old body could no longer be fixed, he was still pleased that Suyang was trying so hard for his health. The servant also told Suyang on behalf of the Prime Minister that he was very sorry that he could not look at Suyang on his own, and he said that he would definitely follow his advice. After this, Suyang stood up and told the Prime Minister that he too hoped that the Prime Minister's condition would improve over time. Before leaving the Prime Minister's estate, Suyang told his servant that they should warm up the Prime Minister's room, but they should not overdo it, because this could lead to disastrous consequences. Suyang also told the Prime Minister's servant that it was so hot here that even the paduka board was very warm. After this, Suyang said goodbye to the Prime Minister and his servant, and he returned back to his estate. When Suyang returned to the palace, he told Sejong that it was almost impossible to cure the Prime Minister, since the main cause of his illness was his natural old age. Then Sejong thought that if they had started treating the Prime Minister at least 10 years earlier, then perhaps they could have helped him somehow. At this moment, Sejong only thought that if they could help the Prime Minister, then they could discuss and solve many more government affairs together. Sejong also began to remember the time when 10 years ago he and the Prime Minister spent days and days solving important government problems and making important decisions. During the walk, Sejong asked Soo-young how the classes of his students, whom he actively trains, were going. At that moment, Soo-young remembered how quickly his students get tired. But Soo-young told Sejong that he had come across very talented and capable students. After this, Sejong told Soo-young that he had recently met with Kim Jong, who also believed that Soo-young should develop a training system for training soldiers. Sejong also asked Soo-young about his plans for the Ming Empire, and Soo-young said that after traveling to Beijing, he would also like to go to Hanam, one of the cities in Gyeonggi Province. After Soo-young said that he was going to cover almost half of Beijing, he said that the initial purpose of his trip was to develop livestock farming in Joseon. Soo-young believed that the pigs in Joseon were too small, and he wanted to make sure that every person in Joseon could have the opportunity to eat enough meat. Soo-young also noticed that one Chinese character, which means meat, is associated specifically with a pig. And in the Ming Empire, it is very easy to raise and fatten the required number of pigs. However, Sejong guessed that besides animal husbandry, Soo-young had other reasons to travel halfway through the Ming Empire. At this point, Soo-young believed that Sejong was not very happy about his imminent trip, since Soo-young would be traveling around the Ming Empire for a whole year. Then Soo-young told Sejong that in addition to livestock farming, agriculture was highly developed in the Ming Empire, which allows local residents to grow a lot of different vegetables. Soo-young also said that in addition to agricultural samples, Soo-young also wanted to be in Nanjing, where he wanted to get some books. Sejong then reminded Soo-young that Nanjing was an ancient city with a very long and rich history, and he believed that there were indeed a lot of books there. However, Soo-young told Sejong that he was almost completely confident that the head of Soragama, who invited Soo-young, would definitely provide him with all the necessary books. Sejong knew that Wang Jin was so powerful that even the ministers called him father, thereby expressing their respect. Then Soo-young said that if Wang Jin tried to provide proposals that were unfavorable for Joseon, he would refuse them, but otherwise he was ready to conduct mutually beneficial cooperation with him. Afterwards, Sejong remembered that Soo-young just recently had a daughter, and he wondered if Soo-young had discussed his trip with his family. And Soo-young said that he had discussed everything with his wife. The next morning, the ship on which Soo-young was going to go to the Ming Empire sailed to the Joseon pier, and the entire royal family was going to see Soo-young off. Soo-young's wife was very worried that she would not see her husband in the next year. But Hyun-dan was not at all upset, since due to his age, he did not understand how long he would not see his father. Soo-young's wife understood that her husband was carrying out matters of national importance, but she was still worried that Soo-young would miss her daughter's first birthday. At this moment, Soo-young began to feel a little nervous because Soo-young's wife was speaking very loudly, and Soo-young was worried that more and more people would look at them with incomprehension. At one point, Soo-young's wife began to cry in grief, and then Soo-young immediately began to calm his wife down. At this moment, Sejong was so amused watching Soo-young and his wife that he couldn't even contain his laughter. After this, Lee Hyang approached Soo-young and said that while he was away from Joseon, he would look after his wife and children. Soo-young was very grateful to his brother for such help, and Soo-young said that he couldn't wait to meet again. After this, Lee Hyang jokingly told Soo-young that with his departure, Soo-young decided to relieve Chan-young of his job and transfer it to Lee Hyang. Then Soo-young laughed and remembered that this was Chan-young's first vacation in 15 years. Sang-young then began to thank Soo-young for personally asking the king to personally grant Chan-young leave. At this moment, Hyun-dan walked up to his father with a small dumbbell in his hand to show his father that he also wanted to become as strong as his father. A second later, Soo-young picked up his son and lifted him up, after which he told him that when he returned home, they would train the bench press together. At one point, Soo-young remembered his conversation with Sejong, who did not understand what Soo-young ultimately wanted to do, since he began to devote so much time to training, animal husbandry, and other things. Soo-young then told Sejong that his dream was to make Joseon the strongest state so that no one could look down on Joseon. Soon, Soo-young and his team set off, and within a few minutes, Pu Soo-chan, who worked as the royal translator, suddenly began to sneeze non-stop. Soo-young was somewhat surprised that with such a physique, Such Han managed to catch a cold, and Such Han said that he spent too much time in the cold wind. Such Han also punished himself non-stop for catching a cold on such an important trip for Suyang and all of Joseon. Then Suyang looked at Such Han and thought that during his journey he would have the opportunity to force Such Han to take up sports. A few hours later, Suyang saw the coastline, which indicated that they had almost arrived in the Ming Empire. Before arriving at the port, Suyang decided to ask his crew if the soap had spoiled during their departure. Then Li Ge and Park Kang, who were scientists from Chipyeongjong, informed Suyang that in such weather the soap was in excellent condition. Nam Bin, who was responsible for the safety of Suyang and his team, also went with Suyang. Then Suyang said that man is the center of the world, and Suyang wanted to get to the Ming Empire as soon as possible to see for himself. After Suyang and his team descended from the ship, they saw in front of them a huge gate that covered their further path to Paektusan. Suyang and his team were shocked by such a huge structure, and for a moment it seemed to them that such a structure could not be built by man. At this moment, Chang Song, who was one of the emperor's eunuchs, approached Suyang and his team, and he was a little amused by the reaction of Suyang and his men upon seeing the gate to the city. Chang Song was supposed to accompany Suyang and his team around Paektusan and make sure that nothing happened to them during the escort. Suddenly, Li Ge asked Chang Song when they would arrive at the emperor's audience, but Chang Song said that out of the entire team, Suyang would be the only one who would be able to see the emperor in person. After this, Chang Song decided to calculate how long it would take for the emperor to personally receive Suyang and his team, and he came to the conclusion that the emperor would receive them in 40 days, which greatly surprised Such Han. Soon, several people with large bags began to come in after Suyang, and then Chang Song suggested that this was the very goods that Suyang wanted to transfer to the Ming Empire. Then Chang Sung approached Suyang and told him that he recently decided to try using his soap, and he really liked it. Suyang thanked Chang Sung for such nice remarks and said that this soap is far from perfect. Chang Sung was also very surprised when Suyang said that he improved his soap, making its aroma even more pleasant. After that, Suyang took one of the bars of soap, showed it to Chang Seong, and said that he had prepared more than 2,000 pounds of soap for the Ming Empire. Chang Sung decided to smell the soap to evaluate its smell, and he was pleasantly surprised by such a pleasant combination of the aroma of flowers and ginseng. After that, Chang Sung put down the soap and told Suyang that he was pleasantly surprised that a country like Joseon was able to supply such a quality product. After that, Chang Sung began to look at Suyang with a bit of whim and think that Suyang was like a fearless general in his physique. Suddenly, unexpectedly for Suyang, Chan Song began to touch Suyang's shoulder and tell him that his shoulders were as strong and wide as those of the god Virudak. Suddenly, Suyang was shocked by Chang Sung's sudden behavior, and then Such Han politely asked Chang Sung to stop showing such disgusting behavior. Suyang soon found himself at Emperor Zhengtong's palace to greet him in person. After the greeting, the emperor told Suyang that he had heard that Sejong had very talented sons, and he said that he also tried using soap. The emperor said that he was amazed at how easily all the dirt came off his skin after the soap. But he was even more surprised that this soap was created by Sejong's youngest son. The emperor also told Suyang that he was pleased that Suyang and his team had brought 2,000 pounds of soap, and the emperor wanted to talk to Suyang about establishing trade ties. After this, Suyang thanked the emperor, and at that moment it seemed to Suyang that the situation suddenly became somehow hostile and tense. After Suyang left the emperor's palace, he noticed that the emperor's servants around him began to look at him and his team with disgust. At this point, the servants began to discuss how much the emperor's eunuchs who accompanied Suyang and his team stank. Suyang continued to walk along the road, trying not to think about why these people were looking at him with such disgust. Soon, Suyang and his team reached the exit, where they were met by the emperor's eunuchs who were waiting for them. Suyang told the eunuchs that thanks to them, he was able to meet the emperor in person, and he told the eunuchs that thanks to them, he would be able to get an audience in just 10 days. Suyang also said that their future descendants would sing about this great event. But Chang Song suddenly interrupted Suyang and asked him if he knew who he was talking to now. Suyang said that he had already heard rumors that Sorghum was led by a certain Dain, whom ministers and officials respectfully called father. Dain then lowered his fan slightly and told Suyang that he admired Suyang's intelligence. After this, a couple of eunuchs told Suyang that they really liked the soap that Suyang had previously sent them, and they were very happy when they learned that Suyang had brought a shipment of soap weighing 2,000 pounds. Then the eunuchs asked Suyang how much it cost him to create this soap, And Su Yang said that the price very much depended on the ingredients. Su Yang said that soap with ginseng scent cost 10 mali, and soap with incense costs 6 mali. Then Diane calculated that 600 grams of soap costs about 40 grams of silver, and then Diane asked Su Yang how he produces his soap. Such Han thought that this was a very mean question on Dane's part, since he believed that Dane was going to steal the method of making soap and start selling it himself. However, Su Yang had no problem telling Dane that first, to make soap, the Joseon people collect seaweed from Hamildo Island and begin to dry it. Then even Diane was somewhat surprised that Su Yang would so easily tell him the secret of making soap, without fear that Diane might simply steal his recipe. However, after this, Daeng told Su Yang that the emperor had recently imposed a ban on the extraction of sea products, due to which they could not independently obtain seaweed and dry it to make soap. It was for this reason that the Ming Empire had to ask Joseon to supply them with soap, which greatly reassured Su Han. Then Daeng asked Su Yang if it would be possible to increase the production rate of new batches of fragrant soap for their further delivery to the Ming Empire. Then Su Yang asked Daeng how much soap the empire needed, and Daeng said that 6 tons of soap needed to be brought to the empire, which amazed Su Yang very much. Daeng also demanded that despite the increase in production, the quality must be equally high, and even the eunuchs found this to be very difficult. After that, Daeng removed the fan from his face and told Su Yang that when concluding a contract, representatives of different parties must look each other in the face. Daeng closed his fan, showed his face to Su Yang, and introduced himself as Wang Zhen, the eunuch of Soragama. After this, Wang Zhen told Su Yang that their deal was successful, and then he offered his help to Su Yang in whatever he needed. Su Yang told Wang Zhen that he had come to the Ming Empire to bring them their products. Then Wang Zhen asked Su Yang if he could bring a batch of soap to the empire if Wang Zhen gave him 2 tons of silver. At one moment, Su Yang and Su Han could not believe that Wang Zhen could give them 2 tons of silver right now. Then Su Yang thought that he should not think about silver, since he believed that soon crops and livestock would be much more valuable than silver. After his thoughts, Su Yang told Wang Zhen that Joseon would do everything possible to bring more soap to the empire. Wang Zhen then told Su Yang and his team that he would do everything possible to make their trip as pleasant as possible. After which Wang Zhen and his eunuchs left the grounds of the emperor's palace. Once Wang Zhen and the rest of the eunuchs left, Such Han told Su Yang that he probably understood why the eunuchs were actually so interested in fragrant soap. Such Khan told Su Yang that in the empire, eunuchs are completely deprived of their male sexual organ, which shocked Su Yang very much. Such Khan also said that because of this, the eunuchs cannot control the process of urination, which is why the eunuchs always had a very strong and disgusting smell. It was at this moment that Su Yang realized why the eunuchs were so interested in supplying soap to the empire. After Su Yang and his team left the territory of the emperor's palace, a luxurious carriage drove up to them. Soon 3 people got out of the carriage who were just looking for Su Yang and his team. Then one of the people who got out of the carriage told Su Yang and his team that Wang Zhen himself had told him to personally ensure that Su Yang and his team's journey was as pleasant as possible. At that moment, Su Yang and his comrades saw in front of them a luxurious cart, which was very similar to the cart that the emperor's son himself rode. Su Yang could not believe that he was actually allowed to use this cart, to which the imperial servant told Su Yang that the emperor's son's cart was 2 times larger and that Su Yang had nothing to worry about. Soon, Su Yang and his group boarded the carriage, and everyone was amazed that this carriage could travel at a speed of 37 miles per hour so easily. However, due to the high speed and dusty road, a lot of dust got into the cart, which made it very difficult for Su Yang and his group to breathe. At this moment, Su Yan thought that roads with special coating began to be produced only in the 20th century, if we do not take into account the roads that were made in ancient Rome. During the ride, Su Yang decided not to waste his time, and he decided to start training his legs by leaning his back against the wall of the cart and holding his legs in one position. Tired, Xingqiu didn't understand what Su Yang was doing, so he decided to ask him what he was doing now. Su Yang told Xingqiu that respect for one's ancestors is expressed in the fact that a person should not feel sorry for himself and give himself concessions. Su Yang also told Xingqiu that a person should never neglect the body that his parents gave him. Su Yang also drew Xingqiu's attention to how large and noticeable his belly fat was. It was especially unpleasant for Su Yang to look at Xingqiu's 3rd chin, which also appeared due to excess weight. In addition, Su Yang noticed that it was so difficult for Xingqiu to walk that after taking just a few steps, he immediately began to sweat heavily. Xing could not say anything in his own defense, since he himself understood perfectly well that everything that Su Yang said about him was true. However, Su Yang told Xing that despite his grave condition, he could help him. Su Yang told Xing that they had to travel another 380 miles before they reached Chang'an, and they would cover this distance by cart in only 12 days. Then Su Yang suggested that Xing spend these 12 days to the benefit of his body, in order to at least get him in shape a little. Xing knew that he would not be able to refuse Su Yang, and he also understood that for him this would be the most difficult 12 days of his life. 12 days later, Su Yang and his group arrived in Chang'an, and during this time, Xing actually managed to lose some of his excess weight. Su Yang was very grateful to the imperial servant for his help, to which the servant himself said that he was just doing his job. Soon, Su Yang was approached by one of the high-ranking officials of Chang'an, who was very happy to see Su Yang and his group. This official believed that Su Yang and his group had come a long way to get here, and then he invited Su Yang and his group to relax with a meal. Soon, the official escorted Su Yang and his group to one of the most luxurious and expensive restaurants, which is visited exclusively by officials or representatives of the imperial family. First of all, Su Yang and his group were given portions of unusual noodles, which contained a lot of meat, vegetables, and some spices. However, once Su Yang decided to examine the noodles, he noticed that the noodles were somewhat similar in appearance to potato skins. Then one of the scientists from Su Yang's group said that this is not just noodles, but traditional deoxyaman, the recipe for which was invented during the Yuan dynasty. After everyone had finished their noodles, the table was served with assorted meats, which included pork and beef. One of the scientists from Su Yang's group decided to try the meat first, and he thought that the pork was very tasty, while the beef just tasted terrible. After this scientist tasted the meat, he said that the beef tasted so bad that it would seem that the cow used for the dish had suffered from improper feeding. While this scientist was describing the taste of beef, Su Yang noticed the evil and intimidating look of one of the cooks who was watching Su Yang and his group eat. However, despite such an unpleasant taste of beef, the cold cuts seemed very tasty to him, after which the rest of the guests also began to eat. As the evening progressed, more and more different dishes appeared on the table, which Su Yang and his group ate with pleasure, praising the chef's efforts. Meanwhile, one of the eunuchs arrived to Wang Zhen to tell him how Su Yang and his group reached Chang'an. Wang Zhen also learned from this eunuch that the officials of Chang'an showed utmost cordiality and hospitality to the guests, and that they asked Wang Zhen to personally speak with the emperor about their partnership. After this, eunuch told Wang Zhen everything. He decided to ask him what was the reason that Wang Zhen cared so much about commoners like Su Yang and his group. At that moment, Wang Zhen took one liang in his hand and told the eunuch that he once had to become a eunuch, since until that moment he had nothing that would help him survive. After Wang Zhen finally became an influential eunuch, he wanted to achieve such greatness with which he could give people what they really needed. At this moment, Wang Zhen briefly looked at his face in the reflection of the liang, after which he simply threw the liang out the window. At this moment, Wang Zhen wanted more and more every second to see what the second son of King Joseon could do. The next day, the farmers of Chang'an showed Su Yang and his group the pigs they were keeping for their sustenance. Su Yang was pleasantly surprised at how large the pigs were in Changyang, as they were almost the same size as the wild boars he used to hunt. The farmer also told Su Yang that their pigs could reach a weight of more than 200 kin in 2 years. Then Su Yang asked the farmer to cut one piece weighing 1 kin from the pig to ensure the quality of the meat. Xinchu told Su Yang that he didn't fully understand why they should worry about the quality of the pork, since he believed that even if they just brought the pig to Joseon, it would be in great demand. Su Yang told Xinchu that if they brought different types of pigs to Joseon, the pigs might have their blood shifted, causing the subsequent offspring of those pigs to not be as beneficial as they could be. After a couple of minutes, a small piece of meat was cut from one of the pigs so that Su Yang and his team could evaluate the quality of the meat. Soon, Su Yang and his group arrived in the city of Luoyang, whose population was comparable to that of Beijing. Walking through the streets of Luoyang, Su Yang and Xingchu turned their attention to a local man who was selling some pills. Xinchu heard the man say something about Joseon, but due to the large crowd of people, he could not hear the man. Xingchu listened and heard the man telling people that if they bought his pills from him, they would become as strong as Su Yang. Sig Han was greatly outraged by how this vile man was using his ginseng pills and the name of Prince Su Yang to make as much money as possible from naive people. Chu was also outraged by the fact that this man claims that Yang himself gave him these pills, while they did not bring any miracle pills. However, this news not only did not anger Yang, but also made him very happy, as he was pleased to realize that in just a month of his stay in the Ming dynasty, rumors were already beginning to spread about him. After this, Yang immediately took off all his outer clothing to show off his strong body to the locals. Chu was afraid that Yang's actions might lead to unpleasant consequences, and he asked him not to do anything stupid. Yang then calmed down Chu by telling him that he did not want to ruin his father's good name, and that he just wanted to show people his muscles. At this point, the man began to assure people that if they ate 100 of his pills, they would immediately become incredibly strong, and that Yang himself gave him these pills. After this, a large man stood next to the pill seller, and the seller told people that this man ate 50 of his pills, which immediately gave him such a strong body. At the same moment, the seller was shocked when a man with large muscles began to approach him. The people next to Yang looked at him and couldn't believe that a person could actually have such a physique. The pill seller told Yang that he was willing to give him 50 of his pills, to which Yang told the seller that he didn't need his pills at all. After that, Yang told the pill seller and his partner that he could easily defeat this big man, and then the seller realized that Yang would now bring them to light. Yang also told the seller that he was surprised that he did not recognize him as Prince Yang, who, according to the seller, provided him with these pills. At this moment, the seller could not contain his anger, and then he asked Yang who he was, and why should he suddenly recognize him. Then Yang tensed his muscles as hard as possible and told the pill seller that he was the same Prince Yang from Joseon, which scared the seller very much. The pill seller was at a loss, and then he told his assistant to try to defeat Yang. A second later, Yang and the pill seller's partner began to fight against each other, hoping to knock their opponent to the ground. Even though the pill seller's partner was much larger than Yang, he began to lose strength quickly, and he could not understand how this was even possible. After a couple of seconds, Yang knocked the pill seller's partner to the ground and told him that this was possible due to the fact that his muscles were many times stronger. After the fight, Yang told the pill seller's partner that he must first learn to lift 1,000 kin weights in 3 basic exercises, and only then can he fight him again. At that moment, the pill seller and his partner realized that they had made a big mistake, after which they immediately ran away. After the pill seller and his partner escaped, Yang strained his muscles as hard as possible to show the locals what Joseon muscle power was like. In addition to the local residents, one old man began to stare at Yang, who immediately took out his ink and paper and began to draw the image of Yang on paper. The old man needed to create a new Buddha statue for Longmen, and he decided that Yang's image would be suitable as an image for the statue. After a couple of minutes, Yang finished showing off his muscles to the locals, and soon the rest of his group, who had been looking for Yang and Chu for a long time, came running to him. However, Yang said that it was too early to decide which pigs they would take to Joseon, and he decided to find out what his partners could find out. Then one of Yang's partners took out some books and said that perhaps these old books could be useful to them in Joseon. Yang's second partner showed the seeds of some varieties of food plants, but this partner was afraid that these seeds would not be able to grow in Joseon. Yang was very happy to see what his partners were able to get, and he was especially surprised by the books, which turned out to be a new chronicle of Baekje. At that moment, one of Yang's partners looked at him and saw the difference between a warrior and a civil servant, trying to understand why these books attracted Yang's attention so much. Suddenly, Yang turned his attention to a book about General Han Xing from the time of the Chu Kingdom, and this partner immediately wanted to familiarize himself with this book. Soon, Yang and his group were able to find everything they were looking for, and Yang decided that they should move on. A few days later, Yang and his team arrived at the Hunzehu Pier, where for the first time in their lives they saw a turtle ship, which the Chinese were very proud of. At that time, the turtle ship was the largest ship in the world, and in the entire Ming Empire there was only one such ship, which was used in expeditions under the command of the eunuch Chong Hua. Seeing this ship, Yang decided that when he was in Nanjing, where this ship was created, he would definitely visit the shipyard where this ship was designed and built. At this point, Xin Chu turned to Yang and told him that 3 whole months had passed since they left Joseon, and Yang said that he already missed Joseon and his family. Meanwhile, in Joseon, Sejong summoned Li Haiyang to discuss the creation of firearms with him. Li Haiyang informed Sejong that he and his best forges in Joseon were successfully working on the creation of firearms, hoping that their warriors would soon use them for military purposes. Sejong was a little worried that this weapon was only used to intimidate the enemy, and he hoped that this weapon would make their army stronger. Li Hyang reassured his father and told him that he had decided to make this weapon a little longer. Li Hyang explained to his father that he decided to do this so that the warriors could inflict damage on the enemy from an even greater distance. However, at that moment, Sejong remembered an incident in which a man in the north was shot with a similar weapon, and the next day he woke up unharmed. Then Li Hyang told Sejong that at that time they used arrows that could not penetrate the defense of this warrior. However, Li Hyang decided to use lead bullets as projectiles, which can easily penetrate the enemy's defense and cause significant damage to him. Li Hyang also said that he and his blacksmiths are trying to find new uses for the molds that Su Yang used to create his barbell. Meanwhile, one of the government employees named Tae Ho-gun was in a local bar drinking sake. Previously, Ho-gun waited for a long time for the moment when he would be on vacation. But even when he received his vacation, he could not forget about Sejong. A man bringing him a drink passed by the table where Ho-gun was sitting, and he thought that Ho-gun was talking to him. However, a second later, the man saw a small homemade doll on Huo-gong's desk that he was talking to. Soon Ho-gung drank so much booze that he began to imagine this homemade doll talking to him. Soon another bar worker passed by Ho-gun's table, and he asked him for what purpose he came to their establishment, to which Ho-gun only asked the worker to bring him fried fish. Soon a plate of fried fish appeared on Ho-gong's table, which looked very appetizing, and Ho-gong immediately began to eat. However, as soon as Ho-gong tried the fish, he thought that the fish had spoiled slightly, and then the worker said that he would now bring Ho-gong salad instead of fish. At this point, Ho-gong believed that he could solve the problem of spoiled fish so that it would last longer. Then Huo-gong remembered how Su Yang created an apparatus for producing alcohol, which was first used to treat wounds. Then Ho-gun asked the bar worker how long ago this fish had been caught, to which the bar worker said that it had lain at the bottom of the boat for 2 whole days, after which it was cooked. Then Ho-gong thought that if you rip open the belly of a fish, take out all the insides and immediately salt it, then such a fish will be fresh for another 2 whole weeks. Soon, Ho-gun left the bar and went fishing with the local fishermen. This time, the fishermen used a special water lifting device, with which they caught much more fish than the fishermen had caught before. After the fishermen caught the required amount of fish, Ho-gong ordered them to lay out all the fish, cut the belly of all the fish, clean the fish from the entrails, and immediately salt it. This time, Huo-gong used the same operating mechanism for his device that Su Yang used for his overhead pulley machine. When the fishermen cleaned all the fish from the entrails, Ho-gong told them that if they did everything correctly, the fish would be suitable for consumption for another 2 whole weeks after it was caught. The fishermen were also very surprised at how many fish they were able to catch in such a short period of time. One of the fishermen told Huo-gong that before the ship could have been overloaded with just 100 fish caught, but now they could easily catch and take away more than 1,000 fish. Ho-gun said that as the catch increases, the required area for storing fish will also increase, and with proper distribution, the amount of fresh fish for all of Joseon can be significantly increased. However, at this moment, Huo-gong believed that if they had a boat to go out to the open sea, they could catch even more fish. Meanwhile, Su Yang's ambassadors told Ma Yilu to come to the royal palace to receive the royal decree. The ambassadors informed Ma Il that the first training ground would soon be established in Joseon, and Su Yang wanted Ma Il to be one of the first people to train the newcomers. Ma Il was shocked when he learned that he would have to train a group of 20 candidates, each of whom was a member of one or another noble family. Ma Il also learned that these candidates had failed the official rank exam, and Ma Il felt that this would make his task much more difficult. A month after the start of training, exhausted from training, Ma Il began to fondly remember the days when he trained with Su Yang. At this moment, Sang Gong arrived at Ma Il's place and clearly saw how Ma Il realized how difficult it was for Su Yang to train him. Sang Gong was also one of the trainers at the new training ground, and the students happily listened to Sang Gong and did whatever he told them. However, when Ma Il tried to teach his students, no one listened to him or took him seriously. Sang Gun also said that if these students failed to master their lessons, they would be urgently sent to Hamgildo, and judging by their behavior, they simply did not realize what awaited them if they failed. At this moment, Ma Yilu felt a little sorry for his students, since they do not know what will happen to them if they do not listen to him, and he began to think about how to make his students listen to him. At this moment, Li Hyang arrived at the training ground to make sure for himself that if Ma Il's students did not listen to him, they would be sent to Hamgildo. Ma Il looked at Li Haiyang and couldn't believe that Sejong's eldest son was able to pump up his muscles so much. Then Li Haiyang suggested moving on to practical training for students, since they refused to listen to theory. At this point, Ma Il apologized to Sanggong and told him that he could no longer watch the common people suffer. Then Li Haiyang told Ma Il that those people who lack perseverance in training need to take up the barbell to strengthen their will. The next day, Ma Il had his students lift heavy weights while asking the students various questions about training their bodies. Ma Il asked questions to one of his students, but this student could not answer any of Ma Il's questions, which made Ma Il very upset. Ma Il decided that if his student could not answer his question, then he needed to increase the weight of the student's barbell. And then Ma Il ordered another pancake to be hung on the student's barbell. Before Ma Il increased the weight of the barbell, his student told Ma Il that he now understood well what Ma Il had told him. At this moment, Ma Il believed that the level of understanding and talkativeness directly depended on the weight of his barbell, and then Ma Il threw another pancake onto his student's barbell. At this moment, one of the students tried to support his friend, telling him that he would definitely endure this torment. At this moment, this student was struggling to hold the barbell, and he thought that he would not be the only student who would have to endure this. This student believed that not only he, but also other students who would be here after him would also know all this pain. And since then, this method of teaching was called the teachings to which iron provides answers. Closer to April, Su Yang and his group arrived in Nanjing, and when Su Yang found himself in this city for the first time, he believed that this city had almost the same crowd of people as in Beijing. Walking through the streets of Nanjing, one of Su Yang's partners noticed that local residents had already begun to sell cucumbers, while in Joseon at that time they were just beginning to harvest rice. Then Su Yang believed that growing and selling various vegetables was many times more profitable than selling rice alone. The fact is that after the invasion of the army of Red Turbans and the attack of Japanese pirates, the lands of Joseon were devastated, and Joseon had no choice but to grow rice. However, despite Joseon's current position in the food industry, Su Yang believed that Joseon would soon also grow a variety of vegetables, both for local residents and for sale. Soon, Su Yang and his group went to Gangnam, and they decided that this was a great opportunity to try various local dishes, so they went to one of the local restaurants. As soon as Su Yang and his group arrived at the restaurant, they sat down at one of the tables and asked its owners to prepare something special for them, throwing a couple of silver liangs on the table. The restaurant owners were shocked as it was the first time they had seen one of their customers give them such a generous payment. So they immediately went to the kitchen to prepare food for Su Yang and his group. First of all, Su Yan and his group were brought several portions of fried carp in a creamy sauce, and if you touch the head of this fish, it will immediately jump. After Su Yang and his group ate their carp, they were immediately served roasted pig, and the restaurant owners even completely deboned it. After Su Yang and his group ate roasted pig, they were brought sea turtle soup. Su Yan and his group were very well fed, and they all enjoyed the food that was prepared for them. The owners of the restaurant were very tired while preparing all these delicious dishes, but they were sure that all their efforts were worth the income they received today. After a hearty meal, Su Yang decided that it was time to meet with a very important person. After the meal, Su Yang and his group went to the Joseon shipyard in Nanjing to meet the man who created the turtle ship. Soon, Su Yang met with Ban Kilju, who created the turtle ship, to ask him some questions about his profession. Kilju did not recognize Su Yang, and he believed that new porters had arrived to load and unload the ship with various items for export. However, Su Yang told Kilju that he was the prince of Joseon, and Kilju immediately apologized to him for his words. Kil believed that he had almost committed a terrible crime, to which Su Yang only asked Kilju about creating a vessel for the eunuch Chonghua. Then Kilju told Su Yang about how he created this huge and majestic ship, which he set sail. Kilju also said that this ship was his last achievement, since they soon stopped conducting expeditions, which is why the demand for such ships has dropped significantly. After this, Kilju began to create ordinary merchant ships in order to continue to earn his living. After this, Kilju, with resentment in his voice, said that for a master like him, there is nothing more important than striving for grandiose achievements in his business. Su Yang listened carefully to Kilju, after which he asked him what other ships were created under his leadership. Kilju then talked about how, in addition to the turtle ship, he also created a ship like Gwaseong, which was also famous in Joseon. Su Yang then asked Kilju if he would like to start designing new majestic ships again, since he believed that Kilju was wasting his talents here. Kilju bowed down to Suyang and thanked him for inviting him to go to Joseon and build his ships there. Kilju believed that for a real man, nothing is more important than creating ships to conquer the vast oceans, and he believed that in Joseon he would create smaller ships. At that moment, Suyang realized that all masters of their craft were exactly the same, after which he put his hand under his robe. After a couple of seconds, Suyang showed Kilju a diagram of a ship that had only one sail and a few oars, and Kilju believed that it was an ordinary fishing boat. A little later, Kilju turned his attention to the lifting mechanism, and he asked Suyang what it was and what it was intended for. Then Suyang told Kilju that thanks to this mechanism, it would be possible to raise a catch that would be 4 times larger than what could fit on a similar boat. Kilju thought that this was a great idea, since only one mast would be needed to raise one such catch. Kilju then told Suyang that he was unlikely to be able to recreate such a boat, but he could still figure out how to design the individual parts of the boat. Then Suyang told Kilju that if the small boat of one master can surpass the large boat of another master, then this indicates the true skill of the first master. Suyang told Kilju that he could think about his proposal for the next 10 days until they returned to Joseon, after which Suyang and his group moved on. Soon, Suyang and his group went to one of the farms in Nanjing to evaluate the local vegetables. Suyang and his group really liked the cabbage that grows here, since it was not only very large but also very tasty, and if you pickle it, you can eat it all winter. Suyang also believed that this cabbage was a very distant relative of the cabbage that he ate in a past life. After this, Suyang turned to the owner of this farm to buy some seeds of this cabbage from him. The owner of this farm immediately brought Suyang and his group several bags of seeds from his cabbage, after which Suyang and his group moved on. Soon, Suyang went to another farm where pigs were raised, and Suyang wanted to ask the owner of the farm about his pigs. Then the farm owner said that his pigs could gain more than 240 kin in weight in less than a year, while pigs in Joseon could only gain 70 kin in 2 years. Then Suyang told the farm owner that he would like to buy 100 of his pigs from him, to which the farm owner said that this would be very difficult. However, Suyang was ready to pay any price for these pigs, after which he took out a lot of silver liang from his savings. After some trading, the farm owner was going to give Suyang 100 pigs, including 20 males and 80 females. That evening, Suyang realized that he had done everything he wanted to do during his journey, and he decided that his journey was coming to an end, and that it was time for him to return to Joseon. Suyang also had almost no liang left, which Wang Zhen gave him, but he believed that this amount could easily be obtained from further exports of soap. At this moment, Xinchu arrived at Suyang to inform him of the arrival of Bang Kilju, who nevertheless decided to go to Joseon with his group. This news made Suyang happy, and he decided that it was time to return to Joseon. Before setting sail, Suyang decided to make sure that his servants carried all the things onto the ship, which also included more than 400 books. Suyang was a little worried that due to the large number of books, it would be very difficult to fit them on the ship with the people. At this moment, Xinchu began to wonder how Joseon would react to everything that they brought from the Ming Empire, to which Suyang said that there would definitely be a large number of people in Jipyeongjong. After some time, one of Sejong's ambassadors wanted to inform him about some sudden misfortune. The ambassador informed Sejong that there was now great unrest in Muakche due to a sudden incident. Sejong was somewhat disappointed that he was distracted at this very moment, since he was currently trying to break the deadlift record. First, the ambassador informed Sejong that Suyang had returned to Joseon, which made Sejong very happy, but he did not understand how this was related to the incident in Muakche. Then the ambassador told Sejong that all the chaos began to happen because of the escaped pigs. Hearing this, Sejong told his ambassador that there was no need to create such a strong panic over a small pile of piglets. However, the ambassador told Sejong that the escaped pigs weighed at least 240 kin, which greatly surprised Sejong himself. Meanwhile, the guards tried to catch and calm the escaped pigs, and they were amazed that each pig weighed almost as much as one adult and well-fed boar. The pigs were so large that one pig could easily frighten not only the guard on the horse, but also the horse itself. Also, these pigs were so large and aggressive that they could also attack a person. However, when one of the pigs tried to attack one of the guards, someone managed to grab the pig right by the tail and stop it. At that moment, Suyan appeared with his group, who were able to catch and stop several pigs at once. Soon, Suyang and his group finally managed to calm the angry pigs and bring them to the Joseon farm. Sejong looked at these pigs and thought that in their temperament and aggression they were more reminiscent of wild animals. At this point, Sejong handed one of the pigs some food to feed and calm it down. Sejong believed that these pigs had come a very long way to end up in Joseon, and he decided to show the pigs that they had nothing to fear. After a second, this pig calmed down and began to eat food from Sejong's hand. After Sejong fed the pigs, he believed that due to their size, they would not have to worry about meat shortages in Joseon. At this moment, the pigs began to grunt together and cheerfully, thinking that Sejong did not pose any threat to them. However, at the same moment, Sejong said that tonight the chefs would prepare the most plump pig for dinner. After that, Sejong and Suyang left the pig farm, and Suyang informed his father that he also brought many books since many books from Jipyeongjong were lost. Sejong told Suyang that he has done a lot for Joseon, and he can ask Sejong for any reward without any problem, to which Suyang said that he realized something during his journey. Suyang believed that if they used the same farming methods as in the Ming Empire, it would have a positive effect on the nutrition of all Joseon residents. After this, Suyang introduced Sejong to Kilju, who would now reside in Joseon and create his own ships for him. Sejong promised Kilju that he would provide him with all the conditions for a comfortable stay in Joseon, for which Kilju was very grateful to Sejong. After that, Suyang went to the new training ground, where Ma-il and his students were already waiting for him. The first thing Suyang did was praise Ma-il for doing his job so well. In response to this, Ma-il said that being a teacher is much more difficult than being a student. Ma-il also said that training is only a teaching about honoring one's parents, since a person's origin does not affect anything. And Suyang believed that the students did not listen to Ma-il. At this moment, Suyang looked at one of the weights that was standing near the entrance to the training ground, and he decided to apply a slightly different method of training to Ma-il's students. After this, Suyang told Ma-il's students that they would now do CrossFit to add some variety to their training. Suyang then suggested that Ma-il's students switch between several types of exercises to relieve them of depressing thoughts. First, Suyang decided to tell his students about an exercise called the burpee, which he himself invented during his travels through the Ming Empire. Suyang also suggested that the students perform several jumps over a log after the burpee. In addition, Suyang decided that the students should try performing arm swings with a 20-kin weight. After swinging their arms, students should perform a few squats without additional weight. The students noticed that in these exercises they would not have to lift weights, and they were happy about these exercises. Suyang also told the students that if they could complete each of these exercises for 2 sets, then they could finish their training for the day. At this moment, Suyang looked at the joyful faces of the students and believed that a strong hurricane would soon begin. But the students did not understand what Suyang meant by the hurricane. After just a couple of exercises, the students began to get very tired and feel severe muscle pain. At this moment, Suyang observed one of the students who began to complain that he was going to throw up due to extreme fatigue. In response to this, Suyang told this student that he should not hold back his urge to vomit, and that he urgently needed to vomit, after which he should continue to train. The students decided that this training would be the most difficult training they had ever done. After 6 months of training, Suyang told the students to familiarize themselves with some books and focus on their teachings. Suyang believed that even after 6 months, the students still had the same poor physical preparation, and he believed that they should invest their energy in something useful and necessary. However, the students, exhausted and badly battered by training, did not understand how they could read books in such a difficult condition. Then Suyang showed the students Ma-il and Sangong, who were able to become so strong through training and reading books. After training, Suyang went to Jipyeongjong to study with his brothers the new books he had brought from the Ming Empire. Yang Pyong, who was Sejong's youngest son, was amazed that Suyang was able to bring Cho Suryang's manuscripts to Joseon. Suyang also told Pyong that he was also able to get the works of Ouyang Shun and Yanjin Qing, and Pyong couldn't wait to read all these books as soon as possible. Li Hyang looked at the happy Pyong and thought that he would also want to become an imperial ambassador like Suyang. Pyong told Li Hyang that he really wanted to visit the lands of the Ming Empire. Pyong also said that their mother and father were happy with the results of Suyang's journey, and they asked Pyong if he would like to go on a similar trip next time. At this moment, Pyong turned to face his older brothers, and he noticed that they had a very unusual expression on their faces. Suyang then told Pyong that Shin Chu's physique had changed greatly during his journey, while Pyong had an extremely weak physique. Li Qian also added that this kind of travel requires good endurance and physical fitness. In response to this, Pyong said that his arms were so weak that he could not lift the kind of pile of iron that they lift during training. Then Suyang invited Li Hyang to start training Pyong together. and Li Hyang said that he would be happy to help Pian pump up his muscles. Pian told his brothers that there was no need to train him, but Su Yang and Li Hyang insisted on training with Pian. Meanwhile, one of the imperial blacksmiths was able to create his own firearm, and Li Hyang wanted to test it in action. This firearm was very similar to a regular metal pole wrapped in rope, and in the middle of this pole there was a small lever that, when pressed, fired a shot. As soon as Li Hyang pulled the trigger, a special mechanism was activated, thanks to which a small lead projectile flew out of the muzzle at high speed. Li Hyang said that such a weapon could easily penetrate leather armor at long range and penetrate iron armor at close range. All this was observed by one of Wang Zhen's spies, who wrote down on paper everything he learned. Meanwhile, one of Wang Zhen's ambassadors reported that their spy had no problems completing his mission at the moment. Wang Zhen also noticed that Prince Su Yang was a very smart and inventive person. After this, Wang Zhen told the ambassador that he would pay him 5 liang if he described in his letter as many details as possible about Su Yang's new inventions. Wang Zhen also told the ambassador that he would give him additional liang, the amount of which would depend on how detailed his spy would sketch and describe Su Yang's new inventions. At that moment, Li Hyang told Su Yang that in order to neutralize the enemy with such a weapon, a warrior only needs to be 180 meters away from the target. After that, Li Hyang showed how to hold the weapon on the shoulder while firing. You can also try holding this weapon with your chin to improve the weapon's accuracy, but it will be difficult for an untrained warrior to hold it in this position. Then Li Hyang decided to hold the weapon between his hand and his side, so that it would not move in any way. Su Yang looked at this weapon and thought that it was ahead of its time, since such weapons appeared only during the reign of the Seonjo dynasty. Su Yang also believed that such weapons could be useful during sieges or assaults. Li Hyang said that he did not intend these weapons for siege use, as he was creating them for palace guards. Then Su Yang told Li Hyang that this weapon was not suitable for close combat. First, Su Yang fired another shot, after which he became convinced that this weapon could indeed easily pierce both wood and iron. However, despite the penetrating ability of the weapon, it had some problems with accuracy, since this weapon was extremely inconvenient to aim, and the projectile could fly past the target. Li Hyang considered that an ordinary soldier might indeed have problems with this weapon, and he considered that he would have to reduce the size and penetrating power of the weapon. After this, Li Hyang tried to understand how he could improve the accuracy of the weapon, and he decided to ask Su Yang how he could learn to aim with this weapon. At this moment, Su Yang wanted to understand how to aim this weapon, but he heard the rustling of a spy in the bushes, which distracted him from his thoughts. At first, Su Yan tried to understand what made this rustling sound, but after a couple of seconds, he decided that it was just his imagination. After this, Su Yang went to one of his partners, with whom he traveled throughout the Ming Empire, and at the moment he was improving his crossbow. At this moment, Su Yang's partner was just improving his crossbow, and he wanted to show the result of his work to Su Yang. Su Yang wanted to show Li Hyang, using the example of a crossbow, what exactly was the problem with his new weapon. First, Su Yang takes good aim with the crossbow before firing. A second after the shot, the arrow flew right to the point at which Su Yan was aiming. At this moment, Li Hyang understood exactly how to solve the problem of the accuracy of his firearms. Then Su Yang explained that the accuracy of the shot would greatly increase if the eye and weapon were at the same level. Su Yan also considered that if the shooter aimed with one hand, it would be difficult for him to light the fuse of the gun to fire. In addition, the enemy will have enough time to approach the warrior and neutralize him even before the warrior has time to fire a shot. Then Li Hyang believed that if they could combine his firearms with Su Yang's partner's crossbow, they would be able to create an excellent weapon. After this, Su Yang apologized to his partner for having to postpone the idea of his crossbow, to which his partner said that he would be happy to help Su Yang and Li Hyang improve their weapons. Su Yan believed that after a few shots, the warrior would lose strength to fire further shots and injure his face. Then Su Yang's partner suggested stretching a wooden beam and attaching it to the shoulder, which Li Hyang said that in this case, the helmet could be damaged, and that the direction and location of the smoke should be changed. Li Hyang also suggested attaching a dagger to the end of the barrel in case the enemy was too close. After 3 months, Su Yang and Li Hyang had finished designing their first prototype firearm, and they wanted to show the action of its operation. Sejong was eager to see the results of his son's work in practice. Before Su Yang and Li Hyang demonstrated the performance of their weapons, Sejong ordered all the military officials to gather in the palace so that they too could evaluate their work. Soon, all the military officials arrived at the demonstration, and Li Hyang ordered one of the soldiers to prepare the weapon for testing. First, the soldier poured a little gunpowder into the gun and pushed it as far into the barrel as possible, after which he put one shell into the barrel of the gun. Military officials watched Oi Hyang prepare to fire the first shot, and they felt that this preparation for one shot was too loud. Also, military officials believed that these shooters lacked combat experience and discipline. Meanwhile, the soldier completed his training and Li Hyang ordered him to shoot at the target. At that moment, the soldier took aim and pulled the trigger, after which a small projectile flew out of the gun. After the shot, another soldier approached the target to check where the first soldier hit, and his shell hit almost the center of the target. However, after the shot, the military officials immediately began to laugh due to the fact that this soldier spent so much time on just one shot. At this point, many military officials felt that such weapons took too long to hit the enemy, and they did not understand where the gun could be used. However, one military official said that in order to have any impact on the enemy, soldiers would need at least 10 of their conventional weapons, while this gun could easily penetrate the enemy's defenses. After this, a second prototype of a firearm was brought to the palace, which was designed for an even longer attack radius. As soon as the second warrior raised his gun, the military officials immediately became afraid, since they believed that if this gun was larger than the previous one, then its shells could cause even more heavy damage. Meanwhile, the soldier managed to fire a second gun, the shot of which was even louder than the shot of the previous gun. Despite the fact that the soldier was standing further from the target when the second shot was fired, the shell hit approximately the same point as the previous soldier. Despite the fact that this gun fired further, military officials believed that this gun would have to be reloaded for a long time, since in the same time you could shoot 3 arrows from a bow. Military officials also began to joke that this gun was only intended to start running away from the enemy immediately after the first shot. After the soldiers demonstrated the second gun, Sejong asked Li Hyang to approach him to ask him some questions about his invention. The first thing Sejong said was that it was difficult for him to consider these guns to be at least somehow useful, since both of these guns were much inferior to the bow in speed. Then Sejong asked Li Hyang to explain to him what exactly these guns were intended for. Li Hyang told his father that the first gun was a replacement for the bow, since in order to learn how to shoot a bow, you need to spend more than 10 years of training. Meanwhile, in order to learn how to shoot a gun, you only need to study for 2 weeks, which surprised Sejong very much. At this moment, Sejong considered that in 2 weeks a person could hardly learn to hold a bow correctly, and in order to learn to shoot accurately, a warrior would have to spend more than a year on training. At the same moment, Li Hyang said that he had now shown the shooting skills of those warriors who had trained for 2 weeks, and now he wanted to show what could be learned over a longer period of training. At this point, several warriors came out who had been learning to shoot a gun for more than 2 months. After just a couple of seconds, experienced and trained shooters prepared to fire their weapons. As soon as Li Hyang gave the soldiers the order to shoot, all the soldiers fired several shots at once. After the soldiers ran out of shells, Li Hyang calculated that almost all the soldiers were able to successfully hit the target, being at a distance of 40 meters from the target. At this point, military officials calculated that if they were shooting at that distance with a bow, only 3 out of 10 archers would be able to hit the target at that distance. Afterwards, Sejong liked the way these experienced marksmen showed off their gun shooting skills. Then Li Hyang told Sejong that even an ordinary person, after 2 months of practicing shooting with a gun, could compare with experienced archers in accuracy and speed of fire. After this, Su Yang arrived, carrying with him a large cannon that had all the best features of the first 2 prototype firearms. As soon as military officials saw the third prototype firearm, they decided that it was just a regular gun. Sejong became interested in what this gun fired, to which Su Yang said that this firearm uses special buckshot as projectiles, which are used in shotguns. Soon, Su Yang prepared to fire the third gun, and at the moment of the shot, there was a very loud sound, from which one could easily damage one's hearing and go deaf. The force of the projectile was so strong that this gun easily destroyed one of the targets. Sejong was amazed at the force of the shot, and he decided that with such a weapon, Joseon could become the strongest state. Li Hyang was very pleased to hear such praiseworthy words from his father about his invention. Meanwhile, one of Wang Zhen's ambassadors arrived to his ruler to inform him that the people of Joseon had already mastered various types of firearms. At first, the ambassador wanted to tell his spy to copy the drawings of the firearm, to which Wang Zhen said that they were unlikely to be able to obtain accurate drawings of such a complex device. Wang Zhen then decided that the best way to understand the mechanics of the firearm would be to get his hands on one of the prototypes and further study its operation. After demonstrating the new type of weapon, Sejong told Su-yang that despite all the advantages of firearms, they might have problems mass-producing them. Sejong also told Su-yang that he had received a letter from the Ming Empire, in which the emperor expressed his concern about the appearance of a completely new invention in Joseon. Also in this letter, the emperor demanded that samples of the invention of Li Xiang and Su Yang be sent to him to the Ming Empire as a sign of his respect. And Sejong believed that the emperor wanted to receive their new weapon. At this point, Su Yang became interested in how the Ming Dynasty emperor knew about their invention, and he decided that if he only demanded samples, then we could be talking about any other invention of theirs except weapons. Sejong thought that this might be the case, but if they sent samples of another invention and they later found out about their weapons, it could shake the relationship between Joseon and the Ming Empire. Then Su Yang believed that the emperor had specifically chosen these words in his letter in order to, in any case, try to obtain their weapons for further study. At this point, Su Yang suggested to his father that he send Wang Zhen 2,000 silver coins as tribute to avoid sending them their weapons. Sejong could not believe that Su Yang was actually offering to send such a large and impressive sum to Wang Zhen, since Joseon usually sends only 500 silver coins per year to the Ming Empire. However, Su Yang still insisted on giving Wang Zhen so many silver coins, as he believed that in the current situation this would be the most thoughtful and cunning decision. A few days later, Wang Zhen learned that instead of a sample of Su Yang's invention, he would receive 2,000 silver coins. Also, Wang Zhen's ambassador said that Su Yang would personally bring part of this money to the Ming Empire this year. After this, the ambassador asked Wang Zhen why he still indicated in his letter only a sample of the invention, instead of directly demanding a new weapon from Sejong. Then Wang Zhen said that he deliberately did not indicate the specific name of the new invention in the letter, since if Sejong had sent him something else, he would have suspected some kind of secret plan in it. Wang Zhen believed that if this had happened, the Joseon government could have run into some trouble, including an increase in the amount of tribute. However, in fact, the Joseon government made a very unexpected move, and Wang Zhen believed that this time Joseon would not be threatened by the Ming Empire. Wang Zhen also believed that if Joseon had problems granting their request, then they could easily take something more valuable from them. Wang Zhen believed that in this way he could easily get Su Yang as a hostage, for whose ransom he could ask Joseon for almost everything he needed. Meanwhile, one of the Joseon residents named Yang Hai was chopping wood while his neighbor wanted to tell him about the recent news that the capital would begin collecting volunteers for military training. Then Yang Hai told his neighbor that he was not very interested in this news, as he believed, since due to the fact that he was illiterate, he could not make out anything. Having heard all the details, Yang Hai believed that if even the most insignificant mistake was made, he could easily be sent to the north. Yang He also said that if the training takes place in the capital, then the capital's military leaders will train them, which creates its own certain difficulties. In addition, Yang He believed that if the training took place in the capital, then they would train there exclusively for palace guards, or for warriors of the cavalry division. Yang Hai also reminded that he did not know how to read and write, which is why it seemed to him that he would be of no use in these exercises. However, his neighbor Yang Hai told him that no one spoke about the cavalry, and among the conditions there was nothing said about the fact that only high-ranking people were recruited there. At this moment, Yang Hai thought for a while and said that if all this was true, then he really had a chance to become one of these volunteers. The advertisement also said that a volunteer would only need to indicate his name and have a strong body paired with a strong will. At this moment, one of the slave owners who lived in the northern lands of Joseon sent one of his slaves to the capital for training, giving him some money, food, and warm clothes. Also, this slave owner told his slave that if he simply plans to run away from him, then his parents will suffer heavy punishment. Despite the inhumanity of his master, the guy was very grateful to him for allowing him to go to these capital exercises. A few months later, the day came when 1,052 volunteers from all over Joseon arrived in Nodil-naru, where present-day Noryangjin is located, for the exercise. Su Yang looked at all these people and thought that he would be able to gather a little more people. Then the man who stood behind Su Yang told him that these simply do not yet know what awaits them during their training. From this, Su Yang concluded that among all these volunteers, there were quite a few naive people who expected some kind of privileges, and he believed that they would have to experience a lot and learn a lot. However, at this moment, Su Yang was wondering why this man suddenly decided to hide behind him. It was An Seong, who was formerly a civil servant calligrapher, whom Sejong appointed as a military advisor. An Sung was very scared because he was afraid of screwing up in front of Su Yang and Sejong, to which Su Yang told him that if Sejong appointed him to this position, then he would definitely handle his new responsibilities. After this, Su Yang decided that there was no point in postponing his plans, and he decided that it was time for him to go out in front of the volunteers and give a speech to them. First, Su Yang came out in front of the volunteers, greeted them, and introduced himself to them as their coach. Su Yang also told the volunteers that, by order of King Sejong, he would personally train them in the coming months and teach them military skills. Su Yang also wanted to teach volunteers to master new methods and weapons for combat, which are very different from what the current royal troops can and currently possess. However, before the training began, Su Yang wanted to conduct a small series of tasks through which he could determine those who would continue the training, while the rest would be considered unfit. The first test for Su Yang recruits is to run from Nodal Naru to Tancheon. Before the test began, Su Yang explained to the recruits that if they were able to get to this place on their own, then their legs should be strong enough to withstand this entire difficult journey. Takage Su Yang told the recruits that legs are an extremely important part of any soldier, and that a man must have exceptionally strong and resilient legs. After a short introduction, Su Yang told the recruits that they must run from Nodal Naru to Tancheon, following their teacher, who will guide them. Soon, some of the recruits prepared for the test, while some of them did not understand the seriousness of the test. Once all the recruits were ready for the test, Su Yang told them to start running to Tancheon as soon as possible. Also during the test, Su Yang told the recruits that if they felt that they could not handle this test, then it would be better for them to withdraw from the race so that the other recruits would not accidentally trample them. After some time, 649 recruits failed the first test, while the remaining 403 recruits successfully reached Tancheon. After the first test, Su Yang told the recruits that during their next test, they must show their body's strength and resilience. First, recruits will need to perform the bench press a certain number of times with a certain weight. The next exercise for recruits will be barbell squats and deadlifts, during which the weight of the barbell will be equal to 20% of their own body weight. To better understand which of the recruits would be better able to cope with the test, Su Yang ordered them to approach one at a time and perform all these exercises in turn. The first to approach the barbell was a slightly thin and fit man who was about to lift the barbell. One of the assistants told the man that if he felt like he couldn't stay on his feet, he should just keep trying. The man tried his best to lift this barbell, but the barbell was too heavy for him, causing him to immediately fall to the ground. Su Yang looked at this man and thought that his assistants were well prepared for the tests, and therefore the recruits would be avoided from being injured during the tests. 182 recruits failed the second test, and only 221 recruits remained, with whom Su Yang went to Mount Namhansan, where a training camp for recruits was built. A lot of time had passed since the start of the tests, and therefore the remaining recruits had to climb the mountain in the evening, and at that time it was very cold on the mountain. Due to extreme fatigue and low air temperatures, many recruits found it very difficult to climb the mountain. While climbing the mountain, one of the recruits turned to one of his partners to ask him how he felt in such harsh conditions. However, this partner looked very cheerful and calm, and it seemed to him that these tests were too easy for him, and that he could run even further and lift even more weight. Soon, Su Yang and the remaining recruits arrived at the Namhansan Seong fortress, on the territory of which there was a training camp where the recruits would train. Upon arrival at the fortress, Su Yang told the recruits that the structure was designed to repel enemy attacks and other unforeseen threats that might threaten Joseon. After this, Su Yang suggested that the recruits go wash and go to dinner, to which one of the recruits asked Su Yang if such things were not some kind of luxury for them. In response to this, Su Yang told the recruit that while they were undergoing training, they could use the local bathhouse at least every day to wash and clean themselves up. Hearing this, the recruits were very happy, and they immediately began to thank Su Yang for his concern for them. After 5 this, Su Yang told the recruits that tomorrow morning he would personally talk with each of them, and today, they could calmly go to rest, after which the soldiers went to wash, have dinner, and rest. The next morning, Su Yang interviewed each of the new recruits to better understand their goals and motivations for training with the others. Su Yang had almost finished interviewing the recruits, and he only had 2 more recruits left to talk to. The first person to come to Su Yang was Hong San, who was a slave in Gangwon-do, and he believed that this young man had come here to change his current situation. When Su Yang asked Hong San what exactly brought him here, Hong San said that if he enlisted in the military, his master would free his parents. Hong San also told Su Yang that he began training as a child to free his parents from slavery, making every effort to express all his gratitude and respect to them. Su Yang looked at Hong San and thought that even with such a small weight and height, he must have tried his best to become stronger. Su Yang told Hong San that the training during the exercise would not be easy, but if he tried hard, he could easily complete it. After which Hong San thanked Su Yang and left his office. Su Yang had only one interview left to conduct, and he asked this recruit to come see him. However, Su Yang was horrified when he learned that this latest recruit was none other than Hong Yun Seong. In Korea, Hong Yun Seong was known not just as an ordinary butcher, but as a real monster who never spared his enemies and did not feel any pity for them. Going into Su Yang's office, Yun Seong told Su Yang that he was born in Hoenn, that he had a strong body and a poor family, which is why he was unable to learn horse riding. However, despite his background and status, Yun Seong still wanted to succeed, and so he decided to become one of the recruits. At this moment, Su Yang believed that now he had a unique opportunity to rewrite the history of young Yun Seong, making him a strong and brave warrior. Su Yang then told Yun Seong that a true leader should lead his army without showing any cruelty, since he believed that a leader does not have to beat and abuse his subordinates. However, Yun Seong somewhat disagreed with Su Yang's statement, and then he asked him why warriors are needed in the world if they do not use cruel and extreme measures. Instead of giving Yun Seong a clear answer, Su Yang told him that he would make sure to explain this to all the students during the training, after which he ended his interview with Yun Seong. When Yun Seong left the office, Su Yang thought that Sejong was also very stubborn at one time, and that he still managed to take the right path, and he hoped that such problems would not arise with Yun Seong. After the interview, Su Yang began training his recruits to maintain the correct formation position. Many recruits thought that this kind of training was very strange, and at first glance, it did not give them any skills. However, Yun Seong told the other recruits that this training will sharpen their teamwork skills, since in real combat, orders must be carried out quickly and unconditionally. In addition to combat training, Su Yang was going to teach the recruits writing, since he wanted communication between the troops to be carried out through writing. During writing training, recruits made every effort to not only understand what was written in their text, but also to be able to write various hieroglyphs on their own. One of Su Yang's assistants, who taught writing to new recruits, noticed how one of their soldiers had already begun to successfully read and write. This student was Yun Seong, who claimed that writing was easy for him. At this moment, Su Yang also turned his attention to Yun Seong's progress and thought that if he had any problems with him, he would have to take appropriate measures. However, now Su Yang saw that he was not having any problems with Yun Seong yet, and he believed that if he continued to try so hard, he could become one of the first instructors. After writing lessons and a few extra drills, the recruits were allowed to take a break from training. While the other recruits decided to play Go, Hong San decided to take a short walk around the training campgrounds. The other recruits asked Hong San to play with them, but Hong San said that he wanted to get some fresh air. However, the recruits did not understand why Hong San decided to take an extra walk around the camp instead of resting, after which Hong San left the rest of the recruits and went for a walk. Walking outside, Hong San thought about his past and how his owner allowed him to go to these military exercises and about the last time he saw his parents. The day Hong San's father learned that his son was going to military training, he gave him some things and told him that this was his only chance to earn money and free himself from the shackles of slavery. Hong San's father also told him that he shouldn't worry about them and that he should just run away, but Hong Sang firmly insisted that he would free him and his mother. At this moment, Hong San was also thinking about whether his parents were still alive and whether he would ever see them again. Suddenly, Hong Sna turned his attention to the tent, from which the light always burned until nightfall. Curiosity got the better of Hong San, and he decided to find out what was going on in this tent, that the light was constantly on there. Moving the curtain of the tent, Hong San saw Ma Il training with some strange devices that looked very similar to large bowling pins. A few seconds later, Ma Il saw Hong San looking at him, and he told him to leave if he came here just to watch him, which scared Hong San a little. At this moment, Hong San looked at one of the walls of the tent and saw that on this wall there were several more devices of different sizes, which were very similar to the ones Ma Il was holding. After this, Hong Sang asked Ma Il what his rank was, to which Ma Il said that he was a junior assistant to the commander-in-chief of the 8th rank. At this moment, Hong San turned to Ma Il as a junior assistant and asked him why he needed those big batons he was just twirling. However, before answering, Ma-il handed this club to Hong San and told him that he could explain everything to him and familiarize him with this device, which at first somewhat frightened Hong San. Then Ma-il told Hong San that this device is called Heavenly Condescension, which is used to teach a warrior how to properly wield his weapon. However, this baton was so large and heavy that Hong San could not only rotate it, but even hold it in his hands. After a couple of seconds, Hong San said that he wanted to personally look into the eyes of the person who came up with this training device. In response to this, Ma-il told Hong San that it was Mr. Su Yang who developed these devices to make it much easier for recruits to master the skills of using their weapons. Ma-il also told Hong San that there are several types of such batons, the weight, size, and shape of which depend on what kind of weapon the recruit wants to learn to wield. Hong San was afraid that Ma-il would now force him to try all types of these clubs, and he said that he wanted to become a shield bearer, hoping that in this case Ma-il would leave him behind with his clubs. However, at the same second, Ma-il took out the heaviest instrument, which imitated a battle shield and which had approximately the same weight. At this point, Hong San began to apologize to Ma-il for the fact that he still did not understand what types of melee weapons the recruits would have to wield. At first, Hong San wanted to escape from Ma-il's tent as quickly as possible, but at that very moment, Ma-il stood in front of the exit of their tent and told Hong San that now he would not let him go so easily. Ma-il told Hong San that since they started the topic of shield training, they should try to learn how to use it. This news greatly upset Hong San, as he realized that he was now stuck in this tent with Ma-il for a long time. As night approached, Ma-il finished training Hong San, and he decided that now he could go back to camp and go to bed. At this moment, Hong San was very exhausted and tired, and he felt that if things continued like this, he was unlikely to be able to survive all this training. On the way to the camp, Hong San saw Yun Sung in front of him, who was also awake at the camp. Hong San found Yun Sung outside the camp a bit suspicious and decided to ask him what he was doing here. A blood-stained Yun Sung told Hong San that he was tired of repeating these simple exercises that they do during training, and he decided to do a little training on his own and alone. At the same moment, Hong San noticed that all of Yun Sung's clothes were stained with blood, which scared him very much. Later, a frightened Hong San asked Yun Sung if he was okay, as he was afraid that Yun Sung had his own blood on his clothes and that he might have accidentally hurt himself. After a short silence, Yun Sung believed that Hong San was the only one who saw him in this state, and then he asked Hong San to just forget about what he just saw. Yun Sung also felt like Su Yang was watching him closely, and that he too could see what Hong San saw. After that, Yun Sung turned to face Hong San and headed towards his side of the camp, believing that Hong San would quickly forget that he had seen him outside the camp. After walking a few steps, Yun Sung grabbed Hong San by the shoulder and told him that his clothes were not stained with his blood, which only scared Hong San even more. The next day, Su Yang and Pyong arrived at the royal palace to demonstrate the results of their training in the 3 main exercises. Pyong was going to be the first to show the results of his training, and during this time his muscles and body became much stronger and stronger. Li Haiyang and Su Yang were very interested to see how their younger brother showed his skills. The first exercise Pyong performed was the bench press, and he was able to lift a 140-kin barbell without any difficulty. Sejong was very happy that now his youngest son had become so strong. After Sejong expressed his pride in his youngest son, Pyong prepared to perform his next exercise. Pyong's next exercise was the deadlift, and he managed to perform this exercise with a barbell weighing 180 kin. After that, Pyong performed a squat with a barbell weighing 190 kun, and Sejong calculated that the total load on Pyong was 510 kun, which made Sejong very happy. After all these exercises, Pyong told his father that if his older brothers had not helped him, he would never have been able to achieve such amazing results in his life. Sejong then told Pyong that even after he became so strong, he should never give up the path of improving his body. Pyong promised his father that even while he was in Beijing, he would not stop training and would continue to improve. Sejong also told Su Yang that he would also like to know how much more powerful he had become, since Sejong had heard that Su Yang had become even stronger. However, at this moment, Su Yang remembered that he had been spending more time on various government affairs recently, leaving him with less time to train. Su Yang was especially upset that he had only trained for 6 days this week, but he couldn't refuse his father's request, and he would still have to demonstrate the results of his training. Since Su Yang last demonstrated his strength, his muscles have become even larger and stronger. The results of Su Yang's training were so noticeable that even Sejong's wife, who had some vision problems, saw how much stronger her son had become. Before starting the exercises, Su Yang told his parents that he would not stop training his body so that he could continue to show his respect to them. Su Yan decided to perform a squat with a barbell weighing 440 kin as the first exercise. It was very difficult for Su Yan to stand up with such a heavy barbell, but despite such a heavy load and severe muscle pain, he still managed to successfully complete the first exercise. After squatting with a barbell, Su Yang performed a bench press, and this time the weight of the barbell was 330 kin. But even despite such a large weight of the barbell, Su Yang still managed to complete this exercise. Before performing the deadlift, Su Yang looked at his palm and could not believe that he would actually be able to overcome this seemingly insurmountable threshold of his body's capabilities. Su Yang had such a hard time completing the previous two exercises that his palms were very worn out, but this only motivated Su Yang to train further. Meanwhile, one of Su Yang's assistants looked at him and felt like a weakling who would never in his life be able to lift so much weight in even one of these exercises. Meanwhile, Sejong told Su Yang that he should rest a little before doing the last exercise, as he believed that after the first two exercises, Su Yang would become too overexerted. However, Su Yang insisted that he was not tired at all and that he was still able to show his strength, which somewhat surprised Sejong. Su Yang prepared to perform a deadlift, and Su Yang tried to put all his effort into this one, since this time the weight of the barbell was 430 kin. All the eyewitnesses were so tense that some of them thought that Su Yang would not be able to handle such weight this time. However, despite all the doubts, Su Yan was able to perform a deadlift with such a huge weight. Su Yan's total load in all exercises amounted to more than 1,000 kin. Su Yan was incredibly happy for his sons. After this, Sejong immediately asked Pyeon to take a folding paper screen and depict Su Yang's body on it. Su Yang thought that it would be very similar to the poster of the gym where he went to train in his previous life. Su Yang didn't expect his father to decide to do something like this, and he wanted to try to talk Sejong out of the idea. Su Yang then told his father that such an action would look somewhat shameful in front of their descendants, and he said that they should not depict his body in such a way. However, in response to Su Yang's claims, Sejong said that they must make sure that Su Yang leaves his mark on Joseon history and becomes an example for future descendants. Sejong also said that from now on, the weight category in which Su Yang just completed the 3 main exercises will be called Su Yang's weight, which only confused Su Yang more. The next day, Su Yang returned to the training camp and informed the recruits that from that day on, he and his assistants would train them in military affairs. Su Yang also told the recruits that in addition to training in close combat, he would also train them in firearm skills, which were developed by Crown Prince Li Hyang. After this, Su Yang distributed the warriors into various classes, among which were 41 shield bearers, 51 spearmen, 63 swordsmen, and 66 assistant commanders. Initially, Su Yang expected that he would be able to gather fewer assistant commanders than he expected, and he simply believed that these people simply did not learn how to wield melee weapons well enough. Su Yang also doubted that all the recruits would train well enough, and he felt that he should definitely control this as carefully as possible. Soon, the soldiers from the shield-bearer class saw the metal plates they would be training with, and they were confused not only by their weight, but also by their unusual shape. One of the shield-bearers looked at these plates and believed that these were the very shields that even a mountain falling on them could not break. Soon, one of the trainers yelled at the shield-bearers for their slowness, and then all the shield-bearers immediately grabbed their shields and headed to the training area. Upon arrival at the training site, one of the shield-bearers complained that the shields were too heavy for their training, as it was very difficult for them to even just hold them. However, the shield-bearer's trainer immediately ordered all his students to shut up and prepare for training, and the shield-bearers had no choice but to begin training. Su Yan looked at the shield-bearers and thought that at first it would be very difficult for them. But with all this was a necessary measure for the most effective training. The first reason for the use of such strange shields was their size, since they had the highest area of protection for the warrior from enemy attacks. The second reason for using such shields was their high strength due to the highest iron content, which is why these shields were so heavy. Su Yang believed that if the Ming Empire decided to attack Joseon, these recruits would be trained enough to fight back the Ming soldiers. During training, Su Yang heard a conversation between 2 recruits about how some recruit was training harder and harder every day. Su Yan was interested in this conversation, and he decided to personally find out who this soldier was and how he managed to put in so much effort during training. This same soldier turned out to be Hong San, who became one of the shield bearers, and who already at that time had some skills in using a shield after training with Ma-il. Meanwhile, the new recruits in the spear class were trying to master the Machamdo, which was the Korean equivalent of the Japanese Bisento, 2.5 meters long and weighing 15 kin. At first, many recruits had some problems mastering Machamdo due to its length. However, already at this time, Yun Sung easily swung his Machamdo so quickly that the other recruits did not have time to follow the movement of his body. A week had passed since the start of recruit training, and during the training it was easy to see the difference between those recruits who were doing well and those who were still having a hard time. However, despite all the difficulties, within a month most of the recruits were able to master the basic skills of using their combat instruments. One day, Hong San decided to eat a little rice cake with pork together with one of the soldiers. Hong San believed that despite how harsh the conditions in this camp can sometimes be, this camp still feeds all the soldiers very tasty. During his training, Hong San became so proficient in wielding the shield that he could easily carry it on his back even during breaks between training sessions. When Hong San's partner asked him how he could eat so many rice cakes, Hong San said that because of the pork, the rice cakes had a very pleasant taste that was very hard to resist. Given the abundance of juicy and tasty pork, Joseon chefs decided to try adding pork meat to rice cakes instead of vegetables, which is why Joseon residents began to eat these cakes even more often. Hong San soon finished his rice cakes, and he decided to return to camp and get some more of them for himself and his partner. Due to his continuous and rigorous training, Hong San began to expend a lot of energy, causing his appetite to become even stronger over the past few weeks. Soon all the soldiers were gathered in the camp, as Su Yang wanted to tell them about a new test that all warriors must pass, since this test should help the warriors strengthen their legs. Su Yang told the warriors that in 2 days they would all go on a campaign, during which the warriors would be given heavier equipment. However, the soldiers did not fully understand what kind of campaign Su Yang was telling them about, and they decided to ask him as many details as possible about this campaign. Then Su Yang told the soldiers that they would have to walk a distance of 40 kilometers along a mountain path in heavy uniforms. At that moment, the soldiers lost all their fighting spirit because they could not even imagine how difficult the path they would have to overcome. After 2 days, the warriors armed themselves with new equipment and went on a hike up the mountain while it was raining heavily outside. Many warriors thought about leaving everything right now and going on a hike, but due to the risk of running into mountain raiders, they still had to continue on their way. Su Yang turned his attention to how many of the warriors were exhausted after several kilometers traveled, and he decided to organize a small halt at which they would regain strength and continue their journey. At this moment, the warriors began to take jugs of water out of their bags, because despite the barely cool rain, all the warriors were very exhausted and they were all very thirsty. Then Su Yang told the warriors that when they drank water, they would also have to swallow a grain of salt in order to maintain the water balance in the body longer, and so that they would be less thirsty. Su Yang also told the warriors that they should not worry about running out of water, since at the next stop they could easily replenish their water supplies. During the halt, the warriors felt a little better, and at that moment they considered themselves very lucky that they had gone on this difficult campaign together with such a person as Su Yan. Soon, Su Yang and his warriors continued their march, during which Su Yang began to think that in less than a month he would be training new instructors. Su Yang also drew attention to the fact that Yun Sun remains the same extraordinary and very mysterious person. Su Yang also noticed how, during his training, Hong San turned from an emaciated and short guy into a strong young man who was confident in his abilities. However, not only Yun Sung and Hong San were able to distinguish themselves, but the rest of the warriors also changed for the better during their training together. Su Yang was very proud of his students, and he couldn't wait to show his father how he had trained his warriors to protect Joseon from any danger. Meanwhile, Pian had already arrived in the Ming Empire and headed to Beijing, where he wanted to personally meet with Emperor Zhu Jizhen. Zhu Jizhen was pleased to welcome Pian to Beijing, and he was glad that Joseon was striving for enlightenment and respect for the Ming Empire. Jizhen also heard that Pian was hard at work in calligraphy, so he asked him to demonstrate his skills in practice. Pian thought that Jizhen wanted him to write him some beautiful and wise phrase, to which Jizhen said that he was always glad to read a letter that was written by the hand of a master. Immediately after this, Jizhen asked Pian to give them the small arms that Pian had brought to Beijing as tribute. When Jizhen asked Pian why the Joseon army did not use these weapons in the fight against the barbarians, Pian said that they decided that they should not be too willful again. Pyong also told Jizhen that Joseon shows his respect for the Ming Empire in the same way as a son shows his respect and respect for his parents. At this point, the imperial eunuchs believed that the Joseon warriors had not yet used this weapon in practice, from which they concluded that they were dealing with an as yet untested model. Pyong also told Jizhen how powerful this weapon is and that almost anyone can learn to use it masterfully in just a couple of months of practice. Then Jizhen decided that if Pyong praised a completely new type of weapon so much, then it was worth checking its performance in practice. A few minutes later, a firearm was tested in the imperial courtyard, giving it and several shells to one of the imperial guards. After a couple of minutes of testing, 8 shots were fired from a firearm at a target in protective clothing, 3 shots of which were able to hit the target. One of the eunuchs conveyed to Jizhen that if these shots were fired at a person, then he would have no chance of surviving these shots. Jizhen also learned that this weapon not only requires much less gunpowder to fire a shot, but also allows you to fire at the target much more efficiently. Jizhen was very pleased with the result of the tests, and he believed that this time Joseon was able to create a weapon that was superior to any weapon of the Ming Empire in all respects. Jizhen asked Pyong to bring 1,000 of these weapons to the Ming Empire as tribute. But Pyong said that in this case, Joseon would not be able to hold the line against the Mongol invaders. Pyong also said that as a tribute to the Ming Empire, he brought with him 2,000 liang instead of firearms. Meanwhile, after conducting a joint campaign, Su Yang hit Yunseong right in the face with all his might. The fact is that the reason for what happened was the first dismissal of a soldier from his post for unworthy behavior. Meanwhile, Pyong was walking through the Dragon Cave in Nagyang, which contained many caves and Buddha statues. Ankyung, one of Joseon's painters and sculptors, accompanied Pyong and told him about this place. While walking, Ankyung turned his attention to the new Buddha statues that had recently appeared, and he wanted to show them to Pyong as soon as possible. This statue was very similar to Su Yang, and Angyung said that the local sculptors decided to take his image as the personification of one of the aspects of the 4 great heavenly kings. Ankyung also showed Pyong that if they continued their walk, they would see that the sculptors had made several of these statues at once. Suddenly, Pyong noticed that these statues looked suspiciously very similar to Su Yang, which raised some questions in their minds. Then Angyong approached one of the sculptors and asked him who carved these statues and where their image was taken from. This sculptor told Pyong and Ankyung how 2 years ago a couple of people were selling fake medicine on the streets of Beijing, and one unknown gentleman really didn't like it. Then this gentleman struck down one of these deceivers, and people say that it was none other than the King of Growth himself. On that day, one of the artists captured the image of this gentleman, which entailed a change in the image of Buddha. Then Ankyung remembered how Su Yang once told him about a very similar incident that happened to him during his stay in Beijing, and Ankyung found this coincidence somewhat funny. However, Pyong was not amused at all and was furious that the sculptors had made such an implausible image of Su Yang. Ankyung was at a loss, and he asked Pyong to calm down, as he was afraid that with his behavior and emotional state he might attract unnecessary attention to him. Pyong didn't like how the sculptors depicted Su Yang in such a way that it looked like he had a lot of fat in his abdominal area, which he thought was just disgusting. Pyong couldn't let anyone else see it, so he said that he would have to postpone his trip to Beijing and paint the real image of Su Yang. After some time, Pyong and Angyang arrived at a huge rock 20 meters high to depict the real image of Su Yang in it. Standing next to this rock, Pyong told Ankyung that Su Yang stood out not only for his body, but also for his mind, and therefore he wanted to portray him as a bodhisattva. A few months later, a group of sculptors led by Pyong stood on the site of this rock with a majestic statue of Su Yang. Ankyung said that this statue has an unusual dark aura and that it vaguely resembles a celestial black dragon. Soon, the Chongyang Mountain Festival began in Joseon, during which people visit the mountains and admire the beauty of autumn. On this day, Su Yang wanted to show his father the results of his soldiers' training. The first thing the soldiers did was greet Sejong, and at that moment, all their movements were almost perfectly synchronized. Sejong could not help but pay attention to the coordinated movements of the soldiers, from which he concluded that their training was more than successful. Sejong also told the soldiers that they would become an example not only for future soldiers, but also for all Joseon residents. After the greeting, Sejong asked Li Haiyang to evaluate the level of training of the newly minted soldiers. Li Haiyang came out in front of the soldiers and ordered them to prepare for battle formation. The shield bearers came forward first, while behind them stood the spearmen, behind whom stood the archers. To test the level of training of the soldiers, The royal soldiers decided to try sending several heavy rolling logs at them. When the royal soldiers cut the ropes, the logs immediately rolled towards Su Yang's soldiers. To protect himself from the blow, Hong San ordered all the shield bearers to put their shields forward and reflect the blow. After the logs collided with the shield bearers immediately began to attack, using small axes to do this. A few seconds later, almost all the logs were cut into small logs. The next to demonstrate their skills were the spearmen. The essence of the spearman test was that each spearman had to hit the weak points indicated on the dummy with his spear as quickly as possible. However, Yoon Sung decided that this test was too easy for him, and then he cut his dummy into pieces. Next, Sejong decided to test the skills of the shooters by placing a small target on the test field, in the center of which the soldiers were supposed to hit. During this test, the soldiers took turns stepping forward and starting shooting toward the target. At the end of the test, the soldiers rolled forward a large structure which was loaded with hundreds of explosive arrows, which were supposed to be fired at one moment. A second after the weapon was fired, the arrows immediately flew towards the target, and at that same second, the target was completely destroyed. Sejong was very pleased with Su Yang's work, and he believed that with such a strong army and powerful weapons, no country would fight against Joseon. After the tests were carried out, many soldiers received higher social status, and among these soldiers was also Hong San, who was now called Jung Beom-su. A couple of days after the combat testing, early Joseon General Lee Ji-nak, aka Lee Wanbong, received a letter saying that the recent combat testing of soldiers in Joseon had been successful. Ambassador Wanbong said that Sejong not only confirmed the successful completion of the combat tests, but also approved many of Su Yang's soldiers for military service in the Joseon army. Then Wanbong said that if all this was true, then these new soldiers were very gifted people, and that ordinary soldiers could not be compared with them. However, Wanbong also believed that despite the level of training of these soldiers, they had no real experience in combat. Ambassador Wanbong agreed with his superior's words and added that such a high level of training of these soldiers does not give them any guarantee of survival in the face of a real threat to Joseon. Wanbong was also confident that despite such an effective training program, these soldiers were not trained to withstand extremely low temperatures. Wanbong then decided that this method of training new soldiers, although good, was far from ideal, and he wanted to contribute to the training of soldiers. Ambassador Wanbong believed that perhaps they should not train soldiers in mountain ranges, as it was quite dangerous terrain even for the most experienced and trained warriors. However, Wanbong said that he did not intend to send all the new soldiers to the mountains, and he said that he intended to send all of the couple dozen people to the mountains. Wanbong also said that he would definitely assign one of the local residents to these soldiers so that they would not get lost and die in this harsh area. However, even under such conditions, Ambassador Wanbong was afraid that if at least one soldier died during his training, it could greatly damage Wanbong's reputation in the person of Sejong. Wanbong then said that he must prepare new soldiers for such conditions anyway. Otherwise, he simply could not entrust the defense of northern Joseon to such soldiers. A couple of days later, Su Yang's soldiers arrived in Hamnung, where a new stage of their combat training was planned to begin. Wanbong greeted the soldiers and told them that he was well aware of how difficult their military exercises had been. However, Wanbong said that Hamnung was an extremely harsh and inhospitable place, where bandits and severe cold reigned. At this point, a couple of soldiers who were with Wanbong told the soldiers about how they once lost an ear and received many different scars that still left discomfort. Then Wanbong told the soldiers that he would like to see their level of training, and that their first test would be the brutal cold of the local mountain ranges. The warriors will have to climb to the top of Mount Bakdalbong and leave something there that would indicate that they actually managed to climb to the very top. Before the warriors begin the test, they must choose 30 people and 2 commanders who will have to climb to the top of the mountain. Wanbong also told the warriors that in this test they would be very limited in time, and therefore they would have to climb up and down the mountain as quickly as possible. After Su Yang's soldiers decided who would participate in this test, one of the local residents arrived to them, who would have to accompany these warriors. Yoon Sung then told the man that they first needed to make a plan and route for their journey, and he asked the villager if he really wanted to go with them. Yoon Seong also told the resident that if a warrior has received some kind of assignment, then it is his duty to carry out this assignment, to which the resident said that he himself understands this very well. However, the resident told Yoon Seong that their soldiers had only spent a day in the mountains, and the places they would be heading to would be even more harsh than those they had been to before. The resident also said that even their most experienced hunters put their lives in great danger when going to these places. At this moment, Yunner Song squeezed the map in his hands and interrupted the resident, telling him that if he was not going to accompany them, then he could get out of here and not disturb them. At this point, Hong San said that one of the people who previously trained them was from Gapsan, and he told the warriors a lot of useful advice in case they had to wander through the mountains. Yun Sung became more and more irritated by the second, and then he pushed Hong San on the shoulder and said that it was time for them to pack their equipment and move out. When all the soldiers prepared to go to the mountain, Wan Ban looked at their confident faces and believed that such self-confidence would not help them survive in such harsh conditions. Wan Ban also began to suspect that these soldiers didn't even know how to fight, and that they would probably lose at least a couple dozen fingers during this ordeal. In addition, Wan Ban looked at the guns in the warriors' backpack and tried to understand why they still needed these strange iron rods. During the hike, a local resident noticed that almost all the soldiers were climbing the mountain holding heavy shields and weapons, to which Hong San said that this was nothing for them. Hong San also said that they also have special devices that make moving on slippery and icy surfaces much easier. When the resident asked the warriors who came up with all these wonderful devices, Yun Song immediately remembered the very moment when Su Yang hit him in the face with all his might for violating discipline. Then Yun Sung still replied that it was all Su Yang's idea, after which he immediately said that it was time for them to stop talking. Soon evening came, and the warriors decided to find a place to spend the night where they set up a small camp. Soon the soldiers found an excellent place to spend the night where they immediately began to pitch their tents. While the rest of the warriors were setting up tents, Hong San made a fire, and the local resident was very surprised at how these warriors were able to set up this camp so quickly. Hong San told the villager that Su Yang also originally wanted to train them in mountain survival, but due to lack of time, this type of training had to be postponed. By this time, Hong San had just managed to cook military stew, the smell of which the resident really liked. Then Hong San gave one portion of the stew to the resident and said that he learned to cook it just during military exercises, and that this food is very satisfying and gives a lot of strength. The villager tried the stew and really liked its taste, and then he wondered how Hong San managed to achieve such a great taste. Hong San then said that they first roast the pork, dry it, and grind it. Then they use various spices, and this time Hong San used cinnamon and dried cherries. Soon, one of the warriors arrived at Hong San, who reported that they had finished laying out the tents, and Hong San decided that now it was time to decide how the warriors would guard the camp. Hong San told the warriors to pair up and take 3 positions in the camp, in which they would regularly take turns. It was deep night, and at this time Yun Sung sat near the still unextinguished fire and monitored the situation in the camp. At this moment, Hong Sang approached Yun Sung, and Yun Sung Woo told him that it was not his turn to be on duty at the camp yet. However, Hong Sang told Yun Sung that he just wanted to talk to him a little about how he should be at least a little kinder to the rest of the soldiers. Yun Sung then said that even though they all have a common goal, he still cannot give up, as he believed that in this case the soldiers would take advantage of his good nature. Yun Sung also told Hong Sang that if he doesn't like the way Yun Sung commands his warriors, then Hong Sang can calmly tell him so. Yun Sung then told Hong Sang that he understood that he was some kind of nuisance for him, which is why he informed Su Yang that he left the territory of their camp at the wrong time. Soon, Yun Sung noticed that his time on duty had come to an end, and he prepared to return to his tent. Before returning to his place, Yun Sung told Hong Sang to be careful, since other times he might be the first to set him up somehow. The next morning, all the warriors, together with the local resident, were able to climb to the very top of the mountain and plant their flag there. The resident said that he had been up and down this mountain many times before, but this time the climb up the mountain was much easier than usual. Suddenly, Yun Sung felt that something was wrong here. And then he looked up at the sky, where dark clouds could be clearly seen. At the same moment, Yun Sung ordered all the other soldiers to demolish the camp and prepare torches, since they should under no circumstances remain in these mountains. While Yun Sung was giving orders to his warriors, a large tiger appeared behind him and was ready to attack Yun Sung and tear him into small pieces. However, by this moment, Yun Sung managed to take out his blade and neutralize the tiger for a while. However, the wound was not critical enough to completely neutralize the tiger, and after a couple of seconds it prepared to attack Yun Sung again. However, Hong San could not allow Yun Sung to die, so he immediately prepared his shield and headed towards Yun Sung. As a result, Hong San not only managed to arrive to Yun Seong's aid in time, but also repelled another tiger attack. However, the tiger's blow was still strong enough to knock Hong San down. At that moment, there was a ravine behind Hong San and Yun Xiong, and they immediately began to fall from it to the very foot of the mountain. The rest of the soldiers were very scared for Hong San and Yun Xiong, and they did not know how they could help them and save them. Even during military exercises, Su Yang forced his recruits to perform the same exercise many times. On one such day, Su Yang ordered the soldiers to perform 31 repetitions of touching the heavens with their feet, which seemed to the soldiers a virtually impossible task. However, Su Yang didn't care at all about how difficult it would be for his soldiers to complete this exercise, and all the soldiers began to perform it while Su Yang counted the number of repetitions completed. As a result, the soldiers had to perform the exercise with straight legs, pointing them to the left, then up, then to the right. After just a couple of dozen repetitions, many soldiers found it very difficult to perform the exercise, and they tried to continue doing the exercise with their legs bent. However, Su Yang saw that these soldiers began to perform the exercise incorrectly, and he stopped counting until all the soldiers performed the repetition correctly. Because of this, the soldiers still tried to perform the exercise correctly. But due to extreme fatigue, many soldiers began to feel unwell. In the end, the soldiers still managed to complete all 31 approaches, which is why it was even difficult for them to breathe after this exercise. After all the soldiers completed this exercise, Su Yang asked the soldiers how many sets the soldiers completed before performing the last repetition correctly. However, at this moment, the soldiers were so exhausted that they could not even speak for a while. Then Su Yang had to repeat his question, but this time his tone of communication was harsher than usual. At this point, the soldiers became very upset that Su Yang had to talk to them in such a tone, and then they said that they had performed the exercise 62 times before the last repetition. Hong San soon landed in the snow and survived his fall from a high cliff. After a couple of seconds, Hong San turned his attention to Yun Sung, who was also lying in the snow and saying something, indicating that he was still alive. Then Hong San decided that he couldn't leave Yun Sung in this state, and then he tried to wake up Yun Sung. When Yun Sung Wan opened his eyes, Hong Sang asked him how he felt after falling from such a great height. Yun Sung said that he was fine, and Hong San guessed that the tree branches and soft snow greatly cushioned their fall. Yun Sung then tried to get to his feet and figure out how much time had passed since they fell, and Hong San guessed that it was more likely that only a few minutes had passed since they landed. Hong San then told Yun Xiong that they should return to the rest of the warriors as soon as possible. Suddenly, Yun Sung saw a large bloody spot on Hong Sang's side, and he believed that Hong Sang was seriously injured. Soon, Yun Sung got to his feet, and he and the wounded Hong San headed to the warriors' camp. After a couple of minutes of walking, Hong San told Yun Sung that he couldn't walk anymore and that he should continue on his way without him. Hong Sang also said that he does not want to become an obstacle for Yun Sung on his way to promotion, and that he needs to return to camp within the next few days. At this moment, Yun Sung noticed the fresh tracks of the tiger, and he did not understand how Hong San could stay in this place when a dangerous and ferocious predator was roaming nearby. Hong San then told Yun Xiong that he shouldn't worry about him, and that he would be able to defend himself if the tiger attacked. At this moment, Yun Sung looked at Hong San and thought that with his injury, he could actually become a serious obstacle. After a couple of minutes of thinking, Yun Sung told Hong Sang that he would do as he told him and that he shouldn't stay in these places for too long. After a couple more minutes, Hong San walked up to a tree and sat down next to it with a weapon in his hands in case the tiger actually found him and wanted to tear him to pieces. Hong San believed that the tiger tracks he saw with Yun Sung were far from fresh, and he assumed that the tiger had been walking around this area for a long time and was tracking him with Yun Sung. Soon, Hong San finally saw the same tiger that Yun Xiong managed to wound at the top of the cliff. Hong San also noticed that with his blow, Yun Xiong was able to severely wound the tiger right in the eye, and he decided that because of this wound, the tiger began to see worse, and he decided that this could give him some advantage. However, Hong San believed that he still should not relax, since he only had one chance to neutralize the tiger by shooting him directly in the head with his gun. Suddenly, the tiger saw Hong San and immediately ran towards him, while Hong San aimed his gun at the tiger's head. However, when the tiger began to approach Hong San, he immediately fired his gun, but he failed to hit the tiger's head. With every second, the tiger was getting closer and closer to Hong San, and Hong San decided that these were his last minutes of life. However, at the same moment, Yun Xiong appeared, who thrust his blade into the tiger and completely neutralized it. Yun Sung then looked at Hong San and told him that he hoped he didn't regret having to come back here. Yoon Sung also said that he only returned here because he was afraid that if he returned to the camp alone, it might question his leadership skills. Hong Sang then asked Yoon Sung if he still harbors a grudge against Su Yang for what he did to him. That evening, when Hong San saw Yoon Seong outside the camp, they were both also seen by one of Su Yang's assistants, who decided to immediately report this to Su Yang. Soon, this assistant arrived at Su Yang, reported everything to Su Yang, and suggested that he expel Yoon Seong from the camp without any right of return. This assistant was also worried that if they continued to train Yoon Seong, sooner or later he might jeopardize Su Yang's good name. The very next day, he undertook his methods of educating the soldiers towards Yoon Sung for his yesterday's offense. On the evening of the same day, Ma Il asked Su Yang whether it was really worth applying such methods of education to Yoon Sung, since this act led to strong unrest among the soldiers. Su Yang then said that such a method of educating soldiers would moderate the discontent towards Yoon Sung and give him time to rethink his behavior. Then Ma Il considered that in this case it would be enough for Su Yang to limit himself to a severe reprimand to Yoon Seong, so as not to give the soldiers grounds for unrest. Su Yang then said that Yoon Seong was a very proud person, and a simple reprimand would only provoke him even more, and Su Yang would not accept such harsh methods towards anyone else. At this moment, Hong Sang overheard Su Yang and Ma Il's conversation, and Su Yang said that he was confident that a person like Yoon Sung could bring a lot of benefit to Joseon. Then Yoon Seong told Hong San that he had long ago overcome feelings such as resentment and hatred towards Su Yang. At the same moment, a group of warriors, along with a local resident, continued to jointly search for Hong San and Yoon Seong. Soon, the warriors managed to find Hong San and Yoon Seong alive and well. Meanwhile, heavy snow began to fall in Hamnung, and this greatly worried Wonbon, since it indicated that in the mountains where Su Yang's warriors were now, the snowfall was several times heavier. Then Wonbon summoned his best warriors to go to the mountains as soon as possible and save Su Yang's warriors. Then one of Wonbon's soldiers said that there was heavy snowfall at the top of the mountain, and even if they hurried, they were unlikely to be able to save all the soldiers. Then Wonbon said that if these warriors died, it would be entirely his fault, and therefore he could not just sit and wait until they returned. Then Wonbon mounted his horse and ordered all the soldiers who knew how to ride horses and knew the rules of survival in the mountains to follow him to save Su Yang's soldiers. Soon Wonbon recruited his strongest warriors and prepared with them to save Su Yang's warriors. However, as soon as the gates from Hamnung opened, Wonbon and his warriors saw in front of them all the soldiers of Su Yang, whom he sent to complete his task. At the same moment, all the soldiers unanimously greeted the somewhat perplexed Wonbon and saluted him. Wonbon was shocked by what he saw, as he did not expect that Su Yang's warriors would actually be able to return, and he asked them how they managed to return. Then Yoon Seong told Wonbon that they placed their flag on the top of the mountain and completed his task. Yoon Sung also showed Wonbon the dead body of the tiger that attacked them, and said that they also decided to bring the body of the defeated tiger to Wonbon. Then Young Song decided to briefly tell Wonbon the story of how they were attacked by this tiger and how they managed to neutralize it. When Wonbon got off his horse, Yoon Sung apologized to him for being so late in their task. Wonbon could not believe that a group of still young and inexperienced soldiers could cope with the ferocious tiger, while even a group of mercenaries could not cope with it. Then a local resident told Wonbon that in fact, this tiger was defeated by only 2 soldiers, namely Yoon Seong and Hong San. Yoon Sung told Wonbon that they really enjoyed the trip despite such harsh natural conditions, and that they were able to survive solely because of Hong San. Then one of Wonbon's soldiers did not believe that this tiger was defeated by just 2 soldiers, and then he immediately demanded proof that it was true. At that moment, Wonbon became convinced that despite the lack of real combat experience, these warriors possessed outstanding skills that were necessary for a real warrior. Soon, all the soldiers who took part in this expedition were promoted, and Hong San was given the honor of training Wonbon's new soldiers. However, on the first day of training, the recruits only said that the story that Yoon Sun and Hong San were able to defeat the tiger and return alive was a lie. However, Hong San tried not to pay attention to the words of the recruits, and he, holding back his anger, greeted his students and announced to them the start of their training. Many recruits were frightened by Hong San's behavior, as they did not understand how he managed to contain his displeasure with them and act as if nothing had happened. After this, Hong San told his students that their training would be very easy and stress-free, and that they should not worry about not being able to pass his training. However, Hong San's students only asked him to say that the whole story about how they climbed to the top of the mountain and defeated the tiger on their own was a lie. However, instead of saying anything, Hong San took off his outer clothing, which at first greatly frightened many of the recruits. Hong San then pointed to his scar on his side and said that if his wound had been a little deeper, he could have died due to loss of blood and organs. Hong San also decided to make fun of his students a little and said that in addition to this, in the mountains he defeated another tiger, which he decided to eat in order to gain strength and continue his journey. This time, the recruits said Hong San, and they were scared to imagine how their teacher not only defeated another tiger, but also ate it. Hong San also said that in some places tiger meat is considered an exquisite delicacy, and that he is sorry that his students are unlikely to experience this wonderful taste. With every passing second, the recruits became more and more convinced that Hong San was some kind of psycho, and they understood that if something happened, he could do something to them that they could not even imagine. After that, Hong San asked his students to take a stick, and the recruits, scared to death, thought that Hong San would now beat them. However, Hong San told the recruits that he had something else in mind, after which all the students took sticks and headed out with Hong San. Going outside, Hong San picked up his shield and told his students that in order for them to be convinced of his strength, they would have to take turns attacking him while he defended himself. Hong San also told his students that if someone managed to break through his defense, he would reward each of his students with a 5-fold portion of rice. This condition greatly motivated the recruits, and then they immediately began to attack Hong San. After a few hours, all the recruits were exhausted, and no one managed to break through Hong San's defense. Then Hong San told his students that since they could not break through his defense and he managed to prove his strength, now they will have to follow all the instructions that he will give them. One of the soldiers was very scared of Hong San's intentions, and then he invited him to peacefully resolve their small conflict over a drink. However, Hong San did not want to listen to his students, and he immediately told them to prepare to do the exercises that Su Yang taught him. Meanwhile, Pyong had already returned from his journey through the Ming dynasty with good news. Pyong informed Sejong that he and Emperor Ming had managed to resolve the issue of providing the Ming Empire with tribute and weapons, which in turn greatly pleased Sejong. Soon, Su Yang also learned that his younger brother had finally returned after a long journey in the Ming Empire, and he was very happy to see him home again. Pyong told Su Yang that during his travels, he was able to personally speak with the descendants of Confucius about their ideas about food and body culture. Pyong also said that those people were amazed that someone could be so full of respect for his ancestors. After which, Pyong handed Su Yang a bundle of paper and said that he had a gift for him. When Su Yang opened the package, he saw that it depicted a picture of the Dragon Moon Grottos, which Pyong had visited. Pyong also said that now this place has a special connection with Su Yang, since he was able to erect his statue there, which greatly admires the people and attracts new tourists there. Pyong also told Su Yang how initially he was very outraged by the first image of Su Yang's statues, since Su Yang had too much fat on them. Su Yang was very pleased that Pyong did something like this for him, and he said that someday he would go there and look at the statue in person. The next day, while Su Yang and his son were training, guests arrived. Then Su Yang remembered that on that day, Li Hyang and Sejong were supposed to go to the hot springs. At this moment, Li Hongwei, who was the son of Li Hyang and along with this nephew of Su Yang, arrived at Su Yang. When Su Yang asked Hongwei for what purpose he came to them, Hongwei said that he would like to hear a little about his journey through the Ming Empire. Hongwei heard that in the Ming Empire there are ships that can sail through mountains, to which Su Yang said that in fact these ships sail on rivers that flow between the mountains. Then Hongwei became interested to know how these ships managed to sail between the mountains. Then Su Yang said that about 800 years ago, in the place of the Ming Empire, there was the Sui dynasty, ruled by Emperor Yang Di. Yang Di was a very cruel ruler who forced his people to seize lands along the Yellow River and Zhanjiang. Su Yang wanted to tell Hongwei many more interesting things, but at the same moment Hongwei's teacher arrived. Ji Pyongjiang, who was Hongwei's teacher, told Li Hyang's son that it was time for classes and that it was time to prepare for lessons. Su Yang saw that little Hongli didn't really want to start his lessons, so Su Yang decided to do something. Then Su Yang asked Pyongjian if he, as a representative of the royal family, could also study a little with Li Hyang's son. Pyongjian didn't really want to delay Hongwei's training, but he allowed Su Yang to spend another half hour with Hongwei, which Su Yang was very grateful for. Su Yang then stood up from the bench and walked towards his training ground, asking Hongwei to follow him. Soon, Su Yang and Hong Wei found themselves at a small training field where he wanted to teach Hong Wei to play badminton. Su Yang picked up the racket and shuttlecock and reminded Hong Wei that his father was also cultivating his body, thereby expressing his respect to his parents. Su Yang also said that such training can be done only after the coming-of-age ceremony, when the body is fully formed. Su Yang said that for those who have not yet reached adulthood and who already want to start training their body, he specially developed a game like badminton. After this, Su Yang wanted to demonstrate to Hong Wei how to play badminton by throwing a shuttlecock in his direction. However, this time Su Yang was unable to correctly calculate the force of his blow, and the shuttlecock flew past Hong Wei at great speed. The force of Su Yang's blow was so great that if the shuttlecock had hit Hong Wei, he could have been seriously injured. At that moment, Su Yang realized that he needed to reduce the power of his blow several times, and the frightened Hong Wei said that he was unlikely to be able to learn how to play this game. The fact is that before this, Su Yang had only played badminton with Ma Il, and when playing with him, they always hit the shuttlecock with all their might. Su Yang then told Hong Li that he had simply tripped this time, and he suggested that Hong Wei try again. This time, Su Yang hit the shuttlecock with normal force, which gave Hong Wei some chances to hit the shuttlecock back. And this time, Hong Wei was actually able to throw the shuttlecock aside, and at that moment, Su Yang and Hong Wei began to play badminton leisurely and calmly. Soon, Hong Wei really enjoyed playing badminton and did not want to stop playing. However, Pyongjian, who was watching Su Yang and Hong Wei play, told Hong Wei that they should start practicing. At this moment, Su Yang understood Pyongjian's desire to teach Hong Wei something new. Since when Li Hyang returned from the hot springs, he would probably want to check what his son had learned today. Su Yang then told Pyongjian that working on his body was also a form of training, and if included in Hong Wei's curriculum, it could greatly help him in the future. At first, Pyongjian thought a little and decided that he would still include such a discipline as physical training in Hong Wei's training program. After Pyongjian approved of Su Yang's idea, he suggested that Hong Wei start practicing badminton. While Hyung Dong was watching the practice, Su Yang thought it would be nice if Hong Wei played with his son. Hyung Dong was very happy about this offer, and he also wanted to try playing badminton with his cousin. A lot of time had already passed, and Hong Wei and Hyung Dong did not stop playing until the evening. While one of the assistants was counting how many points Hyung Dong and Hong Wei had scored, Pyongjian began to get very annoyed that he had not been able to teach any of the lessons with Hong Wei. Then Pyongjian told Su Yang that Hong Wei would have enough games for today since it was already very late, and it was time for Hong Wei to return home. Then Su Yang invited Pyongjian to play badminton with him, but Pyongjian refused such an offer. But Su Yang continued to insist on playing at least a couple of rounds with him. However, Pyongjian did not like Su Yang's insistence, and he said that it would be very sad if Li Hyang found out that his son missed his classes today. But after a few minutes, Pyongjian finally decided to play several rounds of badminton with Hong Wei, and this game fascinated him very much, and he did not want to stop. At this moment, Su Yang's wife arrived and wanted to invite him and Hyung Dong to dinner. Su Yang then invited his wife to play badminton with them. But Su Yang's wife said that she would love to play with them, but it was too late to play. But after a few minutes, Su Yang finally played a few rounds of badminton with his wife, and she was as captivated by the game as Hong Wei and Pyongjian. The next day, Li Hyang returned from the hot springs, and the first thing he wanted to do was talk to his son about his activities. Li Hyang told Hong Wei that he had missed too many classes, and it would take a lot of effort for him to learn everything he should have learned yesterday. After this conversation, Hong Wei told his father about badminton, and Li Hyang also decided to play a few times with Su Yang. Soon, badminton gained immense popularity, and not only representatives of the highest nobility, but also ordinary people began to play it. Meanwhile, in the Ming Empire, Jizhen wanted to know from his assistant how many weapons they had managed to create. Jizhen's assistant reported that they were able to obtain 3,000 guns from Joseon, while they also expect to receive another 8,000 firearms. Jizhen also learned that due to the weight and volume of heavy firearms, they had some problems with their transportation and further operation. Then Jizhen ordered that only his strongest warriors be trusted to use heavy firearms. Jizhen also said that he was planning to attack and seize the northern Yuan territories soon. While Jizhen's assistant was trying to understand the motive of the emperor's actions, Jin told the emperor that everything would be done on time. Then Jizhen said that he was going to use the power of firearms in order to finally deal with the arrogant power of the northern Yuan. Meanwhile, Suya and Sejong went to the gunsmith camp, where one of the blacksmiths told them how they were progressing with the creation of new rifles. The blacksmith said that they were trying to improve the design of the rifles somewhat, and he said that thanks to Suyang, they were able to add a very important part to the design of the rifle. However, Suyang himself does not remember that he gave the blacksmiths any hint, and he did not understand what the blacksmith was talking about. The blacksmith said that the running wheel axle had recently become bent and damaged, requiring a new axle to be created. Then Sejong suggested that the blacksmiths managed to reduce the amount of heat generated by the rifles while maintaining their striking power. The blacksmith confirmed Sejong's guess, after which he approached the structure, which was covered with fabric, to show Suyang and Sejong his work. Having pulled off the fabric from the structure, Suyang and Sejong saw in front of them a running wheel, to which a small pole was connected, and in which one of the peasants was already running. Kuznet said that thanks to this design, they were able to greatly increase the production of new rifles in the shortest possible time. In the past, young blacksmiths cut and turned barrels, but this required a lot of effort and time, and sometimes resulted in poor quality rifle barrels. Suyang and Sejong were amazed that the blacksmiths allowed their students to finish their work early in exchange for exercise, without interrupting the process of creating new trunks. Sejong also told Suyang that recently they also spent a lot of time on this simulator. Then Sejong asked the blacksmith why they did not use the method he proposed for smelting two-part barrels. However, the blacksmith told Sejong that despite the simplicity of this method, rifles created using this technology quickly became unusable, unable to withstand even hundreds of shots. The blacksmith also told Suyang that barrels created using his technology took much less time, and thus it would be possible to create up to 2,000 reliable rifles in a year. In the past, making a rifle barrel took a lot of time to cut checkering, which meant that it took too much time and materials to create a single barrel. However, with the new technology, rifle barrels are produced at a lower cost, and soon this barrel production technology will be used by all blacksmiths. After this, Suyang asked his father why he ordered an increase in the production of new rifles. Then Sejong explained to Suyang that a decree had been received from the Ming Empire that they were planning to punish their enemies soon, and the emperor advised them to cooperate with the Ming Empire. Then Sejong believed that we were talking about an attack by the Ming Empire on Dalza and people from the Jurhan tribe, and he previously believed that some of them were in alliance with the Ming Empire. Sejong said that this is so, but there are rumors throughout the Ming Empire that many of the people from the Jurhan tribe have been behaving too provocatively lately, and the emperor decided to teach them a lesson. Then Suyang believed that, in fact, the Ming Empire was forcing them to take an indirect part in this conflict, and Sejong confirmed his guesses. Sejong also told Suyang that the Ming Empire demanded that 100,000 soldiers from the infantry and cavalry division be provided with rifles to attack the enemy from the rear. Suyang decided that these were only soldiers from the auxiliary troops, and he believed that if the total number of warriors was more than 200,000 warriors, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Sejong told Suyang that in order to resolve this issue, he decided to hold a meeting in which Suyang, Sejong, and the brightest minds of Joseon would try to find a solution to this issue. Suyang said that he would definitely come to the meeting, but at that moment he thought that this conflict arose at the wrong time. Soon, an urgent meeting began in Sejong's palace to find a solution to the conflict between the Ming Empire and the Jurhan Empire. What people were most worried about was that even if they could provide the Ming Empire with the required number of rifles, they still would not be able to provide the empire with that many warriors. People were also worried that otherwise, with a shortage of warriors, they would have to send all the men of Joseon to war except those from the southern province. After some deliberation and debate, Sejong appointed Kim Jong-so as Minister of Internal Borderlands. Kim Jong-so was grateful to Sejong for entrusting him with such a responsible role in resolving the sudden conflict. However, deep down, Kim Jong-so hoped that Sejong would not order him to go north again. Sejong's advisors reported that several locations such as Uye, Yongyang, Joseon, and Muchang had been ravaged in recent years, causing even greater unrest. However, despite the scale and consequences of these unrest, it is now quite quiet there, and the situation on Kamgil Island has also stabilized. However, despite this, more and more robbers began to appear closer to Sagun, who rob and exterminate everyone who gets in their way. People were especially worried about the areas around the Paje River, where the Amanju gang wages its aggression against local residents. Sejong figured that they couldn't easily ignore the order of the Ming Empire anyway, and they had to figure out how many of their warriors they could send. Kim Jong-so told Sejong that they had 60,000 soldiers from the main and auxiliary troops. But this was still not enough. Suyang thought that if the warriors were unable to defend the northern border, then no one would be able to help them, which would give the robbers a significant advantage. Suyang also believed that if they sent their troops now, it would be easier for the robbers to invade their lands, and thus they would be able to go all the way to Pyongyang. Meanwhile, Ming Dynasty Emperor Jizhen received some information about the state of Joseon. The letter indicated that Joseon was suffering heavy losses at the hands of Dalj and his warriors, and that Joseon was willing to send its troops to support the defense against further enemy raids. Jizhen was pleased with the fact that Joseon was actually willing to send 60,000 of its soldiers, and he wanted to know what the Ming Empire's Ministry of War thought about this. One of the military ministers told Jingren that given the current state of Joseon, then in this situation, their decision is very conscientious. After this, Jizhen learned that Joseon was willing to send out his warriors immediately after they had fortified their borders against Imanju and other barbarians, which somewhat surprised Jizhen himself. Jin explained to the emperor that recently Imanju had been one of the leaders of the barbarian tribes, and Jizhen wanted to know more details about Imanju. Then Jin reminded Jizhen that Imanju was the same warrior who was awarded the rank of military leader without any merit. Jizhen was surprised that even after receiving such a high status, Imanju did not stop looting, and he said that Joseon could immediately direct its forces to eliminate Imanju. The Minister of War then told Jizhen that despite all his atrocities, he had been appointed as a military leader on behalf of the empire, and he was afraid that if Joseon defeated him, the rest of the tribes would rebel against the Ming Empire. Also, the Minister of War told Jizhen that Joseon's victory over the Imanju army could greatly turn their heads, causing them to believe that they could cope without the empire. Then Jin told the emperor that with the arrival of the new commander-in-chief, the warriors began to worry more often, and if the other tribes were outraged, they could say that they were not informed. Jin also told the emperor and the Minister of War that they had another good reason to allow Joseon to stop Imanju and his army. Meanwhile, Suyang told Sejong that they needed to ask the Jizhen Emperor's permission to deal with Imanju before sending their troops to engage Dalje. Suyang believed that in this way they could not only protect the northern border of Joseon, but also demonstrate the combat readiness of the soldiers who underwent military training according to his methods. Jin told Emperor Jizhen that if they allowed Joseon to fight off the Imanju army, then they could test the combat effectiveness of their rifles. Dayin also believed that in this way they could better prepare for the war against Dalga. After the conquest of the northern border by the third emperor of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di, it was impossible to get rid of the raids, and Emperor Zhu Di needed to look for some alternative options. Then Zhu Di decided to find a compromise with the nomads, agreeing to trade relations with them and giving them tribute, and thus the equestrian city of Masi arose. The Ming dynasty bought horses from new lands, weakening them and directly affecting the lives of local residents. One day, a local resident expressed his dissatisfaction with one of the buyers because he did not want to buy his horse for 40 nannies, while last year he bought a worse horse for the same amount. However, the seller said that he would not buy such an old and sick horse for that kind of money, and then a local resident invited the buyer to take some of his wool along with his horse. However, the buyer was greatly offended by this act of a local resident, believing that he was trying to bribe him. This behavior of the buyer greatly surprised the local resident, since previously the same buyer had always agreed with him to such transactions. At the same moment, several men with rifles appeared behind the buyer, and the buyer told the local resident that he had better not even try to anger him, otherwise he might lose his head. Then the local resident told the buyer and his gang that if Mr. Taishi found out about this, he would be very angry with him. However, this did not frighten the buyer at all, and he told the local resident that, as compensation for the moral damage he had caused, he would have to buy his goods at the original price. A local resident told the buyer that he could not buy his goods at the original price, since prices for everything had almost doubled. Then the buyer said that iron had indeed become much more expensive than before, but he said that it was not his fault, and that the local resident himself had just shown him unheard of insolence. Meanwhile, vassal Alak, who was a very noble official, learned from his assistant that the reason for the rise in iron prices was that Joseon was buying a lot of iron. However, Alak could not believe that such a small country as Joseon could buy so much iron to cause such a strong increase in the price of iron in the market. After this, Alak arrived at the residence of Khan Taishi to inform him of the unpleasant news. Alak told his Khan that the Ming dynasty had violated the customs of the Masi settlement unilaterally, beginning to behave in an extremely disdainful manner. Taishi became very angry when he learned that Joseon was the reason for this behavior on Masi's part. Taishi did not understand how the people who used to beg constantly asked them for alms began to justify themselves. One of Taishi's advisors asked his Khan to calm down, telling him that he should be as cool-blooded as possible. Then Taishi proposed sending an envoy to Joseon to find out how the Joseon government felt about them. Taishi believed that if the Joseon authorities expel or kill the envoy, then they are in cahoots with the Ming Empire. But if they accept him, then relations between Joseon and the Ming Empire are now tense. A few days later, Taishi sent Alak as an envoy to Sejong and Joseon, beginning to talk about Joseon and Oirat being the successors of Goryeo and Dayuan. Alak talked about how their ancestors were connected by special circumstances, trying to convince the people of Joseon that they were brotherly peoples. Su-yang was beside himself with anger when Alak began to talk about how they were brotherly peoples, since not even 100 years had passed since the expulsion of the Yuan dynasty from the Korean peninsula. During the attack of the ancestors of the Dayuan people on the Goryeo people, Dayuan warriors took away captive women every year and enslaved the local residents. However, even with all this, Goryeo suffered heavy losses among the population due to countless battles, during which thousands of soldiers died. Su-yang and Sejong's advisors were greatly offended by the fact that the people who had turned their people into slaves dared to be called a brotherly people. Alak also told Sejong that recently the Ming Empire had greatly reduced the volume of supplied products, which is why the people of Oirat are experiencing a shortage of food and household items. Su-yang realized that Oirat wanted to establish new trade relations with Joseon, which seemed somewhat strange to him. One of Sejong's advisors wanted more and more every second to tear out this Alak's tongue, since he personally knew 4 women who were recruited by Oirat's people. This advisor was eager to deal with Alak and bring justice to him as quickly as possible. But Su-yan stopped him and told him that this would only make the situation worse. Su-yang was also confident that Sejong had a plan through which he could resolve the situation in Joseon's favor. Suddenly, Sejong ordered 1,000 bags of rice and 50 iron pots to be sent to the people of Oirat. This decision of Sejong amazed everyone present, and one of his advisors did not understand how Sejong could so easily give such a generous gift to these barbarians. Alak told Sejong that with his kindness, he helped the Oirat people survive the famine, which would greatly please his Khan, after which Alak and his people went to Khan Taishi. After Alak and his men left Joseon, Su-yang wanted to know from Sejong the reason why he gave them such generous gifts. Sejong said that if he had not done this, it would have been easier for the people of Oirat to understand that they were allied with the Ming Empire, and that in this way he was protecting Joseon from the onslaughts of Oirat. Sejong also said that in this way he protected Joseon from Oirat only for a while, since sooner or later they would still find out about all their plans. In addition, Sejong believed that in order for Oirat not to find out about their plans ahead of time, they should quickly deal with Imanju and his army. Soon, all the military commanders-in-chief and their soldiers were sent to Ganggae, which was located in the northern part of Joseon. Among all the military leaders was Kim Hyo-song, who was one of the military advisors, and he hoped that this campaign would be his last, and that he would spend the rest of his life in peace and quiet. Recently, Kim Hyo-sung learned from his colleagues that Lee Ji-nak had recruited young fighters who were trained using a new method. Then the inspector of the Central Military Department, Lee Jing-suk, said that these new fighters would have to reckon with the infantry. Kim Hyo-sung said that despite this, they could use a mounted division in moderately hilly terrain, which could give them some tactical advantage. Kim Hyo-sun also said that he couldn't wait to start the battle as soon as possible, after which he asked Lee Jing-suk how things were going with his brother Won Bong. Lee Jing-suk said that he is an extremely secretive and uncommunicative person, to whom he never managed to find an approach. Kim Hyo-sung said that Won Bon was a very determined man who went through a long and difficult journey against the mountaineers, and that his warriors were proud of him. Towards evening, all the military leaders gathered to discuss the tactics of sending their troops. Lee Jing-suk said that even if they defeat thousands of Imanju's warriors, they will not gain any advantage if Imanju remains alive after the attack, since he can retreat and easily make up for the losses. Then the idea was proposed to split into 2 groups, one of which would remain in Shenyang for reconnaissance in the north, while the second group would cross the river and strike at Imanju's army from the east. Won Bon suggested choosing a day for a joint attack with all forces at once, since the number of warriors attacking simultaneously is of strategic importance. Lee Jing-sok said that he agreed to cooperate with one of the local tribes, from whom he learned that the Imanju army had already managed to cross the Paje River and hide in the east. Kim Hyo-sung believed that they needed to defeat Imanju's army in the first battle. Otherwise, Imanju would be able to retreat. The military leaders also believed that they needed to figure out how the left army would have to overcome the mountainous terrain, in which conditions it was very difficult to fight. Won Bong then asked Kim Hyo-sung to remove 1,000 soldiers from the left group of warriors and send them to the right group. Kim Hyo-sung considered this distribution of troops unjustified, to which Won Bong said that they should send a detachment of trusted and trained warriors to the left group. Won Bong told his fellow soldiers about a detachment of soldiers who trained according to Prince Suyang's methods, and that these warriors had experience in forays into mountainous areas. Kim Hyo-sun and Lee Jing-suk wanted to make sure that these warriors would be able to cope with the task, since it was important for them that these warriors begin to act immediately upon arrival at the site. Soon the day of gathering the warriors arrived, and Kim Hyo-sung sent behind him a central army of 8,000 soldiers. Meanwhile, Lee Jing-suk led the right army of 5,000 soldiers across the Paje River. Won Bong also led a leftist army of 4,000 soldiers through Seopyeong Mountain. Meanwhile, Imanju learned from one of his messengers that Joseon troops had already managed to overcome Uiju. This messenger also told Imanju that he learned about this only 4 days ago, and that most likely during this time the troops were able to completely cross the river. Imanju was shocked that the Joseon army sent so many warriors against him and his army. Then Imanju suggested that the Ming Empire was no longer cooperating with them. The messenger was very alarmed by this news, and he suggested that Imanju regroup as soon as possible and find a more reliable shelter. However, Imanju said that he could not do this because he believed that if he told his warriors to retreat, he would instantly lose his status. Imanju also believed that even if he had to retreat, he must do everything as beautifully as possible so that people would continue to believe that everything was going according to plan for him. Imanju also remembered that he had been in real battle only once, and if he managed to win at least one battle against Joseon, then his influence among the tribes and his army would greatly increase. Then the messenger told Imanju that even if they decided to retreat right now, they would certainly end up in an ambush. Imanju showed the messenger to the mountains and said that this mountain was a serious obstacle to the Joseon army. Imanju also said that even if the Joseon infantry managed to overcome this mountain, they would certainly either have time to retreat or defeat the rest of the Joseon troops. Imanju also noted that they needed to prepare for battle against the Joseon cavalry, since they could potentially get to Imanju and his warriors the fastest. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the left army continued on their way to the Imanju army through Kanga. On the way, one of the warriors said that he would cut each Imanju warrior into exactly 256 small pieces. When Hong San asked the warrior why he decided to cut the Imanju warriors into so many pieces, the warrior said that his arithmetic lessons were very entertaining. Hong San was glad that some of the warriors liked his lessons, and he said that in the case of the Imanju warriors, he would not bother so much. A second later, Hong San made a terrible face and told the warrior that if he were him, he would grind the corpses of his opponents into dust in order to personally taste the blood of his enemies. The warrior was very scared to be around Hong San, and he thought that Hong San was just crazy. Soon, one of the warriors hit the gong and informed the other warriors that the Imanju warriors had attacked them. At this moment, more than 200 Imanju warriors were advancing towards the Joseon warriors along the northern ridge, and the Joseon warriors prepared to attack. Soon, the left army disappeared into the long grass and readied their rifles, since they believed that since these Imanju warriors were descending towards them from the hill, they had a certain tactical advantage. Before launching the attack, Won Bong told his warriors that they must leave at least one of the warriors alive in order to take him prisoner. After a short preparation, the soldiers of the left army began to fire at the enemy. After a few shots, the Joseon warriors were able to eliminate almost all of the Imanju shooters, and then the rest of the Imanju warriors decided to split into several subgroups. After a few seconds, the warriors divided into small subgroups, hoping that it would be more difficult for the Joseon warriors to defeat them. However, Won Bong told the Imanju warriors that his warriors were capable of defeating them at a distance of 300 steps, and that they had come here in order to defeat the Imanju, and if they surrendered, then none of them would suffer. However, one of the Imanju warriors told the Joseon warriors that they were not going to give up, and that they would punish everyone who stood in their way. This warrior also told the Joseon warriors that such pitiful shooters would not be able to deal with the Imanju army so easily. A couple of moments later, this soldier saw how, in front of his eyes, At one moment, one of the Joseon shooters was able to instantly neutralize one of the Imanju warriors with one shot from a rifle directly to the head. A few seconds later, among all the Imanju soldiers, there was only one warrior left, who surrendered to the Joseon soldiers and promised to serve them faithfully and truth. Then this prisoner told Wanban that the road through the main highway takes 3 days, and through the mountain paths 4 days. But if they go through the main highway, they will quickly be noticed. Wanban believed that if they assembled a detachment of the most dexterous warriors, they would be able to overcome the mountain in 2 days, after which he ordered the soldiers to form a new detachment of warriors to march up the mountain. The captured warrior also said that Imanju warriors only use this path when they are in a hurry, and he said that this path could be a real test for the Joseon army. Then Wanban ordered all the warriors to make their way to Imanju's camp through the mountains, hoping that in a couple of days they would be able to reach the camp and take Imanju by surprise. At this point, the prisoner said that his name was Zhang, and the soldiers decided that this prisoner was also from Joseon. Meanwhile, Li Jing-sok and his detachment moved through Shenyang. The weather conditions made it difficult for Li Jing-suk's army to move, causing some of the horses to break their legs. One of the warriors said that they should not rush, since he believed that even Imanju would try to retreat. He would simply drown in the mud. On the way to the right place, Li Jing-suk tried to understand why his brother decided to take on such responsibility, taking on the most difficult route. Li Jing-suk believed that there was no honor in his brother's action, thinking that he was just a stubborn fool. A couple of days later, Wanban and his army still managed to overcome Mount Sopyeong, arriving at one of the camps. Upon arrival, Wanban told one of the soldiers that he was ready to give all his soldiers 5 servings of rice for overcoming such a difficult journey. Before taking any further action, Wanban suggested that they first wait for the remaining groups of warriors. However, one of the soldiers was afraid that while they were waiting for the rest of the warriors, the Imanju warriors might have time to notice them. And at that moment, another soldier ran to Wanban and said that Zhang was able to escape. At this moment, the escaped Zhang was thinking about how he managed to deceive the Joseon warriors and lead them along a long path. The soldiers were afraid that Zhang would soon reach Imanju and inform him of the arrival of the Joseon warriors. Then Wanban said that they had no choice but to order all the soldiers to prepare for the transition. At this point, Imanju ordered his soldiers to feed their horses as soon as possible and begin their retreat. Imanju also told his warriors that they would have to leave their barley supplies here, as this would greatly slow them down. While Imanju was giving commands to his warriors, he heard a rustling sound coming from the tall grass, and he decided to check what it was. A couple of seconds later, Zhang ran out of the tall grass, who wanted to inform Imanju that the Joseon warriors were already approaching them. However, Imanju decided that Zhang was talking about some kind of nonsense, since it seemed to Imanju that the Joseon cavalry troops would never be able to overcome the mountain so quickly. Suddenly, Zhang interrupted Imanju and told him that the Joseon warriors had already arrived here, which surprised Imanju even more. A couple of seconds later, Imanju saw several rows of Joseon warriors with shields emerging from the horizon. Imanju looked at the Joseon warriors and could not understand how they managed to reach them so quickly. Then Imanju mounted his horse as quickly as possible and ordered all his warriors to prepare to retreat. Imanju also believed that after overcoming such a long journey through the mountain, the Joseon warriors were greatly exhausted, and thanks to this, they would be able to retreat faster. However, one of the Imanju warriors noticed that the Joseon warriors had formed another row of warriors, and he tried to understand what they were for. Imanju decided that this extra rank of warriors consisted of archers, and he believed that the crossing of the mountain had exhausted them as much as the rest of the warriors, and that they simply needed to keep their distance. However, at that same second, Imanju saw how Joseon riflemen shot several of his warriors before his eyes. After a few more seconds, Joseon shooters shot several more Imanju warriors, and he decided that these warriors did not have bows, but rifles. After a couple of seconds, the shooters began reloading their rifles, and Imanju decided that this was the ideal opportunity to neutralize the Joseon warriors. Imanju then ordered his warriors to get close to the Joseon warriors as quickly as possible and destroy them while they were reloading their rifles. However, while the Imanju warriors went on the offensive, the Joseon warriors had already managed to reload their rifles and prepare for another attack. Meanwhile, Imanju and his army began to approach the Joseon warriors as quickly as possible. However, despite all their efforts, Imanju and his army did not manage to get close enough to the Joseon warriors, and in a few seconds, the Joseon riflemen neutralized several dozen more Imanju warriors. A few moments later, Imanju saw in front of him dozens of corpses of his warriors and a bunch of wounded horses. Imanju was furious that his warriors were dying so quickly, while the surviving soldiers were horrified by what they saw. However, Imanju told his warriors that they had almost reached the Joseon warriors, and that they would soon be able to neutralize them all. Then Imanju ordered his warriors to find something to cover their body with, take out any weapon and begin to attack the Joseon warriors. Imanju also told his warriors that he had sent part of his troops to the west, and they would soon return here to attack the Joseon warriors from the flank. In addition, Imanju drew attention to the fact that one warrior on a horse is capable of single-handedly defeating a dozen infantrymen. After this, Imanju ordered his warriors to send several horses towards the Joseon warriors so that they would spend all their rifle volleys on the horses. Meanwhile, Wanban ordered his infantrymen to move closer to the line of engagement while the riflemen continued to fire. A few seconds later, Joseon's riflemen began firing at Imanju's warriors again, making almost no misses. The first to come under fire from Joseon warriors were those Imanju warriors who stood in front of everyone. At this moment, the rest of the Imanju warriors covered themselves with shields and waited for the Joseon riflemen to begin reloading their rifles again. Soon the Joseon riflemen began reloading their rifles, and then the Imanju warriors again went on the offensive. However, the first row of Joseon shield warriors repelled enemy attacks without any problems. While the Joseon shield warriors held off the enemy's onslaught, the Joseon spearmen immediately neutralized the Imanju warriors with their spears. However, soon a cavalry of several dozen warriors approached the Joseon warriors, who were no longer as easy to neutralize as ordinary warriors. One of the Joseon warriors told the rest of his warriors that the shield bearers should prepare to defend themselves, while the archers would continue to fire. However, Hong San suggested to his soldiers that he himself could neutralize the opponents. After a couple of seconds, Hong San got into a fighting stance with a shield and prepared to strike. One of the Imanju warriors could not believe that one warrior could stop the horse, and then he deliberately headed towards Hong San at even greater speed. However, when the horse crashed into Hong San's shield, the horse immediately fell to the ground and its rider fell off the horse, while Hong San was able to stay on his feet. After the blow, the horse fell to the ground and was unable to rise to its feet, while the warrior Imanju was also severely wounded. This Imanju warrior looked at the Joseon warriors and thought that his opponents were using some dishonest tactics against them. A second later, one of the Joseon warriors shot the warrior Imanju, who had fallen from his horse, causing him to instantly fall to the ground. At this point, Wanban told his soldiers that they should not pay attention to the enemy's words, and that they should continue to fire. However, before continuing the bombardment, the Joseon warriors noticed that Imanju was no longer on the battlefield. In fact, none of the soldiers knew exactly what Imanju looked like, but they knew that Imanju was an escape artist. At this moment, Imanju had already managed to escape from the battlefield along with one of his soldiers, who was worried about the rest of the soldiers. However, despite Imanju's escape, Yun Sung managed to catch up and take Imanju by surprise. Yun Sung told Imanju that when a person makes some important decision, he should always be prepared to bear the consequences of his decisions. Imanju was very scared and he wanted to find out from Yun Sung who he was, to which Yun Sung told him not to ask for mercy from him. Yun Sung also told Imanju that if he wanted to start begging for mercy, he should have done it on the battlefield with his fallen warriors. Meanwhile, Li Jing-suk was just passing by the site of the battle between Imanju's army and Wanbang's warriors, and he believed that if they didn't hurry, they would miss Imanju. Li Jing-suk was afraid that if Joseon found out that Imanju was still alive, they would think that Li Jing-suk decided to spare his life, which in turn would greatly damage his reputation. Suddenly, one of the Joseon soldiers came out of the bushes and told Li Jing-suk that this could not happen, and Li Jing-suk wanted to know what kind of warriors they were. It turned out to be Hong San and Yun Xiang, and they told Li Jing-seok that they were part of the Joseon Left Army, and that they were sent here as envoys to friendly troops. Soon, Hong San and Yun Xiang took Li Jing-seok to the Joseon warrior camp and showed him the executed Imanju. Li Jingquo immediately went to Wanban to find out from him how this happened. Wanbang later explained to Li Jing-seok that due to Imanju sending his troops towards the right army, they had a great opportunity to catch him off guard and neutralize him on the spot. Li Jing-sung was amazed that Wanbang managed to deal with the Imanju warriors with only infantry, while his troops fought with a couple hundred Imanju warriors. Wanban also talked about how his soldiers were able to use rifles to neutralize most of the enemy force at a very long distance, reducing the number of casualties and the duration of the battle. Bong also told Li Jingxiok that all the surviving horses that previously belonged to the Imanju army were cooked at the stake by the soldiers and began to be eaten. Li Jingsuk was greatly infuriated by the fact that his brother was so easily disposing of the spoils obtained in a difficult battle, and he wondered what Bong had done with the prisoners. When Li Jingsuk learned that all the prisoners had been handed over to a nearby village, he became even more angry, as he believed that Bong did not know the true value of these prisoners and their horses. However, Bong didn't understand why his brother was so angry, so Li Jingsuk told him that he was just a little shocked by his actions. After that, Li Jingsuk, with a smile on his face, told Bong that he was honored to have such a younger brother with such a long list of achievements. With all this, Li Jingsuk still could not forget what his brother did with the prisoners and their horses, since he had a very strong instinct for any benefit. About a month later, Kim Hyo-sung, Li Jingsuk, and Bong returned to Joseon to inform Sejong of the successful completion of the combat mission. Sejong was very happy that the left and right armies were able to easily defeat Imanju's army, while the center was able to effectively fight off the enemy's advance. For his military merits, Sejong awarded Kim Hyo-sung the title of Great Commander and 80 rolls of selected silk. Afterwards, Sejong thanked Li Jingsuk for providing support to the Central Army, for which he was promoted to second-rank military official. In the end, Sejong thanked Bong for his invaluable contribution in this difficult battle, and Sejong promoted Bong to the rank of first-rank official. At this moment, Li Jingsuk looked at his brother with a bit of envy for him getting a higher position. Afterwards, Bong looked at Suyang and thanked him for also contributing to this victory. After the ceremony, Suyang decided to take a walk with Kim Jong-so, who told Suyang that he was now finally convinced that warriors trained according to his method could become the military elite of Joseon. While walking, Li Jingsuk wanted to make one request to Suyang. Li Jingsuk had heard that it was Suyang who made invaluable contributions to the training of new soldiers, and he wanted Suyang to continue to train soldiers using this method. Li Jingsuk told Sukyang that first of all they should teach this technique to the representatives of the palace ceremonial guard, since they did not have proper training. Suyang then realized that Li Jingsuk wanted Suyang to retrain the palace guards. In response to this, Li Jingsuk said that the palace guards were one of the least trained troops, as they were not constantly needed, which is why their skills were greatly dulled. Then Suyang said that the number of horses given as tribute had been greatly reduced, which in turn could greatly affect the success of the palace guards. At this moment, Suyang thought that in medieval Europe there were many types of cavalry troops with their own characteristics, such as dragoons, rangers, hussars, and many others. Suyang then decided that if Joseon developed its own type of cavalry small arms, Joseon's mounted troops could become even more effective. Meanwhile, the advisors of the Ming Empire showed the corpse of Imanju to Emperor Jizhen, and the emperor ordered that the corpse be removed as soon as possible. Jizhen was very happy that the Joseon warriors were able to cope with such a difficult task as eliminating Imanju and his army. Jin also believed that Joseon warriors with their rifles would be so effective in dealing with Imanju. Jizhen also believed that the Imanju army was overwhelmed by the long-range attacks of the Joseon warriors, and due to the loud sound of the gunfire, the horses were disoriented, causing them to quickly panic. Jizhen believed that with such warriors, the Ming Empire could easily resist the Dalja army, and that they could even attack them first and provoke them into battle. Jizhen also believed that even if Dalja attacked them, the army of the Ming Empire would greatly deplete them, and that this could be used for a further attack. The Minister of War then told Jizhen that it would be prudent to teach the Ming warriors how to use firearms in order to increase the efficiency of the empire's troops. However, Jizhen was worried that if the rifle-trained warriors were captured, they would be forced to stand against the Ming Empire. However, Jin said that this request was indeed justified, since he believed that in order to get used to the loud sound after firing a rifle, you need to fire at least 10 shots. At this point, the Minister of War considered that it was impossible to learn how to shoot a rifle, and he decided that Jin wanted to save money on gunpowder for rifles, appropriating the rest of the funds for himself. Meanwhile, Alec arrived at Taishi's camp to inform him of the outcome of the battle of the Joseon warriors against the Imanju army. Taishi was very angry when he learned of the defeat of Imanju's army and his death, and he immediately scattered everything that was nearby. A couple of moments later, Taishi pointed his sword at Alec and told him that he had to go to Joseon and negotiate everything with Sejong. Taishi was angry that Alec was so easily swayed by such small handouts from Sejong, To which Alak said that when he arrived at Sejong, there was nothing to indicate that Joseon was collaborating with the Ming Empire. Taishi came very close to decapitating Alak, but one of Taishi's advisors told him that he needed to calm down. After this, Taishi told Alak that he had once accidentally killed a man, and that Alak's fate depended entirely on how he showed himself in the upcoming war. After this, Taishi told Alak that if he made even one mistake, his blood would stain the earth, and then Alak promised his Khan to wash away his sins with the blood of Joseon warriors. At this moment, Taishi thought that Sejong was a very cunning ruler, and that he managed not only to make peace with the Ming Empire, but also to defeat Imanju and his army. Taishi then decided that he should not allow Joseon to escape retribution, after which he ordered Alak to begin gathering troops. Taishi also decided that they simply needed to join forces with the Golden Dynasty of Kublai Khan, who was a descendant of Genghis Khan. Soon, Taishi came to Khan to ask him if there was any news from Khan. Khan said that he really hoped that he would soon be able to deal with the Ming Empire. Taishi told Khan that Imanju recently entered into battle against the Joseon warriors, and they don't even fully understand what weapons they used to defeat Imanju's army. Taishi described these weapons as long iron rods that could disable a person in 1 second. And Khan thought that perhaps he knew what kind of weapon he was talking about. Taishi said that he had no idea what kind of weapon it was, and he knew that Joseon warriors had been using these weapons more and more in recent years. After this, Taishi ordered Alak to get a drawing of this weapon and show it to Khan so that he would better understand what they were dealing with. Seeing the drawing, Khan asked Taishi if warriors with such weapons carried a fuse. Taishi told Khan that warriors with these weapons actually have a fuse, and that they stick it into the top of the weapon. Then Khan said that it was a firearm, and that such weapons were used in the fragmentation of his lands and in other aggressive campaigns. Taishi could not believe what he heard, as he believed that Joseon warriors essentially used portable cannons that could easily be lifted by one warrior. Khan then told Taishi that such weapons are quite powerful artillery, which makes a very loud sound when fired. During the conquest of the Song dynasty, the sound of this weapon was like the sound of thunder, which caused a lot of problems with horses who were afraid of the sound. At this moment, Taishi wondered how loud the sound of such a weapon was. Khan said that the voice of one person was unlikely to frighten anyone, but the scream of a crowd of 1,000 people was quite capable of shaking the earth, and that horses would be very frightened by the sound of 1,000 such rifles firing. For the most accurate comparison, Khan told Taishi that the shot of one such weapon was comparable to the appearance of thunder near him. Then Taishi decided that in windy or rainy weather it would not be possible to use these rifles, to which Khan only chuckled slightly. After this, Khan told Taishi that this is why Joseon warriors with such rifles do not like to attack first, and why they sit in the fortress when it rains. Then Taishi suggested plugging the horse's ears, to which Khan said that in this case the horse would become even more nervous and uncontrollable. While Taishi was trying to figure out a way to disarm the rifles of the Joseon warriors, one of Khan's spouses decided to light the stove a little. However, as soon as she put the wood into the stove, it immediately ignited, creating a small explosion. Then Alak began to scold this girl for putting wet wood into the fire, since it could easily shoot out and leave burns on her body. At the same moment, Taishi looked at the firewood lying in the stove and thought about how he hadn't thought of this before. Then Taishi remembered how during Khan's attack on the Zhen dynasty, warriors blew up bamboo to scare away wild animals. Khan decided that there is wood in nature that can explode when burned. At the same moment, Taishi ordered Alak to get bamboo for him at any cost. Alak told Taishi that he would definitely carry out his order, after which he went in search of bamboo. When Alak left, Khan decided that in order to defeat the Ming Empire, it was enough for them to attack them first. Taishi explained to Khan that while he was occupied with the Ming Empire, Khan would have to deal with Joseon. At that time, the number of palace guards was approximately 3,000 soldiers, 1,000 of whom were senior guards, and the remaining guards were junior guards. Representatives of the palace guard earned their living by carrying out various assignments on behalf of the ruler or his subordinates. One day, Suyang ordered all the guards to be gathered at the training site, but he did not expect that there were so few guards in Joseon. Suyang believed that there were critically few guards in Joseon, since no more than 400 soldiers arrived for training. Kim Hyo-sun told Suyang that many of the guards simply could not come to the training, hiding behind apologies. At that moment, Suyang thought that even if the representatives of the palace guard were working poorly, it was scary to imagine what was happening to the rest of Joseon. Suddenly, one of the guards ran up to Su Yang, and Su Yang told him to take out his sword right now. At first, this guard was very confused, but after a few seconds, he finally pulled out his sword. Suddenly, Su Yang snatched the sword from the guard's hands and was amazed at what a disgusting state this sword was in. At first, Su Yang thought that this sword was some kind of ancient family heirloom, since this sword did not meet any standards. When Su Yang asked the guard where he got this sword, the guard said with a tremble in his voice that he took it from the kitchen of his house. Su Yang and Kim Hyo's son were shocked when they learned that this guard took the sword from the house. In his defense, the guard said that the order to gather all the guards in Joseon was very unexpected, because of which he was in a hurry and was afraid of being late, and so he took the sword from home. Kim Hyo-sung was simply furious at this guard's outburst, thinking about how this guard even came up with the idea of bringing this sword to the training. Kim Hyo-sung also promised to significantly reduce the salaries of those soldiers who are unable to maintain their equipment in proper condition. A still furious Kim Hyo-sung said that he completely agreed with Su Yang's opinion that the minds and bodies of these guards were rotten through and through, and that such guards would only tarnish the reputation of Mr. Su Yang. The next day, all the guards, along with Su Yang and Kim Hyo-sung, headed to the white sandy beach at Yangwanaru Crossing. Having reached the right place, Su Yang saw several people on the top, and he asked Kim Hyo-sung who all these people were. Kim Hyo-sung told Su Yang that these were representatives of the northern tribes who had previously been at enmity with Imanju and his army, and they came to express their gratitude to Su Yang and his warriors. Sejong also ordered to show them the fighting power of Joseon, but Su Yang did not understand what they would show when they only had untrained guards whose skill level was extremely low. Kim Hyo-sun told Su Yang that they shouldn't worry, as even the most ordinary training should impress them. Manho Chunshan, a member of the Jurchen alliance from the Audley clan, prepared to watch the training of the Joseon guards. Chunshan said that he had heard that Seljon was not incredibly generous, but he did not expect his soldiers to show him cavalry training. However, one of his partners told him that most likely it was all just a show in order to appear stronger, to which Chunshan said that everything he saw seemed like a show. After this, Chunshan looked at the guard squad and said that their commander, judging by his appearance, was a very professional military leader. Chunshan also remembered the founder of Joseon, Lee Seong-gye, who was famous for his archery skills, and Chunshan thought that he was very similar to him. After this, Chunshan decided that they could only be sure of this when they finally saw how the guards were trained. Soon, Prince Lim Yang, who was Joseon's fourth son and Su Yang's younger brother, arrived at the training site to demonstrate to the guards what they had to learn. At first, Lim Yan wanted to show the Strom the simplest techniques, and he told the guards that if they could not repeat what he showed them, then they were not worthy to be called guards. After a couple of minutes, Lim Yang took his bow and arrows, mounted his horse, and prepared to perform the technique. First, Lim Yan picked up speed so that his horse could jump over the obstacle. Before the horse touched the ground, Lim Yang took out his bow and prepared to shoot 3 arrows at once. A moment later, all 3 arrows that Lim Yan shot hit the dummy's head directly. The guards were shocked that Lim Yang performed this technique so easily, and they were especially afraid that they would now have to repeat this technique. Lim Yan ordered the guards to repeat this technique and said that if they could not perform it, then there would be nothing to reward them for. However, all the guards who tried to repeat Lim Yan's move immediately fell from their horses and failed the training. Lim Yang looked at the guards and said that even as a child he could easily repeat this technique. But Su Yang understood that his brother was simply exaggerating. Soon Su Yang approached the guards and told them that despite the fact that they seemed to be weak, in fact, the old strength still flows within them, which has been greatly softened due to lack of training. After this, Su Yang stood up from his horse, took off his clothes, and showed them his muscles. Su Yang told the guards that if they became even half as strong as him, then no one would be able to compare with them. This made the guards very angry, and they believed that even if the prince could become so strong, so could they. At this moment, representatives of the northern tribes looked at all this and thought that all these guards, compared to Su Yang, were extremely weak weaklings. Then one of Chunshan's partners said that there was nothing more for them to see here, and that they should return back to the camp. Late in the evening, Chunshan discussed with his comrades Lim Yang's skills and Su Yang's physique, and that if Su Yang joined the ranks of the Joseon military leaders, it could become a serious threat to them. At this moment, Chunshan believed that Su Yang actually looked very impressive. Also, one of Chunshan's partners believed that Lim Yang wielded the bow as masterfully as the legendary founder of Joseon, Lee Seong-gye. Then Chunshan reminded his companions of the existence of a detachment of formidable warriors who fought side by side with Lee Song-gae. Chunshan believed that if Joseon revived and trained the same powerful warriors, then they would be able to again try to control the northern tribes, and that these trainings were not an empty threat. At that moment, one of Chunshan's partners distracted him and told him that they had guests. Suddenly, Bukwan Keshik, who was Khan's personal guard, appeared and said that he came here because Chunshan and his partners were recently in Joseon. Chunshan said that he was flattered that Khan needed something from such a small person like him. However, Bukwan told Chunshan that he was not as petty as he thought, and he said that he had an urgent request for him. Bukwan told Chunshan and his companions that they were going to attack Joseon very soon, which greatly surprised Chunshan. Bukwan said that Joseon had tarnished its reputation by colluding with the Ming Empire, and one of Chunshan's companions said that at least 10,000 warriors were needed to do this. Bukwan said that they already had 40,000 warriors, and that it would be enough for them to receive 5,000 warriors from the northern tribes. Bukwan also said that since Chunshan had recently been in Joseon, he would share with him information about the state of Joseon's weapons, fortifications, and troops for the most effective attack. Chunshan told Bukwan that since this was Khan's will, he would obey it. After which he said that Joseon had recently sent 20,000 warriors against Imanju and his army. Chunshan also said that due to some internal differences, only 8,000 fighters took part in the battle, and that it was very difficult for Joseon warriors to pass through their lands. Chunshan also said that their tribe played the role of guides for one of the troops, and as a sign of gratitude, Sejong invited them to Joseon. Bukwan then wondered how the Joseon warriors were able to defeat Imanju under such circumstances. Chunshan then said that there were rumors that Imanju was overcome by a severe fever, which prevented him from retreating, and that he lasted in this state for 4 days. After this, Chunshan told Bukwan that for now his tribes could not provide him with 5,000 warriors to attack them. Bukwan insisted that if Chunshan could involve all the northern tribes without exception, then they would definitely be able to recruit the required number of warriors. Chunshan said that he could provide Khan with his troops, but he believed that a certain uncle would become a serious problem in this matter. Bukwan decided that Chunshan was talking about Pancha, who seemed to have recently died, and Bukwan decided that Chunshan had indeed caused unrest among those who were devoted to him. Chunshan said that he could hardly keep himself from chasing these people away. Then Bukwan told Chunshan that in this case he would entrust him with the role of auxiliary troops, but at the same time he should not lay claim to any trophies. Chunshan told Bukwan that he had been as honest with him as possible, and that he hoped that Khan would not have any secrets to tell either. Bukwan then said that 40,000 warriors under Taishi would attack Joseon, while the same number of warriors under Khan would attack the Ming Empire. Soon, Bukwan prepared to return to Khan, and he told Chunshan that they would wait for their support. As soon as Bukwan returned to Khan, Chunshan ordered his companions to saddle their horses and head to Joseon as soon as possible. Arriving in Joseon, Chunshan informed Sejong that Taishi and Khan were going to the bottom and at the same time attack Joseon and the Ming Empire. Then Sejong decided that since Chunshan knew their plans, he agreed to help them. Chunshan told Sejong to show him his mercy as he had to bow his head to Bukwan. Chunshan also said that if Joseon did not submit to Taishi, then this could lead to the complete destruction of Joseon.